He's in the canyon, man. So, yep, barricades are there. Is that you, Danica? We're going to hang as long as we can. I want to say it is. Gotcha. No, they've just leave it. I can, and you know, the motorcade has stopped for the moment, and just to give you an idea of what we're shooting through all of the skyscrapers here over Midtown. Not an easy thing to do, but we do have the motorcade for the moment. I do see barricades down on the streets. Very difficult to tell exactly where they are at the moment, so they may be continuing further on, or they may just be stopping right here. Again, as we've been discussing all afternoon, we don't know where they're going to be bringing them in. Natalie? Clear. Do we have room to shoot down the street, Dave? Because we're clear for now. Guys, that's Trump Tower right there, isn't it? Shop for local bus. Is that Trump Tower right there? Thank you. Well, so right down there. This is the spot. You can hang here. I got it back, guys. Right. Yeah. You comfortable? We get what we get at this point.
eller vinkelfulde beslutninger, der er nødt frem. Jeg hører selv mange forestillinger her i gaderne omkring Trump Tower. Der er lige været en håndfuld, som køber over på den ene gade, og de er slået igen. Men i morgen, når han som den første tidligere præsident nogensinde skal få en dommer og tiltale til en straffesag, så er jeg ret sikker på, at der vil komme endnu flere Trump-tilhængere, der vil måske også kunne være nogen, der vil demonstrere imod ham. Men i hvert fald, Trump er nu ankommet her til New York. Han tilbringer natten i Trump Tower, og det er, kan man sige, en overværelse, der bliver nøje af medier, der er helikopter i luften, mediehelikopter i luften, som filmer hver det skridt, han måtte tage, som er inden for kameraerne tilsyn. Der består også her sammen med medier fra hele verden, og lidt værre, end der var lige minutter, hvor han sker til Trump Tower. I dag er han jo blot en privat borger, så selvom han har sine servicevagter med sig, Folk må sidde og høre. Men altså, det er jo rigtigt.
Right. He will remain, according to reporting from CBS News, until he has to show up tomorrow for his arraignment at a New York City court.
We want to bring in now a CBS News national correspondent and our fellow co-anchor of the midday, Errol Barnett. He is there outside of LaGuardia as we are seeing the former president's plane.
Mr. Trump
right now
is, of course,
Errol, tell us officially on the ground in New York in about 5 seconds. What is the situation like there at LaGuardia? What are the security concerns? What are you seeing and hearing?
Lana and Lilia, this is a significant moment as we watch President Trump's private aircraft as a private citizen, what his team had described as Trump Force One leading up to his time in the presidency, landing and returning back here in New York as Donald Trump faces justice. The security situation here at LaGuardia is a strengthened posture from the Port Authority police. Secret Service agents and their vehicles are already on the tarmac tarmac, waiting for this aircraft to arrive at the private terminal. And from here, Donald Trump will then transit for about 30 minutes to his old former home at Trump Tower, the place he famously in 2016 or in 2015 announced his campaign for the nomination, and ultimately which made him win the nomination and won the White House. This is the moment. This is the moment. Donald Trump returns to New York to face what he says is a witch hunt against him. But we've watched, as his campaign says, they've already made $4 million since the indictment. So it's both a legal threat, but a money-making opportunity for the former president as he now lands in his former home of Queens.
Right now, 3:27 p.m. is when the plane has made landing. Errol, you have been there near LaGuardia for several hours today. What can you tell us about security measures? We know that NYPD officers were all told to be ready for deployment in uniform. This started last week. We know that there's coordination with the Secret Service, but what does it look like there on the ground? How's security and how are those preps for the tour? I mean, for the travel between there and Trump Tower ahead this afternoon?
That's right. Well, I'll give you a kind of the lay of the land a bit. Here at LaGuardia, I'm at Terminal A, which is its own kind of offshoot from the rest of the airport. So there isn't a ton of airport traffic where I am. In fact, that plane is so close to where I'm standing, I can hear those engines just in the distance. So the president taxiing not too far from where I'm standing. Mayor Eric Adams here in New York said earlier, and you broadcasted it live on the stream, that there would be rolling road closures during Donald Trump's time here. Remember, he's just landing here in the city to face the indictment tomorrow, see the charges, and then he returns to West Palm Beach. So he really is coming in and then exiting the city, taking every step to minimize disruption and security threats as possible. The city also making it clear there are no specific or direct threats that they're aware of, but they are also aware of the heated political rhetoric in the country. One pro-Trump supporter drove past us not too long ago and shared a number of expletives, as well as his support of President Trump and his dislike of President Biden. The city knows that. They know that there could be some very vocal pro-Trump supporters. And so we don't believe there will be road closures between here at LaGuardia and Trump Tower, but we also don't know which specific route the president will take. The Secret Service has already mapped this out to minimize disruption, but we do expect the president will leave LaGuardia, head onto the BQE, the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, and then make it over to Manhattan and Trump Tower. So we understand there'll be limited disruption, but we're all about to watch this unfold in real time right now.
Yeah, the mayor actually said, try to use public transportation if you can, because even, there's some road closures and there's just going to be a lot of traffic looking ahead at people wanting to either show their support or the opposite of that.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing Mayor Adams say we're not a playground for people to misplace their anger. New York City is homes for many people, but as you say, Errol, it wouldn't be the first time that New Yorkers heard some expletives out on the street. Remind our viewers, however, the real substance behind these charges. We haven't seen the indictment released yet, so we don't know the specifics of any crimes that he's being charged with. But tell us more about the payments to Stormy Daniels and what what's behind that in terms of potentially some criminal misconduct.
Yeah, I think it's a really great question because there are so many legal threats the president faces. It might be first important to say what this is not. This has nothing to do with January 6th and the insurrection at the Capitol. This has nothing to do with potential election interference in Georgia as it relates to the president asking for additional votes. And this has nothing to do with classified documents being discovered at the president's West Palm Beach home in Mar-a-Lago. This is all connected, we understand from CBS sourcing, to payments that were made before President Trump won the White House. While he was campaigning, it was alleged, and his lawyer, former lawyer and fixer Michael Cohen has admitted as much, that there was an affair between the former president as a private citizen and an adult actress, and he didn't want it published, he didn't want it publicized, and effectively paid off that actress to not speak about it. Michael Cohen says as much, and the ways in in which the Donald Trump campaign for president, according to documents, allocated those funds, they were described as reimbursements. For a whole slew of reasons, none of them moral, it is against the law to misrepresent how campaign funds are being used. That is likely at the center of this case in Manhattan being brought by the district attorney. And because of the witnesses that have been called, we've seen Alan Weisselberg, who was running the Trump Organization. We've heard of Mr. Pecker, who was at the National Enquirer, a tabloid. We've heard Michael Cohen as well, his former fixer and lawyer. Effectively, it's possible that that action, that illegal action, which would have been a campaign finance violation, could be upgraded from a misdemeanor to a felony if it's connected to other crimes related to those business practices. So again, we won't have this confirmed until Tuesday. We won't know for sure, but this all centers around the activity Donald Trump performed as a private citizen while he was running for president. At that time, he was based here in Trump Tower in New York, and that's why those chickens in some ways are coming home to roost. This has nothing to do with what he did as president. Those other cases continue, Lana and Lilia, but that's why this moment is so remarkable. We are about to watch former President Trump return to New York. These will be his final moments moving before he is at Trump Tower and heading to the courthouse on Tuesday. So just really a remarkable moment we haven't really seen before.
And we are watching every aspect of that. Our viewers can see the Trump plane on the tarmac there at LaGuardia, where our Errol Barnett is also following everything for us. The ground crew in place, having just moved the stairs up to the plane. We expect to see the former president disembark at any moment. While we are doing that, we will also want to bring in CBS News political director Finn Gomez. He is in West Palm Beach. Finn, obviously being down there, you are seeing something different and hearing something different perhaps from what Errol referred to with that Trump supporter and what he had to say here in New York City. Tell us just about the mood there in that very red area where the former president has made his home.
Yeah, what we are seeing is a very vocal and growing amount of supporters who have gathered around Mar-a-Lago, who gathered around before the president, along the airport before the former president took off from West Palm Beach to New York. Supporters of his waving flags, singing songs, chanting signs that had pro-Trump support, very representative of his MAGA-based supporters, that 20 or 30% of the base of the Republican Party that support the former president. In most recent national polls, you see the former president, who is also a 2024 candidate, really be at the top of the heap at this stage, this early stage of the 2024 presidential cycle. And what we are seeing, what we are hearing is, from that hardcore base who support the former president, regardless of these, of the charges and the arraignment that he now faces today. And as Errol said, a very historic and unprecedented place in American politics, where we've seen a former president and current 2024 presidential aspirant being essentially surrendering himself to authorities and facing the charges that he is expected to face in a little while.
In just a few hours, yeah. So, Finn, I just kind of want to do a bit of a recap. We are looking at former President Donald Trump's private jet. It made landing. We saw a group of people descend. I am assuming the former president was there. To be honest, the shot is a little bit far away for me to completely identify.
A lot of men in suits.
A lot of men in suits. So, I mean, it could be Secret Service. The former president could be there. I'm sure we're going to see telephoto images a little bit later. So I'm not sure if I can say that he has actually stepped onto New York land or not. I believe that might have just been Secret Service. We're still waiting for him to come down. But let's talk, Finn, because you have been covering this extensively and know all the tidbits about it, about the legal strategy. We know that given that this plane has made landing, former President Donald Trump was not fighting or staying in Florida. He's going to show up. He's going to surrender. That's what's expected to happen tomorrow, for him to be booked and photographed and fingerprinted. What do you know? What do we know, at least from your reporting, about what's going to happen there? What kind of exceptions, perhaps, do we believe are going to be made, if any, given that this is an unprecedented event, a former president who's going to be arraigned? And also, just talk to us a little bit about the legal strategy as we continue to see people coming out of the plane and await for the former president to walk out.
Yeah, absolutely, Lilia. One thing I would want to add is that those who are traveling with the president, I was in Mar-a-Lago earlier today as part of the political poll covering his departure, and who I saw were some of his top senior advisors who were joining him, Chris LaCivita, Susie Wiles. Those are essentially his campaign managers, if you will. Also, Jason Miller, his senior communications advisor, and some of the other folks that advise him that are traveling with him. But to your point, while this is the first time the former President Trump is facing and will be arraigned and processed tomorrow under this criminal investigation. This is not the first time that he has been involved in cases and legal cases. In fact, he's quite has the reputation over his years and prior to politics of being very litigious and being very involved in lawsuits against him and himself. Filing lawsuits against multiple people, somewhere around a really exorbitant amount of lawsuits that he has been involved in. And one of the strategy that is really he's known for, if you will, Lilia, is attack and delay, and essentially attacking his legal opponents, if you will, and then delaying the legal process. We will see if that is in fact the strategy that is seen here as well. But he is well known for that strategy of attack and delay. We've seen him attack not only the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, who's behind this investigation, but also the judge in the case. So what you're seeing, and by doing that also, Lilia, the other side of this is that he's inflaming and encouraging his political supporters to back him. And we have seen that. We have seen some of that evidence in the data that's been presented in national polling, where that base has come up and supported the former president and current 2024 early frontrunner, if you will.
Yes, historic indeed. In fact, the only other time that a U.S. president has ever been arrested was actually Ulysses S. Grant while in office. He was speeding in his horse-drawn carriage, but said that the policeman who arrested him was right to do so. Not getting the same reaction, though, for former President Trump, and it's definitely a different level of severity of these alleged crimes. I want to bring back in our colleague, Errol Barnett, who is there on the ground in LaGuardia, watching things develop.
Within earshot.
Within earshot, yes, of the former president's plane. He could hear those jets as they were landing. Errol, has the mood shifted now that the plane those doors have opened and some of the Secret Service, potentially some of the lawyers for the former president, have now disembarked?
Well, certainly no horse-drawn carriages here, Lana, but as we watch these live pictures, these aerial shots of the Secret Service coming out the rear of the aircraft and some of the luggage equipment approaching, we understand that Donald Trump may just be moments away from walking down those steps and entering those special Secret Service vans, which are on the tarmac. We counted about half a dozen or so, fueled up and ready to bring him from here at LaGuardia to Trump Tower. And viewers should understand what we're watching here is Donald Trump getting closer and closer to having his mugshot taken. I mean, that's the bottom line. These charges that we know about will result in him entering the courtroom as any other private citizen would have to do, and he'll be booked. There will be a mugshot of Donald Trump, and he's getting much closer to that moment right now.
Yeah, we heard Michael
the
Cohen.
The mood here is still the same.
Just on that note, Errol, we heard Michael Cohen, his former attorney, and then turned against him, saying that that mugshot in particular was, according to Cohen, Trump's nightmare.
And it's something that we don't know we'll get to see, or when, if and when, that's really up to the court. We keep trying to guess around here at which point the former president is going to disembark, Errol. We keep seeing
Well,
a little
we'll
bit of
certainly
movement.
know. Yeah, I'm watching those same pictures with you. We'll certainly know when Donald Trump is in the motorcade, because everybody will get together and move quite quickly. The wider shot showed you there's about a dozen vehicles encircling the aircraft right now. But when you make the point about this mugshot, and even some Trump supporters saying, hey, it should be printed on T-shirts, and oh man, he's going to win the next election because of this. Keep in mind that Donald Trump is already proving himself as capable of making money from all these controversies. Just a few weeks ago, while he was in Waco, Texas, which was the last time we saw this aircraft in motion for a campaign rally, Donald Trump released a song called Justice for All, performed by a group he described as the J6 Choir, the January 6th Choir, and the song was effectively a group of men singing the Star-Spangled Banner interspersed with Donald Trump saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and Donald Trump at that campaign rally told the audience that it's available on all your streaming platforms and you can download it now. So that's just one example of the president using a case against him to make money. And as I've said earlier, his campaign says that they've raised more than $4 million since this indictment was announced just last week, Thursday.
As much as in his last time campaigning. I mean, he used to be a lot more effective, raising tens of millions in a short amount of time. But Errol, tell us a little bit, what do you know about who's around him or who's supporting him, perhaps who's traveling with him, besides, of course, the Secret Service and the, I'm sure, group of attorneys. We know about at least a couple who've been doing the media rounds. And what do you know about, their plans ahead of tomorrow's arraignment?
Yes, no, well, it is not clear to me who is traveling with Donald Trump at the moment, and I just feel like this is such a surreal moment, because we're now, I mean, this is probably the most famous luggage in the country right now as we watch bags come off of an aircraft, but it does speak to the enormity of the moment as we watch Donald Trump return. We haven't seen former First Lady Melania Trump appearing with Donald Trump at recent events. It's unclear if she would make this, roughly 24-hour trip back to New York. And we should also note that with Donald Trump planning to meet with his legal team this evening, this is a very fast turnaround. He is being brought back
and there, I believe we are actually, sorry, Errol, I think we're seeing the president, the former president, Donald Trump, now disembarking from the plane. Again, this is a wide shot, but that looks to be
absolutely
Donald Trump actually walking down now. Notably, there are no waves, no crowd to greet him. So a different type of scenario than the former president is accustomed to.
A more solemn one, 344 in the east. He has now gotten into his vehicle. And Errol, I'm sure you're going to see this motorcade pass right by or behind you on their way to Trump Tower.
And I'll just tell you this, what was noteworthy to me from watching Donald Trump exit the aircraft, and no, there are no kind of supporters there around him, there was no fist pump. His kind of trademark act when he exits his aircraft is kind of, defiantly pump his fist in the air as a champion. He seemed here just to kind of quickly get off the aircraft and head straight into that vehicle. Everyone else's luggage all being pulled together, and we will watch the former president drive out just a short space behind me as he makes his way to Trump Tower. But this is certainly a sobering moment in so many ways. I'm just looking closely at who may be exiting the aircraft as well. I have some
Must be a former First Lady Melania Trump.
I'm not sure that it is, though.
No, it's
I'm not sure that
It might be unusual if she's walking the opposite direction.
Right.
So I
To a
would hesitate from making any guesses.
Yeah.
But you're right. We're watching.
So, Errol, you stay right there. Stay on top of it. We'll give you a second to report it out. Meanwhile, we're going to pop back over to Finn Gomez to get his take. I imagine, Finn, you have been watching all of this as well. Errol made a point about that trademark fist bump we saw as the former president departed from West Palm. He at least gave one wave out. Here, coming off of the plane, there were no waves. There was nothing sort of congratulatory or celebratory in his movement from the plane.
And there's no supporters because this is the tarmac of an airport, which nobody has access to. So certainly, the kind of place where he would have that kind of a rallying or campaign tone. But
what type of tone do you think the former president is going to try and strike while he is on the ground here, Finn?
Well, I think that, I think it's, the point about the raised fist pump and all that. And I think Lydia has, makes a great point that he really only has that interaction when he's at a rally or has supporters around him. We will likely see many fist pumps, if you will, tomorrow night at Mar-a-Lago when he returns back for those remarks that he's going to give. Those landing, though, I did spot some of his senior advisors, including Stephen Chung, his communications director, Margot Martin, one of his communications staff, and Chris LaCivita, who's also essentially his co-manager along with Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles is also traveling with him. But one point I also want to just make out, guys, is that as the former president is landing to face and getting ready to face the processing and the arraignment that he has to face tomorrow, there's one split screen. Our colleague Ed O'Keefe points out that is something that the White House wants and the current
White House, yes.
Current White House is to show that as he was arriving, President Biden was in Minnesota touting his legislative accomplishments, while Trump was landing in New York to face his indictment, and that is something that just politically has been something that has resonated, I think, throughout the political world. And as we are fully into this 2024 race, even though we're still expecting others to jump into the race later this year. But I think it's important to note that there was some reporting that Ed O'Keefe and I both had that we reported today that the White House and sources close to the White House say that his political operation, which was looking at April as a potential launch date for his reelect, has now been shifted, if you will, to later this year, even as late as June or July in the summer. Why? In part because of this. In part because of this attention that the former president is getting. In part because the former president, who's leading most national polls, is also fighting and squabbling with his nearest rival, who hasn't even jumped in the race yet. That's Florida Governor DeSantis. So what you're seeing is this contrast between the former president and the current president, and it's something this current White House very much wants.
And Finn, we want to pop back over to Errol as we see the president's motorcade starting to move where he is at LaGuardia. Errol, your take.
We're watching President Trump's motorcade just make its way to the exit behind where I'm standing. Behind me, what they've done here at LaGuardia is they've now held traffic to make sure that none of the public can get through. I'm just moving myself, so you may hear some shuffling as we make our way to a place where you can see it. But this is where the journey begins.
Is this as big as it gets? I mean, just from this aerial shot, we just see a handful, 3, maybe 9 vehicles or so. What does it look like in terms of the rest of the vehicles that perhaps are being used to keep the roads clear and safe?
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, at the front of this line, you're seeing NYPD vehicles. Then you see Secret Service SUVs, and that is followed by some other emergency vehicles, including an ambulance, an FDNY ambulance, just making sure that every resource is available for any former president. This is the type of security detail that is afforded to all of them. And we understand that as they make their way to New York, they're going to have to enter what we all know know as the BQE, the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, a very busy highway through the largest city in the country. I don't believe they have closed any of it yet, but we have our choppers above us at this moment, and you'll watch this footage as the president makes his way from a very busy airport through a major expressway and on his way to one of the most congested parts of the biggest city of the country in East Midtown.
And we see actually
that exit is directly behind
that shot,
us.
right? Yeah. There you are. I can see it's very small. That place where you're located at Marine Air Terminal, and the motorcade now passing right behind you. You and Errol have both served time as White House correspondents. We've been in motorcades with President Trump. What's notable to me as I'm watching this is that every other time we've been in one of those, there has been a press van there with the president following his motions, and this time that's absent.
I think what's really important not to lose sight of is, of course, we're looking at something that looks very presidential because every former president has a Secret Service for their safety, but this is, at the end of the day, another citizen heading tomorrow to an arraignment to face criminal charges, and in a historic way, absolutely somebody who is a former president of the United States who was indicted. That has never happened before. So important not to lose sight of what is happening here. Somebody who is going to be in court tomorrow, photographed, fingerprinted, booked, possibly not handcuffed, but it is important that he's heading out there to surrender himself, accused, at least according to CBS News reporting, of multiple charges, including a felony for falsifying business records in the first degree. Errol Barnett is in New York. Finn Gomez is in West Palm Beach. Thank you both so much for your detailed reporting from the ground in Florida and New York.
Thanks, gentlemen. Well, President Trump, as you see, is on his way to Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue now, where he will spend the night. When his motorcade arrives, you will, of course, see it here live.
We're going to take a short break. You're streaming CBS News, always on.
An original documentary from CBS Reports. Controversial Congressman George Santos.
Why won't you answer our questions?
How did he manage to get elected?
Thank you very much, and God bless you, and God bless the USA.
George Santos' campaign was a campaign of deceit, lies, and fabrication.
And who is he, really?
I knew him as Anthony DeVolder from Queens.
Really, who he is, he's a fraud.
I compare him to the Tinder swindler.
From people who know him, the truth, the facts, the lies.
He would say that he was worth $100 million.
It's an incredibly cynical episode in American politics, beyond satire.
Had you ever seen anything like this?
No, and I hope I never see it again.
Campaign of Deceit, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
She dazzled on the court and off the court as a businesswoman.
Thank you for joining us on Person to Person. Tennis superstar and entrepreneur, Serena Williams.
An original CBS Reports documentary.
I asked my students, what are we going to do about racism in the United States?
The backlash over teaching about racism in American schools.
I don't think it has any place in the classroom.
We can either pretend and say, no, we're not racist and we're all great people, or we can actually start to do the really, really hard work of addressing it.
How did you lose your job? I made the statement that white privilege is a fact.
Is it helping diversity and inclusion?
When you bring in different people's stories and experience, it enriches education.
If you don't talk about something, it doesn't go away.
Or driving us further apart.
What schools are doing to our children in the name of anti-racism is in fact teaching them racism.
The intention is to put us in this war against each other.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. Original CBS Reports documentary.
I was entitled to equal pay for equal work under the law.
Does the Supreme Court's power need to be checked?
9 Supreme Court justices, 5 of them said no, she's not entitled. That's not right.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed justices tending to go in another.
Even though it's only 9 justices, it takes 5 of them to make the law of the land.
Does it have political impact? True. Political intent? Probably not true.
If the American people don't trust the judgment of their court, that's a real problem for our democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary streaming now.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
World Wrestling Entertainment, better known as the WWE, is merging with the company that owns the UFC, Ultimate Fighting Championships. As part of the deal, the two groups are going to be forming a separate publicly traded entity valued at more than $21 billion. In a statement about the deal, the WWE executive chairman says that the new company, which doesn't have a name yet, will be a, quote, live sports and entertainment powerhouse.
And listen to this. Snoop Dogg stole the show at WWE's WrestleMania
unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be.
And right.
We continue to see different kinds of help come on the ground here. You'll hear the buzz of the chainsaws behind me, the beeping of construction vehicles, hundreds of utility workers just in Wynn alone. And as I speak with different residents, you hear not just the remarkable survival stories, but also the remarkable heroics as well, Hallie.
Emily Aketa live for us in Little Rock. Thank you for being there for us. Appreciate it. We've got some other breaking news into us tonight here. New details about the shooter's plans in last week's deadly attack at that elementary school in Nashville.
All right, folks.
With police saying
this is the most Rose of Heels, and I am
planned
back.
for
I appreciate everybody's
to, in their
time and
words,
attention
commit
today.
Mass murder at the Covenant School.
It's Donald
Took a
Trump,
learning
baby.
From journals that the shooter had, which they found in their car and bedroom. That attack,
Also,
of course, killed 3
school
children
shooter.
And 3 school
Oh, is this
staff
the?
members. You
Oh
see
my
it
God!
here.
Did they release
I
the
wanna bring in Antonia
manifesto?
Hilton,
We'll
who's
go
on
ahead
the
and watch
ground. She is
this.
covering this for us tonight. New details from police coming out that give us a sense of just how extensively planned this horrific shooting was.
That's right, Hallie. So in addition to finding out that this was months of preparation on the killer's part, that they considered this for a long time, there were the plannings, these writings both found in the car and in their home, but also that we are learning from officials, law enforcement locally on the ground, but also from the FBI, that they looked into the history of other mass shooters. They were considering other mass murderers in preparation for this event. What's interesting, though, is that still local law enforcement and the FBI are saying that there's not much we still know, at least publicly, about the shooter's motivations. And this tragedy, of course, has become such a critical moment, not just for people living in Tennessee, but nationally right now. When we talk about the debate over access to guns, over security and mental health in schools, but also over the flashpoint of fighting over the LGBTQ communities and identities in that state and in other states around the country, because there's been so many unconfirmed reports, speculation about how the shooter identified, and so much of an effort, both on the side of journalists, of course, and then law enforcement, to find out more about the shooter and what brought them to this point. But we know now a lot of the physical evidence, 152 rounds shot. We know a lot about the 6 victims lost that day, but there's still not much that we know about why this happened.
Antonia,
I'll get the camera back on in a quick second, but damn, my internet is like fluctuating. I'm not really dropping frames though. Why is it giving me that red bar?
Right now, revealing that Chinese spy balloon did exactly
Oh,
the
it's like-
thing that the U.S.
Ooh,
government
okay.
hoped it
Now it's
wasn't doing.
stabilizing.
Getting intel from several sensitive U.S. military sites, according to sources familiar with that information.
So we got some
Specifically,
spy
2
balloon
current and 1
intel coming in. Okay, we'll go ahead and pause this. No, hold on. Actually, let me just like brush my beard real quick. I'll put the camera back on, then we'll get back into it.
Info back to Beijing in real time, even though the Biden administration tried to block China from doing exactly this. Remember, this balloon flew over a lot of the country, and we're learning that the Chinese government sped it up, like made it go faster after people found out it existed. The U.S. shot the balloon down off the coast of South Carolina back in early February. I want to bring in Monica Albom near the White House. Some of this stuff is like video game style, Mon. You know, like they're able to control how this moves, get it beaming back info in real time, etc. What info did the Chinese government get? Do we know? And how big of a deal is this in the national security apparatus here at home?
Well, this is a great scoop by my colleagues Courtney Cuby and Carol Lee here, Hallie, that explains essentially that this Chinese balloon, as it was taking that cross-country flight over the U.S., was able to pick up on some electronic signals over sensitive military sites. So we're talking about an Air Force base in Montana, for instance. And when we're talking about these figure-8 formations, it means that it could come back over, try to get a little bit more information. And according to this story, it was able to transmit some of those signals in real time back to Beijing. And the reason that that is important is, of course, because at the time there was this huge debate and the U.S. and government officials were saying, we don't want to shoot it down right now because it doesn't pose as much of a threat in terms of what it could be capturing. They said at the time it was limited, that they were trying to do things and move things from certain sites in order to prevent that from happening. But also there was this major argument from U.S. officials that they didn't want to shoot it down over land because there would be a debris field from this, which was the size size, remember, of a couple of school buses. So all of those considerations went into this. But what's critical now, and what we're learning from this piece of the story, is again information that only has come to light through great media reporting like this from my colleagues, which does show that there was more information than, of course, the U.S. government would ever like to give to an adversary. And remember, the balloon was only shot down over off the coast of the Carolinas a couple of days later. And now they are trying to reconstruct it, put the debris back together to see what they can learn from the balloon in terms of it going both ways. So if the Chinese were able to get some information from the U.S., there's a hope here that the U.S. will be able to learn a little bit, too, by putting it back together, Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you. A new signal today that we may be in for another rough summer, folks, when it comes to gas prices.
Oh, all
That's
right.
because the price of oil is skyrocketing tonight after this surprise move by a big group of oil producers to cut how much they'll make by 1 million barrels a day. They say they need to do it, basically. The cuts are a precautionary measure, in their words, supposedly to help stabilize an oil market that's been kind of rocky. So now the price of crude is way up, inching closer to that $100 a barrel benchmark. That is a number that matters because it typically precedes a spike in prices at gas stations around the country. NBC's Brian Chung joins us now. Here we were last summer, right, paying record high prices for gas. That number has gone down. People felt good about that. But this is a new surprise. The Biden administration says they got some kind of a heads up about it. But what does it mean for all of us who drive and as it starts to warm up and people hit the roads?
Yeah, well, with these stories, it's always a reminder of supply and demand, right? If there's less gas being produced, then that makes the prices go up. And indeed, the decision by those members of OPEC to cut production by over $1 million a barrel, 1 million barrels a day, will make prices go up.
Don't think that this isn't political on their part. They understand the political instability. They understand completely what's going on too.
Saying that. But for historical context, we have to remember that in April 2022, the numbers that you're looking at your full screen, West Texas Intermediate crude barrels are about $100 a pop. That's much more expensive than the $80 that we're seeing right now. And unleaded gas at that time was $4 a gallon compared to about $3.50 right now. So even if the price goes up by about 5 to 15 cents, that doesn't mean that we're going to see prices close to what we saw in the recall around June, we were seeing $5 a gallon nationally. Now, that seems to be much higher than where we would go as a result of these OPEC production cuts. But of course, there's a lot of other factors that go in there. Demand, the war in Ukraine, those things could further exacerbate the prices.
What options does the White House have here? Because you look at the countries that we're dependent on for foreign oil, many of them, most of them are part of this OPEC plus alliance, right? So what can the Biden administration do here to avoid some of the consequences potentially?
Yeah, well, on one hand, we have the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's something that the Department of Energy can actually lever. It's essentially they have right now about 371 million barrels in the tank that they could release. You increase the supply by tapping that SPR, and you can get the prices down. But you also have to remember that what makes it so different now compared to the oil embargo of the 1970s is that the United States is a much larger producer now domestically. So you could pressure the U.S. producers here stateside to increase their output. Now, the Biden administration's success in doing that when the war in Ukraine happened last year was not so strong. But then one other thing that you could do as well is try to limit the exports of gas and diesel. This is something that the Department of Energy actually considered at the end of last year when they were worried about how cold this winter was going to get. They ultimately didn't do that. But this is all a reminder that the Biden administration has levers to do something about this if prices go too high, Hallie.
Brian Chung, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, the Virginia teacher shot by her 6-year-old student is now filing a $40 million lawsuit. The warnings that she now says the school ignored and the exclusive interview with her attorneys. Plus, there's an election tomorrow that some people are calling the most important race of this year. We're getting into how just one Supreme Court seat in one state could transform the rest of the country. That's coming up.
If you're in Wisconsin, go and vote. I forget the judge's name, but it's a woman. That woman there, go and vote. Bro, the person that she's running against was for the fraudulent elector scheme. I want everybody to know that now. He was for the fraudulent elector scheme. He would have easily overturned democracy in this country. Nobody's business. So we're just going to go ahead and just watch these other videos here too and just do some commentary on them.
The hosts of The Last Word having the first word on this Monday morning, Lawrence O'Donnell. Lawrence, good to see you.
Great to be here, Mika. Thank you.
Good to have you. What do you make of the next 24 hours in terms of security concerns, chatter on the internet, Trump, of course, trying to make hay over this indictment? And I'm just watching whether or not the judge during the arraignment says, don't talk about this. Don't go on. Gives him some clear lines that perhaps he can't cross.
Well,
he is going to cross
him.
him.
He's a criminal defendant, and there is a judge supervising his case. This is the very first time in his life where his speech can be controlled in some way. It's going to be interesting to see when and if the judge takes that step to gag Donald Trump in some way. I mean, you could begin with defendant Trump absolutely no comments at all, none, about the district attorney. You don't even have to say no threatening comments, just you are not allowed to make a public comment about the district attorney. You can talk about your case, you can do, but you can't mention this person or something to that effect, and start gradually with the way you try to contain his speech. Because we all saw the baseball bat, Donald Trump with the baseball bat aimed at Alvin Bragg. How do you stop that? That's a very important question. As to the security issue, I would just ask everyone who is concerned about this, and I am not among them. I am not even slightly concerned about security issues in Manhattan for this trial, because the 1,000 most insane of Donald Trump's violent criminal followers are either in prison now or facing charges for the last time they rose up to try to preserve his presidency. Very few of them were from New York City. He got 11% of the vote in Manhattan. It's not a place where they're going to surge to the steps of the courthouse for Donald Trump. There's also tolls, to get your pickup truck into Manhattan. So there's a bunch of hurdles here that I think will minimize any possibility of any Trump protest there. And let's not forget, he specifically called for it already. He said Tuesday he gave them a day when they needed to be there. And of course, Jordan Klepper from The Daily Show went right down there to interview the Trump protesters on that Tuesday that Donald Trump demanded that they show up. And he found exactly one. That's how many protesters Donald Trump managed to turn out on the day that he demanded that they turn out. And so all the indications are the 35,000 police officers in the NYPD will have absolutely no struggle handling that. And just for perspective for the audience, the NYPD has more police officers on duty at 12 noon of any day of the year than the entirety of the police forces and military forces that responded to the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. I mean that responded, not the ones who were there at the beginning, but the total that showed up to handle it is smaller than the total number of NYPD officers on patrol at 12 noon on any given day.
Yeah, good luck to anybody trying to push around the NYPD. Mika, by the way, we just do need to clarify.
Okay.
You had no problem getting, and you never have any problem getting your pickup truck in and out of New York City.
Well, it's really, the tolls are terrible, though.
The tolls are terrible.
The tolls are terrible. That's very true.
Now, my pickup's good. It's got 2 tanks, so if I run out of gas, I can just switch over to the second tank.
She's like McLeod,
it's a 94.
going in New York City, big cowboy hat.
Plastic seats and a gun rack.
So let's talk about, we're not going to talk about Mika's pickup anymore, or her gun rack. Let's talk instead, though, about how it does seem, Lawrence, that the pace is quickening. What we heard through the years and what we've said on this show is it does seem, if you look back over his 40-year public career, Donald Trump has always been a man who's above the law. The law does not apply to Donald Trump the way it applies to everybody else. But we have this Manhattan case, and despite what Republicans and Democrats say, we don't know what the indictment's going to look like. So we can't judge the strength or the weakness of the indictment yet. And we'll get a little information on Tuesday. But you had over the weekend the Washington Post giving us information on the Mar-a-Lago case, the obstruction charges that there
That's
is.
heating up.
The call is coming from the inside. They have communications from somebody working for Trump. They have camera footage. They have that evidence that Donald Trump, after he got the subpoena, that he was rummaging through the boxes to try to figure out which documents to keep from them. We also, of course, last week had the attorney-client privilege pierced in another case because the federal judge said it was likely that a crime was committed between attorney and client. So that privilege was pierced as well. It seems that after all of these years, the pace is quickening. And do you suspect that this is just the world that we're going to live in over the next several months between Manhattan and Georgia and the Mar-a-Lago documents
Absolutely.
case, and Jack Smith, a guy who just is not going to take anything off of Trump, and of course the J6.
He has been very quiet as of late. Like nothing's been going on in this case so far. He's still gathering everything too. It's brewing, man. It's brewing, and everyone like knows it too. Don't let like right-wing media fool you. It's gonna fall down like a house of cards. This is all like coming down. But you know, you live in like snap my fingers, it's gonna happen. You know, in reality though, like these like criminal indictments, criminal cases, they take time to come down too. And whether or not like this is like something like pretty novel too, like a former president who's currently like the front runner for like the nomination for the Republican Party. There's a lot of issues. Like they're worried about like sort of repercussions of this. Fuck that shit. If you broke the law, then fucking indict him. I see what happens too. You shouldn't be afraid to prosecute somebody just because they're running for office. Like someone like me, you, or anybody else in chat, we would get prosecuted like no problem. This guy shouldn't be like special just because, and it shouldn't be novel either. It should just be the way it is. And hopefully, when this does go down, whether in New York and Georgia, and in any and all other criminal cases, pardon me, involving Donald Trump, this will create the standard now. This will create the standard.
Believe that.
Yeah, Joe, I was actually scheduled to take off the first week of May, and now I'm not going to do that because everyone I've talked to with prosecutorial experience in Georgia says that the likely indictment in Georgia will be the first week of May. So I'll be here. I might even make it here on Monday morning of the first week of May for what could be the second Trump indictment week. It's very, very likely to happen there. It's a matter of speedy trial laws in Georgia, Joe, interacting with grand jury schedules, and so that's why the pros are aiming at the first week of May. So we're going to get used to this, and you got to remember that Teflon Don, which was the name that John Gotti got. He was the mafia Don who was Teflon. They couldn't prosecute him. The way he earned the name Teflon Don in the New York Post and the Daily News was he was actually found not guilty 3 times in a row in 3 criminal trials. And then, of course, Teflon Don spent the rest of his life in prison when he was eventually convicted and died in prison. But Donald Trump is not Teflon Don until he gets his first 3 not guilties. And so I will patiently wait to see if he's that lucky in the courtroom.
So, Lawrence, let's talk about the politics of this right now. We've talked earlier in the show, a few Republicans who are eyeing the White House, Asa Hutchinson, Chris Christie, long shots to be clear, have been very critical of Trump. Do you think there'll be a moment here where others may break ranks with the former president as the legal peril mounts? It's one thing to be dismissive of this particular case in Manhattan, let's say, but some of the others looming, including Georgia, are far more serious.
I don't think anyone who polls above 1% in the Republican field will break ranks with Trump. They are just staring at the polls. They're staring at the Trump voter polls. And quite understandably, if you're trying to get the Republican presidential nomination, you need those voters. So you don't want to part with them in this emotional period. I personally
that is it like very, very interesting because Asa Hutchinson like did that too, and maybe he's a former governor of it wasn't Indiana. Asa Hutchinson. This is gonna bother me. I also want to get it right. Asa, former governor of Arkansas. I mean, he broke ranks. He has no shot of fucking winning. He has no shot of winning whatsoever, too. He might be taking one on the chin because he knows that, like, Donald Trump is going to take down the Republican Party. And if he does become the nominee, and it is Biden, Biden's got a very good shot. A lot of people like doomering that Biden versus Trump part 2, Biden will lose. I don't think so. I frankly don't think so. And I think the polling like benefits that too. And generally speaking, a lot of the moderates and independents are not going to vote for a man who's under like indictment, right? Because this is going to go through to the rest of this year, going into next year too. And I think the other indictments going to start coming through too. So I just don't think this is going to happen. God damn, since 2015 he was the governor.
Pure guesswork.
He must have been promised something, like a post in the, if there were a Republican, the Republican does win, someone other than Donald Trump wins the nomination. I wonder if he got promised something in that administration. You know, these deals like that happen all the time.
You know, in the past, in the pre-Trump era, we could come on shows like this and discuss political expectations based on something we'd seen before. It was always, it's like meteorology. Like, the reason we know this hurricane is likely to do this is that's what 99% of them do when they hit that spot, right? And that's what we used to be doing in this field. But Trump has destroyed that because there's absolutely no model for how do you run against a leader of the pack who's under indictment and is facing a couple of more indictments. We don't have a model for how you do that when that person is actually supported by most of the party. And so, you know, these guys are feeling their way along. DeSantis is playing it the most carefully so far, and he's rewarded with second place in the polls for that. But the guys who are polling, you know, at 1% or below, yeah, they might say something contrary to Trump.
When you watch Republicans campaign against Democrats, they don't campaign much on what they used to, which was, you know, the Democrats were big spenders or whatever, you know. It's all about critical race theory, and it's all this cancel culture stuff.
Yes, the biggest problem.
Why does it work, and what should Democrats do? Are they falling for?
I'm not that interested in this movie, to be honest with you.
And talking about these issues.
I mean, I don't know if they're falling for a bait, but I mean, I think, again, I don't even think half of the Republicans that do it even mean it. I think they think it works. Right. What would you do if you were out of governing ideas? If you didn't know how to govern a country of this magnitude and a country of this diversity, and you basically are running on government is broken, and then when you get in office, you have to be terrible to prove the original premise, like, it must be great to be able to do that. This government doesn't work, and by me not funding it and breaking it, see what I told you? Keep me in power. If you don't have ideas on governing, what do? Well, you do the purposeful distortion field that they create.
But it works, and by the way, right, because it's emotional.
Does it work?
I don't know.
Who's the president?
Well, but
I mean, it doesn't necessarily work. It gets people upset. It gets them angry. It makes them fearful about threats and hyperbole, and makes them afraid of things that can't even really be defined, meanwhile ignoring so many issues that, like,
right, it's a kind of real appeal to a base that you stoke up. When Sarah Huckabee Sanders did the response to the State of the Union, I noticed she kept talking about CRT. She didn't even bother to spell it out to it. Because most people, I would assume most average Americans don't know what it means.
The guy who came up with that, that's purposeful. His plan is make everything CRT. And by the way, all this diversity initiatives and CRT and all those other things are only there because we refuse to actually fix the real problem. The diversity and equity initiatives are a salve. They're to pacify and mollify, because we won't actually do the real thing. We won't actually dismantle the vestiges of all the systemic racism and all the systemic classism and all the systemic gender issues. We won't actually dismantle that. But what we will do is, you can have an office in the building, and every few months, we're going to have to sit and listen to you talk for like an hour. And so we're good, right? Like, it's a country that won't face the I'll explain it like the NFL, right? You know the Rooney Rule? The Rooney Rule in the NFL is, because there are so few African American coaches, you have to at least interview like one of them. So that's the rule now. Instead of, it's the thing you put in place instead of looking at the owner's box and realizing, oh, right, that's just the legacy of the economic segregation that's been in our country since its founding. So we're never going to deal with that. So here's what we are going to do.
We actually saw this video like on a past stream too, but this is just like so base. He's right. We'll give you the office, we'll give you lip service, but we'll never really address the issues, and we'll listen to you every once in a while too. Everybody knows, like, the example of the Rooney Rule, for any like sports fans out there, he's exactly right. It's bullshit too. If you look at the Houston Texans, their last two head coaches, everyone knew those guys were going to fail. Everybody knew. Their newest head coach, DeMeco Ryans, it seems like, I don't know if they got boxed into. He's a former Texans player, and he was actually a really good defensive coordinator, I believe, with the San Francisco 49ers, if I'm correct about that. But they hired him. I wonder if there was pressure because of the last two head coaches that were black, but they were like one-offs. Like, everybody knew those guys were going to be gone, and they did that so they can get high draft picks and get guys. And unironically, they actually have like a pretty decent team. Like, they could make some waves going into this coming season. But that shouldn't be the case though. Like, you should be looking for like the best candidate possible if you have a head coaching hiring. But the fact of the matter is, it's a who you know club, and it's the owners want somebody that they can relate to. And a lot of the owners kind of look like John, but they don't have John's politics, right? And they feel like if they get a black coach, they're not gonna be able to relate to that black coach. Even though at the end of the day, bro, this guy's not your best friend. You can look at the situation in Indianapolis when the owner there hired Jeff Saturday temporarily. But Jeff Saturday was a former player there for the Colts for a long time. He's good friends with the owner, and he wanted his boy in there too. Now, he got somebody else as the head coach, but Jeff Saturday got an interview though, still. So we'll see if the new head coach can actually, make the Colts competitive. But you see what that is though, right? They want like people that they can trust and that they know. And a lot of times too, the person that you trust and is usually someone who looks just like you. Right? At the end of the day though, that's how it should be, but that's just how it is. And you have to work to like dismantle that attitude. But like with the people with the levers of power, at the end of the day though, you can say all you want, you pay lip service to it too. But the people in charge have to make that change. And with the NFL too, it has to come down with the owners, and that's not going to change until like there's so many more like black coaches. You can't ignore them, but there are a lot of black coaches, especially on the defensive side of the ball. There's so many more black coaches now, but they're still not getting the opportunities though, because the owners want someone. They want a golfing buddy, and it's like such an open secret in the NFL too. It really is. And the thing is too, if they hire a black coach and the guy doesn't succeed, he's like out, right, to like these high standards. But they always seem to give a little bit more grace to like the white head coach, and there's so many examples of that throughout the years in the NFL. You can see with the Detroit Lions too. I forget Jim Caldwell with the Lions too. He was turning that team around too, but then. I think it was after a playoff season, their first playoffs in like God knows how long, they fired him because they said it wasn't good enough. But then like the guy they hired afterwards was with the Patriots, and he fucking stunk up the joint. Now their current head coach, I think he actually has like everything. He's actually doing like a good job. We'll see what happens too. But I just don't understand that. I mean, I understand it. I understand. I don't understand it, but I do understand it too. That's just not how it is. And like people refuse to like see this. Oh, it's like, why are you still talking about race? Because it's still like an issue in this country. People keep saying like we shouldn't like not talk about something just because like you feel uncomfortable. We're having the facts, not feelings. The fact of the matter is these owners don't want to hire a black head coach because they feel they can't relate to the guy because they want a friend in there. That's just not how you should like do business. You put the best person available, and if it's a black man, you should hire that guy too. But you should give the same energy that you would give to like a white head coach if they don't have a good season. And generally, that's not what happens. Like you have to be. Who's the current? You would think like Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. Like it's like he's like the gold standard for like black coaches. Him and Deion Sanders right now. Deion Sanders obviously for Colorado now, formerly of Jackson State. But these two guys are like the gold standard for both college and the NFL. And the NFL, right? However, though, those guys are like the unicorns, though, and that shouldn't be the case. You shouldn't like say like, all right, this is the standard for all black coaches, bro. That's not fundamentally fair. Those guys are just so good. Unironically, the Pittsburgh Steelers are the ones responsible for the Rooney Rule. If you don't know, because they generally give like their head coaches like quite a bit of time too, for like the longest time. They really do give them like give them time. But I mean that's just how it is too. But he's right on it too. It's just like same thing in like everything else society. No one wants to address like the real issues. It's just talk. You can make like real dents and improvements in people's lives and talk about these issues too. But everyone's like stuck in their fifis. Like no one wants to address it. Everyone's stuck in their fifis and want a hug box. Same thing on my side of the aisle too. Sometimes it's like difficult to say like maybe the right has like a point on like some things too. So slow your roll on it too. But that's why like when you have like honest brokers on both sides, those are the people that should be in control of power to get things done. Even if it's like not exactly what you want, but it could lead to what you want. But you need to set the foundation. I've come around to that thought. I used to be an all or nothing guy, but then that all or nothingness like never got me anywhere. So I'll take like the wins where I can and stack them up too. And once I stack enough of them up too, I can show people on a broader scale like these things work and you're actually enjoying the fruits of all this labor. And then they'll vote for people my side because my side is the one who's delivering. And that's how you have to do it too. But it's a process though. It's a long process. But we have to be able to like get these things done though and have these conversations. And I hate like how like one side of the aisle dominates, especially in the culture war stuff, and they never solve any solutions. You can solve the issue at the border. There's solutions to it too, but one side of the aisle doesn't want to do it too. And there's frustratingly enough people who say they're on my side of the aisle who don't want that issue too. And I'm not just talking about like Joe Manchin or like Kristen Sinema either. There are other Democrats too, but they're just like up at the front of the aisle.
A diversity and equity initiative, we're going to have to talk to one black guy. So are we good? I think we're good. But that's what I'm trying to say is the thing that they're pointing at is the thing that's in place because we won't do the actual thing.
You sound like somebody who has a lot of anger and a lot of rage, and yet you're very funny, and like how do you keep all that together? Like there's a part of you that's very optimistic. There's a part
I'm very optimistic,
but you sound angry. I don't mean to sound like your therapist.
No, I understand. But wouldn't you? Why isn't everybody about real things? I mean, you want to be upset about real things, but isn't that what drives comedy or art or anything? Is emotion, whether it's anger or joy.
He's right.
Or what are there other emotions? There's got to be more than that. Sadness probably is in there.
Envy.
Hate, envy. Okay. That says something there.
That was just filling in the gaps.
No, I understand. It's just top of mind. It was top of mind. These are it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch a state, you talked about Sarah Huckabee Sanders, it's hard to watch a state that's like 48th in, infant mortality and child poverty and literacy,
and won't
make a
take
big
Medicaid
deal about
dollars.
A trans girl that wants to play soccer that happens like once every 5 years there. Like, it's hard to not be angry about people that try and distract from the real things that people face with weaponized nonsense.
I get that. My point is, but then you also turn it into humor.
Sometimes. Sometimes I just turn it into anger. And then sometimes I just turn it into gummies. And late at night, I just take a bunch of those. And that helps.
All right.
For those of you watching at home, don't do drugs. Stay in school.
All right, let's go to Philly D here.
Show, but it's today again. So let's talk about the news. Starting with an absolutely massive update over the weekend. Andrew Tate has been released from jail, though he's not fully free just yet. Instead, what we saw was a Romanian court ruling that Tate, his brother, and the two women who were arrested alongside them can now serve house arrest, which is why you may or may not have seen him pacing back and forth in his house over the weekend, as well as he's now free to tweet things like, since last year I've been in 24-hour lockdown, no yard time, pacing a 3-meter cell with 0 electronics or outside contact, absolute clarity of mind, real thoughts, real plans, vivid pain. And I prepare my body to absorb the brutal kinetics of piercing lead. As all other silencing attempts fail and stage 3 approaches, I anticipate a bullet will be the chosen utensil of pacification. I can only pray and prepare. I will force myself to breathe the best I can, I promise. But all that said, one of the biggest things here is that with this ruling, it's final, meaning that prosecutors cannot appeal it. And this is an absolutely massive win for Tate, who really since December, things have not gone his way. And currently it remains to be seen if we're going to see charges since, they were detained for human trafficking, rape, and organized crime. And the timing here matters because currently they're set to be fully released at the end of this month unless prosecutors try to hold them for another 30 days like they've been doing each month. And a spokesperson for the Tates even saying the brothers are already expecting this to happen. But again, if these prosecutors do not formally indict them within the next couple of months, they're going to be out. And then the Virginia teacher who was shot by her 6-year-old student has now filed a $40 million lawsuit, with that teacher, Abby Zwerner, alleging that administrators at Rich Neck Elementary School at Newport News repeatedly failed to act on multiple warnings that the boy had a gun before he shot her, and saying they did so despite the fact they knew that the child in question had a history of random violence. And while we've already heard many of the accusations laid out in the lawsuit, there are also some absolutely fucking wild pieces of information that were previously unknown to the public. We're not talking about like a few minor schoolyard incidents. This kid had serious patterns of scary behavior. For example, the suit says that while he was in kindergarten at Rich Neck in 2021 to 2022, he strangled and choked a teacher. And then during that same school year, the kid pulled up the dress of a female student who had fallen on the playground and began to touch the child inappropriately until reprimanded by a teacher. And according to the complaint, the boy was just transferred out of Rich Neck and put elsewhere in the district. But then somehow he was allowed to return for the 2022-23 school year and enrolled in Zwerner's class. But even after that, this kid had to be put on a modified schedule last fall because he was, quote, chasing students around the playground with a belt in an effort to whip them with it, as well as cursing at staff and teachers. And I mean, just 2 days before the shooting, the lawsuit says he smashed Zwerner's phone and called her and others an inappropriate name. Also note here, the boy's family previously said in a statement that he had an acute disability and was under a care plan that, quote, included his mother or father attending school with him and accompanying him to class every day, with him claiming that the week of the shooting was the first one that one of the parents wasn't with him in class. But Zwerner's lawsuit claims that the reason the boy had to have a parent with him daily was specifically because of his violent tendencies. But the complaint also going on to add that the teacher's concerns about the boy's behavior was regularly brought to the attention of Rich Neck Elementary School administration, and the concerns were always dismissed, and saying often when he was taken to the school office to address his behavior, he would return to the classroom shortly thereafter with some kind of reward, such as a piece of candy. So ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens with the lawsuit. But as far as the kid, Newport News Commonwealth's attorney Howard Gwynn told NBC News last month that he would not seek charges against the boy because of his age and inability to properly understand the legal system. But he did say he was still deciding whether to hold any adults criminally liable. And then in entertainment news, what the hell is going on with Twitter's verification checks? That's what many are wondering, since Twitter said it would be ending its legacy blue check verification come April 1st, meaning people who got those checks to verify that they're a real person or an organization of note would be losing them. And instead, if you want a blue check mark, whether you're Joe Schmo or Beyonce, you got to pay for Twitter Blue. But come April 1st, those those people didn't lose their blue checks. Instead, what was different was the labels associated with it. Because you used to be able to click a check to see if a person paid for Twitter Blue or if they were a legacy verified account. But now the line's blurred and all verified people have the same blur, saying this account is verified because it's subscribed to Twitter Blue or is a legacy verified account. Right, so it doesn't tell you which is which, so you could be looking at the real Tom Hanks or a troll Tom Hanks. You figure it out. But as far as why legacy users didn't lose their checks and instead we got this weird blurb, well, there's been a lot of speculation, with some saying Twitter straight up realized the only value of Twitter Blue is duping people into thinking it's a legacy check mark after Elon said he was eliminating legacy blue check marks. And outlets like the Washington Post reporting that it might be because removing the checks would require extensive manual work. Also, you had a now deleted tweet, Elon Musk himself saying the platform is giving these users a few weeks of grace. That is, unless they say they will not be paying for Twitter Blue, in which case Twitter will just strike it, which seems to explain what happened to the New York Times, kinda, because the New York Times was officially one of the first accounts to lose its check, where the outlet previously said it would not pay for verification, something that costs a regular person around $8 per month to start. Notably, organizations would have to spend $1,000 a month for theirs, and then there's other fees for all the people that work for them. And so
how much does it cost? Didn't it go
thanks, but no thanks. We're
monthly
not
plan,
again,
annual
as reported,
plan?
the only account to actually lose their check was the New York Times, and that notably coming after someone shared a meme with Musk about how the Times didn't want to pay, to which Musk replied, "Okay, we'll take it off then." But also stripping the Times of its check clashes with an announcement Twitter made on Friday saying, actually, the top 10,000 followed companies won't need to pay for verification. No $1,000 monthly fee necessary. We'll just hand over that shiny gold check. And with 55 million followers, the New York Times could easily make that cut, but you know, Musk. And that's not speculation. I mean, he went on this big anti-New York Times rant as well. And so now, in response to all this, you've seen tons of big names chiming in on whether they're going to pay for verification or not. LeBron James saying he won't be spending money on Twitter Blue. Jack Black saying he doesn't know if he'll keep his because it's definitely not cool to pay for it. Chris Pratt likewise saying he's torn, explaining, "I care deeply about all of my followers. I'll do whatever I have to do to stay a part of their lives because I respect their attention and I love to use it as an opportunity to talk to them when I'm doing movies and stuff." And then you have large creators like Moist Critical, not specifically saying in this tweet, you know, what the plans are regarding his check, but slamming Twitter's new changes, saying,
"What is the value of even being verified on Twitter?" Well, I think the answer is nothing. I think there is absolutely no.
The last time, like, the value of being verified was because Twitter would independently find out whether or not you're the person using the account. So if you had a blue check mark next to your name under the prior administration of Twitter, you could be sure, like, that's the person's, like, actual account. So if it was like Charlie's, like, account, right, you know that this is the Moist Critical account, because no one else could, like, other people can call themselves like Moist Critical, Penguin Zero, Charlie, like whatever, but like if you saw that blue check mark, you would know for a fact it was his account. But now it's just like, what's the real value? Oh, well, it could be anybody then, right? Especially if you didn't know the original account to begin with. And it's like confusing. I just don't like understand this. Like, I don't understand. Like, I feel like he's just like throwing things against the wall and he's just telling people to do these things. And they're like, and just so they can keep their jobs. It's so strange to me. I just like don't understand it. Like, he like wants like all this chaos and everyone's like, bro, you're running a company. Nobody like wants like all this like chaos that you have here too. It makes like no sense, and everyone's like so confused about it too, and I don't blame them. Like, the whole thing is just like the whole thing is just like silly. Sorry too, I'm just like snipping something real quick. There we go.
Value in being verified on Twitter.
But of course, he did note upcoming changes regarding the perks of verification, including the fact that starting April 15th, only verified users along with people you follow will show up in the For You timeline, right? Which, key thing, it's going to be harder for non-verified users to spread their reach. But with the chaos at Twitter, who knows if this is going to change, because you have Musk saying one thing and then going like, oh, I actually forgot to mention another thing. And it feels less like we're all on like this established website and more like everyone became beta testers. But yeah, time will tell. And then one of the biggest pieces of entertainment news, it looks like the WWE's Vince McMahon's gonna get a lot richer. And that's because shortly after coming out of retirement last year,
this was a big one.
Platform, he made a deal with UFC's parent company, Endeavor. And this new merged company is gonna be publicly listed, and it's worth $21 billion, with Endeavor shareholders getting 51% of the company and WWE shareholders getting 49%. The new company will reportedly be run by Ariel Emanuel, the current CEO of Endeavor, who said of the deal, "This is a rare opportunity to create a global live sports and entertainment pure play built for where the industry."
This is better than fucking Saudi Arabia buying the fucking company. If you don't know Endeavor, Endeavor's the same company that owns like the UFC, and you see how successful the UFC is too. Mostly because they've kept guys like Dana White in charge there too. So I don't really expect that. But but the UFC is fundamentally different than the WWE. UFC is like actual mixed martial arts, actual fighting. The outcomes are not predetermined too. So I'm wondering now if they're gonna assert some level of control over the WWE, over like certain things too, or they're willing to make them a little bit more edgy or things like that, or they're going to kind of tell Triple H, hey, we'll give you like 2-3 years of full control, do whatever you want, and then we'll go ahead, and if there's something that we don't like, we're just going to go ahead and like make those changes. But I fully expect that Triple H is going to stay where he is. They're not going to really make any significant changes like to the company, and I think that I think overall it's going to be a good thing too. Their reach is actually like pretty good. They look at UFC, and since they bought UFC, just look at it like how it's gone too. So if you're a wrestling fan, I think you're going to like what's going to happen with WWE. It's going to be very interesting how this affects the market share compared to like AEW and like New Japan. I wonder now if the WWE now is going to expand their market to the point where, they're going to start paying their wrestlers so much more than AEW is going to be like, oh, hey, shit, we can't really compete now with WWE because of Endeavor. So I wonder when like contracts are up too, and like WWE's like, hey, we'll go ahead and like take your talent, because remember that period when the WWE was just like signing everybody, but this is the problem though. This was the problem. They were coming in with like NXT. There's no storylines for these people. Like then you bring them up, it'll be half-cocked. It would make no sense, and like the product wasn't better. So in reality, you have all these shows. You have NXT. You have SmackDown. You have Raw. You got your 3 shows here too. Keep them separate. Keep them their own specific brand, and then just have like the rosters just there and have all these different interesting stories. Monday Night Raw, Friday Night SmackDown, Wednesdays on NXT. You have 3 separate shows. And I've always said they should be 3 separate brands, and they should never, like, the only time they really, like, you see them meet is like at pay-per-views, and you can rotate the different pay-per-views away. And you can do things too with like, and you can do stuff with the draft and everything too. Maybe like you want to keep these guys around, and then you move a guy to like SmackDown, or you do a storyline where somebody decides to move to Raw, like things like that. But in my opinion, though, I think that you just need to have the 3 separate shows, 3 separate universes, and neither shall meet. You know what I mean? For a while, at least try that out for a while, see what people say.
Is headed, and the deal will also have McMahon staying on a little bit longer, which is likely to be a controversial move, right? Because the WWE recently had to revise years of financial statements to include nearly $20 million in hush money payments that McMahon made to silence infidelity and sexual assault allegations. Which, of course, with these stories, I like to ask everyone their opinions, but specifically, if you are a fan of the WWE, old school, new school, whatever, what are your thoughts on the news today and McMahon specifically? As well as for UFC fans, what are your thoughts with this? Right, there's already been some built-in crossover with the likes of Brock Lesnar in the past, Ronda Rousey.
Yep.
I'd love to hear from you on this one. In business news, Credit Suisse just can't stay out of the headlines right now. With this time, Swiss prosecutors looking into its buyout deal with UBS. Right, Swiss authorities approved the deal insanely fast, with prosecutors indicating that they're looking into government employees and at least 2 bank execs. And they're especially interested in how certain parts of the negotiations were leaked to the press, saying that such a leak might constitute revealing state secrets. Additionally, lawmakers are moving to implement a government panel to also investigate the deal, as the merger sparked a major outcry among voters. All of this puts pressure on UBS, the bank that bought Credit Suisse, although it was already likely facing a ton of pressure, not only from the backlash of the merger, but also because it's looking to lay off 30% of its workforce, which maybe it's a bad look to spend billions of dollars when apparently you need to lay off so many damn people. And then police drove hundreds of miles to seize a little girl's pet goat. Right, so last June, a 9-year-old girl in California had taken her goat Cedar to the fair for a livestock auction, a place where the animals are bid on and the highest bidder takes it home and slaughters it for meat. But after Cedar won a $902 bid, the girl changed her mind about sending the animal to die and refused to leave the goat's side. And before any money was given, the mother and the girl looked into terminating the contract, with the mother saying saying she'd pay the amount to the fair that they would have made from the sale, just over $60, and they took the goat home. And expecting complications, they took it to a farm about 200 miles away. And over the next few days, the fair threatened to charge the mother with felony grand theft if she didn't return the goat. So the mom offered to pay the full amount and even got the support of the man who was trying to buy Cedar. But still, the fair wouldn't budge, instead saying, "Please understand the fair industry is set up to teach our youth responsibility and for the future generations of ranchers and farmers to learn the process and effort it takes to raise quality meat. Making an exception for you will only teach youth that they do not have to abide by the rules that are set up for all participants." And so then, 2 officers with a search warrant, they go out to find the goat, and when he wasn't where they first went, they drive to a secondary property and they seized him despite that address not being listed on the warrant. And so now the mom's filed a lawsuit against the officers alleging violations of the 4th and 14th Amendments and seeking damages. And actually, in an amendment, the family added the county as well as the fair and event center to the suit. Now, as far as Cedar, no one officially knows for sure what happened, but the family's attorney says they believe Cedar to have been slaughtered. And so I guess I'm sorry this story did not have a happy ending. Also, I'm all for like an agreement's an agreement, but this is like the guy doesn't even want the goat. It's like a weird power trip trying to pose a life lesson. And then, for any of you focused on getting your business off the ground, creating a place to share your homemade goods, new favorite hobby, current obsession, or even a personal blog to get all those thoughts out of your head, I got a great solution for you, and it comes from our fantastic partner and sponsor of today's show, Squarespace. And I've been partnering with Squarespace for years now, and I have to say, it's just so easy. There's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade ever, and creating a beautiful website with Squarespace's all-in-one platform has never been so simple. It's incredibly intuitive and easy to use. And with their mobile-optimized websites, your content automatically adjusts so it looks great on any device. Plus, with Squarespace, you get access to all their marketing tools and analytics and their award-winning customer care team via email or live chat 24/7. So go check it out. See why so many others love it. See why it's going to be perfect for you, and start your free trial today over at squarespace.com/Phil. When you realize you love it, make sure you enter an offer code Phil to get 10% off your first purchase. Then in political news,
he'll be arraigned in Manhattan on Wednesday, Sydney time, Tuesday night, New York time, becoming the first former president to face criminal
Big news,
charges.
folks.
He's released a video message addressing his indictment.
We are now officially a third world country.
They have left us with no choice. They have declared, quote unquote, the Roman Civil War.
Let's be clear, folks. This is like communist level shit.
To the conservatives out there, make sure you vote. If you got friends, make sure they vote. If you don't have any friends, go make some friends.
As I'm sure you've heard by now, Donald Trump has officially been indicted.
That was the best one with Lindsey Graham. Dude, he's trying, man. He's really trying. He doesn't want to get primaried by like some MAGA person, dude. He's really trying. God bless you, Lindsey.
President to face criminal charges in American history, and while right now the indictment remains sealed, we know from sources that there are more than 30 counts relating to business fraud, including at least 1 felony. And all this stemming from Trump's alleged involvement in a scheme to silence adult film star Stormy Daniels with hush money payments back in 2016. Now, he's almost certainly in New York by the time that you're seeing this, and on Tuesday he'll be reporting to a Manhattan courtroom for his booking and arraignment. With all of that raising a lot of questions about whether he's going to be treated like any other alleged criminal or he's going to get special treatment. With that, he likely won't be in handcuffs since he'll be surrounded by armed federal agents anyways. And it's also unclear if they're going to take a mugshot of him since everyone already knows his face, and authorities are concerned that these photos could be improperly leaked. And then, after booking, instead of being held in a jail cell near the courtroom before his arraignment like other defendants, he'll be taken through a back set of hallways and elevators to the floor where the courtroom's located, and then he'll come out to a public hallway to walk into the courtroom. At which point, the indictment will be unsealed, Trump will be formally charged, and most likely he will be released, though he might have restrictions on his travel. And as far as how this is expected to play out, he's expected to plead not guilty, continuing to deny he had any sexual relationship or that there was any wrongdoing with Daniels. And on Tuesday night, he plans to give a speech at Mar-a-Lago, which is probably going to be what you expect it to be. But so far,
we will be covering that too, by the way.
Surprisingly calm and focused, just playing golf at his resort, posting on social media and texting allies, which makes sense. I don't know the last time that Donald Trump was actually held accountable for anything. And throughout most of this, I think like a lot of people, I've been kind of like, I'm not going to hold my breath. And of course, with this, you do have some speculating that this benefits him politically. I mean, the first post-indictment poll shows that Donald Trump is leading DeSantis for Republican support by 26%, which is up 8 points from 2 weeks ago, with just about every Republican, including DeSantis himself, slamming the indictment and rallying behind Trump, as well as 79% of the GOP rank and file saying that the indictment was politically motivated. Plus, you got the Trump campaign saying on Friday that it raised over $4 million in the first 24 hours after the news of the indictment broke. But at the same time, you have people saying, while this may help Trump in the primaries, it won't necessarily have the same effect in the general, with some arguing that it could just be like the midterms where the most extreme candidates sweep their nominations and then they get trounced in the general because they're unelectable. But on the other hand, have people forgotten about 2016, where you had people literally saying the same thing? Oh, the unelectable guy got the nomination. Guess the GOP GOP is going to have to do some soul searching. Oh, he won. But, you know, there is a concern from some that this supercharges and mobilizes his hardcore base, right? The people who view him as like the God King, which, I mean, on that note, we saw some jaw-dropping reactions to the statement, with groups like the New York Young Republicans Club writing, President Trump embodies the American people, our psyche from id to super ego.
I saw this. These guys are fucking insane. By the way, this group is fucking insane too. By the way, these guys are like nuts, man. They are nuts.
With our core values and emotions, and he is our total and indisputable champion. And then on the other side, for the most part, you have top Democrats kind of quiet on the news, seemingly trying not to inflate the panic more, with some left-leaning people kind of having a so what sort of mentality and reaction, right? Some arguing that Trump probably won't even be convicted.
For the record, I don't think anything's going to happen. I just want you to understand, I am an incredibly cynical person. Rich people don't go to jail like poor people do, okay? He goes to jail or he goes to the courts on his own time.
You know, echoing that statement, you have some saying other investigations are more threatening, like those probing the January 6th riot, Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents, and interference in Georgia's 2020 election. But I'll pass the question off to you fellow witnesses of history. What do you think's going to happen? What are your thoughts here? And then the Obamas are kicking people out of their homes, because the construction of the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago has raised rent in nearby neighborhoods, forcing longtime residents of South Shore out.
Yeah.
So the Obama Foundation had promised the Presidential Center will help the poorest areas of Chicago and offer opportunities to residents. Also, it's estimated to bring in more than $3 billion to the surrounding community during construction and the first 10 years of operation. And the center, as the Obama said during the groundbreaking ceremony 2 years ago, is supposed to be a tribute to Chicago and the South Side specifically. But since the announcement of the center's development, housing costs have reportedly skyrocketed, and the median rent price has jumped by 43%, which has resulted in longtime residents having to leave the neighborhoods, with some landlords hiking rent as much as 90%. With a professor at the University of Chicago saying, with the development of this size and economic impact, it was unavoidable that it would have a profound effect on the local housing market and exacerbate existing affordability challenges for many low-income residents of Woodlawn and South Shore. And South Shore homeowners have said that they've had to beat away investment buyers with a stick, with more and more calls asking if they're looking to sell their homes by the day. And not only that, property listings are reportedly using the Obama Center as a selling point, hiking up prices even further. But with this, we're seeing Chicago residents pushing back, like Dixon Romeo, a community organizer, who said that Southside residents don't want Obama's legacy tarnished by the displacement of black families, saying this is the community that sent him to the White House, and we should be the community that gets to stay and benefit from the Presidential Center. And so residents of the area are pushing for local legislative intervention. And in a 90% vote on a February referendum, they agree that the city should do more to create affordable housing around the Obama Center and help existing homeowners and renters in the area. The Obama Foundation also on board as well, saying that they're encouraged by the vote and adding, our hope and intention is that the people who live there now are able to enjoy the center when it comes online. There is an opportunity for this to be a success story. But as far as if this is going to be a success story, it might be up to the next mayor, because the current mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, she lost her re-election bid back in February, and the runoff election between two Democrats, it's set to take place tomorrow. But the good news is that both candidates have reportedly shown their support for an ordinance for the people of South Shore. And I bet you didn't even know this was something you need to worry about news, Missouri wants to ban pelvic exams while a patient is unconscious. And despite unanimous votes for the ban, it's not quite law yet, as the House and Senate need to reconcile their similar bills before it's on the governor's desk. Right, so under the current law, there's nothing stopping a doctor from checking out your pelvis, anus, or prostate while you're under anesthesia. And that last part is an important distinction, right, because the bill doesn't always ban these exams when you're passed out and does allow medical exceptions. Like if you show up to the emergency room and all of a sudden the doctor says, hey, I think a pelvic exam is going to help. But apparently, conducting unnecessary pelvic exams while a patient is under anesthesia is not unheard of and is actually considered a vital tool for medical students. However, it's unclear how often this actually happens in Missouri, though there does seem to be plenty of angry patients to talk to, with it seemingly mostly happening at university hospitals, which makes sense because that's where the students would be. But under the soon-to-be law, doctors must get explicit consent to do these exams before a patient goes under, with that then being in line with what the Association of Professors of Gynecology and Obstetrics recommended back in 2019. So it's not just the lawmakers who think that these exams are problematic. And any doctor who does one of these exams or supervises a medical student doing one is subject to disciplinary action by the state licensing board. But a big thing that I want to hit on here is that some of you might hear this story and go, another example of Missouri being backwards. Well, actually, here's the thing. They are in the minority here, as there are 29 states that allow these exams to take place. And according to a relatively small sample of 305 medical students across the country from 2022, 84% of students had done one of these exams, and 67% said that they never or rarely saw anyone tell the patient that it would happen. So the next time you go in to go under, maybe consider a chastity belt. And then the Chinese spy balloon that flew over the U.S. was actually able to collect information from multiple military sites, despite the fact that the Biden administration took steps to block it from doing just that. Right? That's what two current and one former senior administration officials have told NBC News now. And according to the sources, China was actually able to fly the balloon so we could go over some of the military sites more than once, sometimes flying in figure-8 formations. And the balloon was also reportedly able to transmit the intel it collected back to China in real time. Though, notably here, the officials did say that instead of images, the information that China was able to collect was mostly from electronic signals that could be picked up from weapon systems of communications from personnel on base. And beyond that, they also told NBC that it could have been much worse, by saying that China could have collected way more intel from these military sites if the Biden administration had not taken the steps to move around possible targets and actually
that's a
stop
Biden
them from
win,
emitting
baby.
or broadcasting signals to limit what the balloon could pick up. And when NBC here reached out,
this is like fucking nuts. They use like a fucking basically a hot air balloon to gather intelligence. But from what Philly here is saying though, it's just like communications that are on the base, but nothing like actual intelligence. So basically, if like you're using your phone on base, the Chinese essentially have it. And I doubt that like sensitive intelligence is being sent through like a fucking cell phone through like fucking AT&T.
out to national security agencies, the
You
Department
would
of
hope.
Defense pointed to previous statements that the balloon had, quote, limited additive value for collecting intelligence that China couldn't already get from other means. But still, the balloon was actually able to get intel from sensitive military sites. Not good news. And that's where today's show is going to end. But remember, we've got daily
This dude is
dives into the
absolutely
news
amazing.
every day this week, and we got a historic show tomorrow. So as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Good stuff from Philly D. OG YouTuber. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, the Fansly think that's like a fair critique considering like what happened too. Mew Kitty was right on. We meme about Mew Kitty here on the channel, but like she was right on the ball with this too. We will be we're gonna be watching this too. I promise. I'm gonna have to delete the VOD. Extraction too. I haven't even seen like the first Extraction. I didn't see the 60 minutes video. But from what I understand, we'll go from Rash to David here. So watch later. The 60 minutes interview was not good. I think that I think in order to have this interview, they had to like not go as hardcore. I feel it had to be the case. They wanted to interview her because she's just one of the most prominent Republicans currently in Congress. You think of Republicans, she's like one of at least the top 5, top 3 currently like in power that comes to mind. And well, we'll have some fun times with this too. So we'll go ahead and watch this too. I already got this Chud Logic video, so we're gonna leech content off of Chud again. Thank you, Chud, for letting me create content so I can leech off of it. Small streamers rejoice. And yeah, I do actually. I'll watch this on my own time, but from what I understand, she didn't give enough pushback on a lot of these things. And she just kind of let her talk. I think that maybe there's 2 things. One, her team had control over like what questions could be asked, and they wanted the interview. And if 60 Minutes wanted the interview, they had to like acquiesce to some of her demands. And I think on the other hand too, from 60 Minutes point of view, she's fucking crazy. So if you let her talk, she's going to say something crazy. However, she's been in Congress long enough to where she can do the Tucker Carlson thing where she comes off as very reasonable, and you have to really pay attention to what she says to really see the craziness like behind her eyes. And I think what happened was, again, I didn't see the 60 Minutes interview. I think what happened was she was very controlled and very lucid during the interview, where she didn't come off as crazy as she normally does when she was first in Congress. She's doing a good job of that too, by the way. But she said some things, especially in these committee hearings. Now she's back on a committee. Her and Lauren Boebert were so off the wall and so crazy. You're like, what? Like when she said, like when she was back in high school, what was it like? She said like Joe Biden like was the reason why like something happened. And I was like, bro, like the first Bush was like, when you were in high school, the first Bush was in power and Joe Biden was in Congress. He was just like a nameless like fucking congressman. He was one of several. Like, what are you talking about? But like people would believe her. And I was like, people realize like, so I Googled it and people were like, yeah, George the first Bush was the president at the time. Like, who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you talking about? See here. We'll go ahead and just like watch this.
What's up, guys? Streamer TV, and first up in the news, we have QT Cinderella. Now, recently, a controversial topic has been going around about Fansley and QT Cinderella being a hypocrite, where at one point she was crying on stream about websites using her face on deepfake.
I agree with the criticism. I'll say this too before I'll let Streamer TV like go ahead and play the clip. This is actually like pretty true too, but I agree with the criticism. However, there's a big difference between like deepfake content that was made without like her permission and other female streamers' permission versus something like Fansly, where I'm assuming that the people who post content on Fansly, which from what I understand, to talking to people who consume that content, is very much like OnlyFans to varying degrees, who knowingly and with their full consent and with explicit intent to post that content explicitly. However, the valid criticism is that she's said in the past too that she's very much against this content, and she hates when people come into her chat and says all these things and is not a big fan of other female creators who post such content, use Twitch as basically a promotional tool to promote such content too. But then you go ahead and get the Streamer Awards sponsored by Fansly. I think that criticism is fair. Now, let's remove that for a second and just go from the pure business sense. Those events cost a lot of money. Okay, she's talked about it before. She spends a lot of money on that. She needs to recoup those costs. I imagine when she's looking for sponsors for that too, Fansly's like, you have a lot of our creators on there, we'll go ahead and sponsor the content. I think she's fully aware of it too. It was a good business move on her part because she has to recoup that. And I think that if she wants to get ahead of this, it's a little late now. I think she just had to say, like, I understand the criticism. I still agree with my criticism from earlier, but I have to pay for the event too. So the capitalist in me took the sponsorship, and I'll deal with the backlash from it later too. But also, the thing is too, with Fansly too, there is adult content on Fansly too. And a lot of the streamers that were in the Streamer Awards, their audiences tend to skew pretty young. So maybe like I don't think Fansly would have been okay with that. I don't even know if this was even part of the discussion. A disclaimer could have been put in, hey, this site contains adult content. You need to be over the age of 18 to use it. I think if you put something like that, that'll probably get like the young kids like even more like interested in doing that too. That's just what it is too. I think that she needed sponsors. She got the sponsor. She put it in there too, and she knows it. She has to deal with the criticism. I mean, that is what it is. You know, the criticism is correct. Don't get me wrong, especially where her past content's about. She did a stream too where she was in a hot tub. She was basically in a full body suit, which simulated like a person in a bikini, and she was making fun of it too. And she's kind of against like that content being on Twitch because it attracts a certain type of person onto like other female streamers streams that don't produce that content, and they gotta deal with the shit in their chat. They don't want to see it. You're streaming for 5-6 hours, you're having a good time, you don't want to see that shit. I don't want to see like fucking a bunch of morons like in my chat. I love free speech. My chat's not the place for you to assert free speech. I'm very partisan on stream. I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal, progressive, what have you. If you ask some members of my family, they think I'm a fucking communist. But like in my chat, I run it like I'm a dictator. It's my chat. I run as I see fit. You can disagree with me all you want. I don't even mind like you coming in and like stalking me on Discord about it too, as long as we have like, you know, an even-handed conversation. And as long as you fully understand, I'm gonna make content out of it too. But I understand like people are gonna criticize you for like your past statements and like you getting a Fansly promotion. So I understand like where the criticisms come from. It's fair criticism. I also understand from a business sense she needed people to sponsor the event too, so I don't blame her for taking the sponsorship, especially if it helps like her cover the expense for the event and she at least breaks even on it too. I don't remember what she said about like if she did break even or she was able to make some sort of money and recoup some of the losses, or she made any sort of profit on this, frankly. But we'll see what happens.
porn sites, and Aatrox is spending thousands of dollars to get these deep fakes of female streamers taken down. Then a few weeks later, Cutie Cinderella does the Streamer Awards and ends up getting called out for promoting Fansly porn site at the awards. Check this short clip out.
You know, they act.
And that thing too, and like I think a lot of streamers at the time when they were watching it in like a watch party or something for the Streamer Awards, right? And they were, a lot of people criticizing them because they didn't say anything for the Fansly thing. And I wonder, that's fair and unfair. I feel like I'm like fence sitting here, but both are true. It's fair in the sense that I think a lot of them immediately saw that because the Streamer Awards, the Aatrox thing, and Cutie Cinderella's like response to the Aatrox thing and her past comments involving like, you know, OnlyFans and, you know, other female streamers on Twitch, essentially using their Twitch to promote OnlyFans. That all those thoughts probably came in their head too, and they were probably like raised an eyebrow. But in that moment, they either probably didn't connect all the dots together because they're just enjoying the Streamer Awards, or in the moment they didn't want to say anything because Cutie was promoting her event and they didn't want to like basically quote unquote shit on the event at the time. And I think that's a fair criticism of them too. But like my thing is like in that moment too, like if you didn't have that thought, that's fair too. And if you say like in that thought, I didn't think about it until like I saw it like later, it's like, oh, she was promoting Fansly. Isn't that kind of contradictory to past statements that you made too? You know what I mean? So like in that moment, I think that it's fair to criticize them for them not saying it too, but like to say like there's some like ill intent there, I think it's unfair because you don't know what's going through their head like in that moment. Because it's probably in that moment they're not thinking about it just like that too. They're not connecting all those dots. They're like promoting the event, or they probably did think about that. They just didn't want to say anything in that moment. It just depends. I'm not in their head. No one's in their head. Anyone that tells you otherwise is fucking lying to you. And anyone who says like, oh, they knowingly like withheld that information, is just like, all right, you're just making like content at that point, you know? So I don't know, you know, but you know, a lot of people are coming out and criticizing them now about it, and it is what it is, you know? But you know, their audiences skew younger, so I wonder. And you don't want to age gate it. That's the only thing. You don't want to age gate something like that too. And this isn't like the Oscars, so your streamers, you're not gonna get, I don't know if you can get like Nike, Gatorade, all the Coca-Cola, all these big companies to like invest in it. So it's not like a sporting event, you know, like it with like actual like Major League Baseball players and stuff like that. So you're gonna get like sponsors like Fansly and things like that too. Maybe like, you know, so plus since like a bunch of the creators that are there do promote a service or product on those platforms too. So on the business side, it was a good move on her part, but you know, I guess like on the moral side or whatever, she's gonna get critiqued on it.
Actually wanted to sponsor this event, but then they backed out when I told them I wasn't showing any porn.
However, throughout the Streamer Awards, Cutie is promoting a website called Fansly, which is an OnlyFans porn website advertising it to children. The reason why this is bad is that this website does not require you to be 18 plus to create an account and is showing explicit videos to underage children. This website allows you to link a Twitch account to sign in even if the account is created and shows that you are underage. In this video, I create a Twitch account with the birth date of 2009. This makes the person using the account only 14 years old. I then go to Cutie Cinderella's page, which redirects to Fansly. I then hit sign in and link via my underage Twitch account. This website should scan the Twitch account to see if the birthday is 18 plus, and then not allow access or provide a safe for work alternative, but this is not what happens. This is crazy that this website is being promoted in front of hundreds of thousands of children because as soon as I go to the homepage, I am instantly greeted with an open vagina despite the account being underage. No verification of age was required and I was able to link an underage Twitch account to sign in. This is crazy that this is allowed to be promoted on Twitch and is allowing underage kids to view this content without asking if they are legal.
So what are you guys' thoughts on this? Let me know in the comment section below, and here is Moist Critical on Cutie Cinderella promoting Fansly to minors. Moist Critical says advertising Fansly to a young audience will always be not a great decision.
Her comparison was asked, but the point of a Fansly ad being bad for a minor-based audience still holds. Well, then extend it to all of Twitch, because minors can easily just go to the hot tubs category right now, and you get a lot more pornography out of that than that one Fansly ad. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah.
Asmongold and Kai and Bruce that they should move to Kick.
If I think that people like Bruce, Kai, like all of those guys, I think they should move over probably to Kick. It just seems like a better idea.
That would be such bad news. To tell you the truth, I actually agree with them too, because they get to be a little bit more edgier on Kick. But the only thing is they need to deal with the content moderation over there too. And I wonder if like those like talks too, if they can leverage a deal from like the people who run Kick, which apparently now is like Trainwix. Apparently he is a co-owner there too now. Then they should do it. If you can leverage like a multi-million-dollar contract out of them, I would do it too. That type of money only comes like almost never to like the vast majority of people. If you can leverage that type of money, get yourself paid, man. And you can create edgy content on there too, because I think it's like only a matter of time. I used to not believe it, but it's like what Destiny said. There's a certain type of individual who's in trust and policy, and the more and more I see it, it's like I'm beginning to believe it too. And I'm not like, I think like some bans are well deserved, like the Aiden Ross ban for like Twitch, I think was deserved. And like, let's say like for Nick Fuentes, like those bans are deserved. But there's some bans I'm wondering if there is like an actual agenda too. And I understand like they need to have like a broad terms of service, but sometimes it's just like, I question like I really question the ban from like what was the known behavior at that time and the reason for that ban, if that ban was worth it, you know, especially for like the larger creators too. And it's like they want like a certain type of creator on Twitch, and I'm wondering if like the actual higher ups, the people like the CEO, I don't think he really gives a shit. I think he's just there because he's collecting a paycheck. And it's like what Destiny said earlier too, there's like this tactic where like you make the company so worse off with the current CEO, you boot him out and you put a CEO that like you want, that's going to boost the company back up and make the actual decisions that they need. I'm wondering if that's like the strategy right now. But like people are just going to leave the platform too, and maybe that's what they want ultimately. They only want like a certain type of person on the platform, and maybe they just want it to be a pure gaming platform again. Good luck with that. But like I think there's certain content that you're gonna need to like remove from the platform. If you want to make the platform a certain way, the edgy content is probably gonna have to go. And that's basically most of the W community. Even though I think it's good overall for Twitch to have them on there too. If you can like tell them like this is the line, guys. All right. If you can tell those guys this is the line, you can get up to the line, but you can never cross the line. If you cross the line, we're gonna have to ban you. But this is the line. If you can make the line clear cut for everybody on the platform, but tell them we're not going to play favorites for you just because like you're one of the most subscribed persons on the platform, they'll get up to the line, but they won't cross the line. And I think that's how you keep them on the platform. But the problem is no one knows what the fucking line is. And there's a reason why, because the platforms want to be as ambiguous as possible with the TOS. So if you do something like shit, this is gonna cost us, they can ban you and say they can ban you and hit you with that stick, right? So I mean, that's how those terms of service are always drafted too. It's intended to be ambiguous. The content creators don't like it. The company likes it too, because there's certain behavior they want to deter you from. They're gonna deter you from that behavior too, especially if it's a big streamer that does it. But the problem is there's so many streamers, and there's only so many big streamers. So if you want to make a splash on these platforms, you have to do something that's out there too, right? Because you're gonna be grinding for years to get build that audience. I'm grinding right now. That's why I'm multi-streaming too. I wish I might just pay out so I can stream on Twitter too. And then try to get more Instagram followers and TikTok followers too, because I want to be able to stream on TikTok. If I can stream on TikTok, you're going to see me streaming on TikTok at least twice a week, doing gaming content.
Edgy audience. They can do crazier stuff on Kick. They don't have to worry about getting suspended. They can make more money with it. There's no downside to going to Kick for them. Think about it, right? They're getting paid more money, and they're also don't have to worry about losing their account.
Excuse and Hassan watching a guy die on stream during an LA car chase.
You want to talk about?
Felix,
listen. It's too late. But now since we're past the events, okay? I'm not being a snitch about it. Hassan watched a guy die on stream. I took the precautions to hide it, to put a delay, to be smart about it. What's my reward? Nothing. What is the reward for that? Actually, nothing.
I know. Now I was thinking about what he was talking about. Now I remember that too. Yeah. They. I actually watched that on stream too. I remember because I remember I saw it happen too, and I closed out the screen because I knew they shot the guy. I stopped the stream. I stopped the video, and it said they streamed too. Yeah, that's kind of wild, man. So it's so. I watch that stuff too, and I hate myself afterwards too. You shouldn't. I feel bad afterwards too, especially for stuff because a lot of times it can escalate to that point too, and I feel like it's just like violence porn. It's just so bad. Because I don't want to see somebody die. It's different if I see a John Wick movie. I know it's all fucking fake, but seeing stuff like that in real life, it's just it's really desensitizing, and it really does desensitize you too to those events that happen in real life when you watch a lot of violent stuff. That's just how it is.
But trust me, if I saw that guy die on my stream, right, and I made a mistake, I would have gone banned. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a fuck about your take care.
She had one shot, one opportunity.
Doable. I got this, Adam, man. No worries. Did I just miss?
Extra Emily gives a
It happens. Those rocket launchers.
Just resubscribed for 16.
What? Which is the strongest human bone?
The strongest femur.
Woo! Congrats! Okay. You won! Do you want to see what you win?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Okay, here we go. I got to record your reaction.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so you win. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Your name is Josh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Congrats, Josh! This is yours. Yeah, can you help? Thank you. Ta-da!
Wait, are you serious?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Of course.
Thank you so much. My laptop actually broke. It dies every time I unplug it. So I've been having to take notes on paper in class.
Oh,
so
I'm
this is
gonna
actually
start
gonna make a huge difference.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
Oh shit! She gave him a fucking. What was it? Was that a MacBook or an iPad? It was an iPad. Holy shit, dude! Good on Emily there. That's fucking cool. All right, hey, listen, you made that guy's fucking day, man. Just get one of those cheap keyboards, Josh. If it's an iPad, you can just get one of those cheap keyboards that can connect to it. Or you get if you want there's off-brand stuff. You don't need to get the Apple keyboard too, and you can use that to type. I had something like that too. I forget where I fucking put it too. This is when I didn't have an iPad though. But I got my iPad here too. It fucking works, man. It's fucking great. So I got a regular ass iPad. It's fucking great. Heavy duty case that's slowly falling apart too. I got this. It has this nifty little leather strap there in the back. It's fox leather though, but it lasts, man. It lasts, dude. It's got kickstand and everything.
Viking at funeral.
Another tour.
This is now the afterlife of Vito that we are burning. So he may never go to heaven nor hell because he was written in the death note.
Big Doug.
I mean, you have to put something in there. There you go. You'll be fine. And he goes completely over the edge.
End. It endures. It's a fertilizer, and it teaches us to, in many ways.
Guys, I think now would be a great time to tell y'all that I know.
Extra Emily does a side quest and wins a prize.
Want a or a mystery box?
Oh my gosh, are you? Oh, wait, what subscription to what? I'll do the mystery box. Thank you. Oh my god, I get to open it? Yeah. Thank you so much. Oh, that'd be great. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, what's the mystery? I'm so excited.
She like in.
What is this? No, I can't accept this.
E-Rob wakes up Canute.
Bro, did she just honestly just get like an iPad? Did she honestly just get like an iPad? Bro, come on. No, legitimately. I know. What are the terms of service? You can't give a you as a streamer can't give a viewer money or good, from what I understand from the terms of service. I think that you can receive gifts. I think she's an OTK, she's making a lot of money. I don't think that like ethically she would be able to like, she should like take something like that. I would feel very, especially if I was making the type of money like any of them were like making, I would not feel comfortable doing it too. I would say, hey, listen, like I appreciate the gift, but like I honestly like can't like take this. I would feel like really weird about, because I can afford like 10 of those. Not now. That's I wish I can afford like 10 of those, but like I wouldn't ethically feel comfortable like taking that. If they're insistent, I would just do like a giveaway and then like do some sort of like prize thing, do like another trivia thing, and give that away. Not to be mean or anything like that. I would feel weird because I can afford that very easily, like myself, if I was making that type of money. But you know, that was a nice gesture though. Yeah, dude is just like, fuck you, dude. He's like, whoever did that, go fuck yourself.
I'm leaving.
Simply's final words for Dito the Rabbit.
Dito was in Montego. One of his favorite things was to shoot free throws at the YMCA.
Is he doing a fucking haiku?
Dito did free throws. And above all, it was always sunny when Dito was free, though.
What'd you call him?
That's why I called him Dito DeVito.
30-year-old woman tries to blend in with the college kids.
Hi. Baby puke. It was actually good.
Looks like baby puke to me. 2
Haichu surprised by her own skills.
I don't know the purpose of like this boss fight in Dark Souls. It's so silly.
Huh? I did it? I killed him?
If it's intended to be like this, like easy. I wonder if it was always intended to be this easy, like one of those things.
Did you see my control?
She used a crossbow? Oh my god.
I knew it. I was always building myself.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips,
The
be sure
fucking
to subscribe
the chops, the
and turn
comedic chops
notifications
right
on.
there.
And I'll see you
Some people
guys
just like
in the
they
next
just got
one.
it, man. They just got it.
Trains Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Amy's Corvette. And then this Moist, what does Moist got? Okay.
The dildo thing is fucking hilarious. I was never a big fan of the Scream series. It's never been my cup of tea. We're gonna be watching like a bunch of stuff. Wick plus President Sunday review. I saw some clips of that. Max comes off as even more disturbing Let's say that we are definitely gonna be watching this too. I'm gonna have to like, I don't think like Aiden's actually in it. No, he is. I'm gonna have to put like Dark Brandon in there, in the middle of the screen. The mayor. We'll go ahead and watch. Wait, hold on. What's this community? I have not played fucking New World, and I don't know how. I'm part of a guild too and everything. Dude, they're probably wondering what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. Okay. What is this? True Vanguard.
Woo! Do yourself a favor right now. Open up your collections, go to auto rifles, and select the Braytech Werewolf, because this thing was the recipient of sort of an indirect buff that's going to make it an absolute monster right now in PvP. And I'm not lying to you. I'm not pulling your leg. I'm being 100% genuine. I got a couple hundred kills in this thing in one session and was just blown away by a couple of things. There's a couple key things about this AR that are noteworthy right now. First and foremost, the curated role that you can pull from collections is not available on the gun. You couldn't get it the last time Festival of the Lost was up. You're probably not going to be able to get this combination the next time Festival of the Lost is up. The curated role in the first main column has Zen Moment. Now, if you have not heard yet, you know, maybe you haven't been watching videos or listening to what other YouTubers are saying, but Zen Moment received a serious buff.
Yes.
And it is scary good right now, especially on things that are fully automatic, like this auto rifle. Zen Moment is going to remove your reticle bounce. It's going to reduce the visual weapon shaking. It's going to reduce incoming flinch. Basically, it's going to turn it into a laser beam. And that matters on this gun because the curated role has hammer forged rifling, arranged masterwork, and armor piercing rounds, which for a grand total of 25 extra range. Now, normally that's not going to matter a ton on an auto rifle because you're not actually pushing out your aim assist values too much as your range increases. But with Zen Moment being there, it makes it so that the gun is not going to bounce. And you can see in the gameplay, like I'm not making this up, look at some of these ranges. This is pulse rifle range. I'm going toe-to-toe with pulse rifles in their designated spaces, and I am winning. I am tying with some of these, and I'm just holding down the trigger, and the reticle is not moving an inch. It is staying right dead center, no bounce, no nothing. It is so easy, buttery smooth to use this gun in duels right now. And then beyond that, the kill chaining is super fun with multi-kill clip. You know, you get the kill, you reload the gun, and then you can just shred people. It's so fun. And the best thing about it is that you don't have to farm for the god roll. You don't have to go farming anything, focusing any engrams. You just go to collections, you redeem it, and you've got it. You've got everything you need to make this gun shine. I had a great series of matches today where I loaded into a match in progress, started getting bagged by this warlock, a hand cannon shotty, going to the next match, and then I dumpster on him with an auto rifle against his meta loadout. So much so that in the following match, he's like, I gotta go toe-to-toe with this guy's auto rifle, so he equips his god roll handcrafted Amit. And he couldn't make it work. We'd step into duels together, and mine's just not flinching at all, which means I'm hitting my crits, I'm getting my optimal TTKs, and he's getting melted.
Wow.
So much so that by the end of the match, he was back to his meta loadout, his hand cannon shotty, and still not making it work, even though this guy's KD in Crucible is actually better than mine. And that's the whole point here, is that this gun is very comfortable stepping into duels with people your skill level, better than you, with meta guns and meta loadouts, and it just does not care. It has the range, it's got the juice, it's got the damage, it's got the Zen Moment, it's got the no flinch coming in, so you don't have to worry about getting flinched off target and missing your optimal TTKs, which makes it a nasty dueler. Now, I have a roll of this gun with dynamic sway reduction and tap the trigger together, and it feels like with Zen Moment, I have both of those things built in with just one perk. I don't need to use 2 perk slots to get it. That's the way that that perk feels on this gun. I'm having multiple 40+ kill games and I'm barely using my special weapon at all in some of those cases. And this right here is why I have a hard time deleting guns out of my vault, because you never know. You really never know when Bungie is going to buff a perk that is going to retroactively dynamically change the performance of something that came out 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have the same problem too. It's just like because sometimes you see the potential of a gun when you think there's gonna be, and the thing is you just don't know when Bungie's gonna do it. That's the big thing. You just don't know, and that's like the frustrating thing. You just don't know. Oh God, yeah. I've been getting better and better in PvP though. Trials is like rough though. Trials it can be pretty rough. You need to have like the right weapons. You need to figure out the meta pretty quick for trials. That's why I didn't do trials. I wasn't interested in doing trials. I got the god roll for the immortal. I didn't get the adept version. I could not go flawless. It was, and I was gonna. The little hair that I have on I lost all the hair on my head because of PvP. I didn't want to lose anything like down here. So like I just didn't do trials. But I was just running like regular like Rift and whatchamacallit. Just quick play. And I just want to like get better at PvP, just figure out like the loadout and everything too. And I was trying to like farm something for like a gun for Tiku's divination. Specifically
6 years ago in Destiny 2. And it's also why I'm never going to let data within a country mile of my vault, because I'm always scared that I'm going to delete the one thing that is maybe in a week or in a couple of patches from now. It's going to be godly, and I'm going to be looking back like, no, why did I do that? Well, luckily you don't have to worry with that specific problem with the Braytech werewolf, which does live up to its name. It is a monster. But the fact that this curated role is available from collections makes it not have that FOMO. So you can use it. If you don't like it, delete it. Maybe you come back to it later, no problem. For me, I get attached to guns and the kill trackers on them, so I have a hard time sharding them and breaking them down. If I have, more than a couple hundred kills on something, I'm like, oh, well, I clearly had a decent relationship with this gun. I want to keep it around. All this to say, hey, look through your vaults, pull up Destiny Item Manager and type in the search bar Zen Moment or any other perk that has recently been buffed, things like Head Seeker as well, and see what you've got laying around. You may be surprised that you hung on to something that wasn't great at one point in time, but now post some of these buffs could be a genuine contender and something that you really fall in love with in PvP. So I hope not only the commentary but also the gameplay has inspired you to definitely take this out of your collections and take it for a spin. I think it will impress you. I think it will surprise you just the same way it surprised and impressed me. I had very low expectations for it. I have historically liked this auto rifle, but I didn't think Zen Moment would carry that much weight, but it certainly does. It carries a lot of weight to make this gun very viable in today's sandbox. Let me know in the comments section if you do take this thing out of collections and take it for a spin. Let me know what you thought about it.
Might as well we'll do it on stream too now.
I also try to read all those comments. Thank you so much for watching this video. Leave a like on it if you enjoyed it and subscribe for additional Destiny 2 content. Be warm and well fed, my friends, and I hope to catch you in the Crucible.
I mean, I'm looking at it. It looks good, man. We'll go ahead and do that. Let me watch a couple more videos and then we'll get to it.
Bungie is being too stingy with the exotic armor drop rates inside lost sectors. In today's video, we're going to be talking about this top trending post here found on r/Destiny2, which reads Legend Lost Sector drop rate increased by a whopping 2% from 27%. Down from 25%. If you don't know what we're talking about, Bungie recently made an article where they described bringing challenge back to Destiny, where they're making a lot of different AI combatants in the game tougher to fight against. Basically, they're just giving more health to all these different enemies. Now, after this went live,
yeah, like you can go to like Legend. I was like losing my mind when we were doing. I was trying to get the pinnacle for the Legend Nightfall, and it was like, bro, it shouldn't be like they just have more health. That's it. And like things like the Wyverns are so annoying. I hate them. And you're just like running around the map and you just have to DPS them down. And the thing is too, I got special ammo finder up and it wasn't dropping anything. I wasn't getting the kills too with the primary.
A lot of people praised this and they wanted a little bit more challenge in Destiny 2. After this went live, everyone started to notice that as they completed lost sectors, it took a lot longer to beat them, but there's no increased loot rewards for doing so now. So now we basically have terrible drop rates already for the lost sectors. You can't focus farm for the exact armor piece you want, And on top of that, they're more difficult and they take longer. So tons of people were roasting Bungie, and rightly so. If you're a part of that and all those different Reddit posts, you definitely had a valid point in saying, Bungie, why are you going to make the game harder and then not reward us for actually playing the now harder game Destiny 2? So they responded and they said, we are going to buff the drop rates of exotic armor inside the lost sectors. And now we have several people who have tested it, clans that have tested it. Maybe you've jumped in. Have you seen an increase to exotic armor drops? I myself did not see a very good increase. We now have this entire Reddit post here, which has been tested hundreds of times here. And it used to be 25% for a legendary lost sector, right? A 25% chance that it would drop an exotic. So a 1 in 4 chance you beat it on the legendary difficulty, 1 in 4 chance it drops an exotic. Now obviously you still have to deal with it being the wrong exotic, or if it is the right exotic, it potentially could have a bad roll. It could be a 58 stat roll and have,
like, I would appreciate like a focus farm for exotics too. Like you get like maybe like an unknown engram or whatever, like an exotic engram with a question mark in it, and then you can focus farm that exotic. Maybe you go to like a Zur or something like that too, and as long as you have like that modifier, like it will modify the exotic so that you get like a certain roll on the exotic, you know what I mean? I would love that.
have the stat distribution just be absolutely terrible. So that's also
Hydroponics, Delta. These, the Neo Muno Lost Sector suck, dude. They're
on the
rough.
Master difficulty, previously it was 33%, which was meant to be a 1 in 3 chance you would get an exotic to drop for you, especially if you're looking for that exotic. Now it is weighted to give you stuff that you haven't found yet, which is a nice added feature, and I like that in Destiny 2, especially if you imagine if that wasn't there, there could potentially be the grind for an exotic gauntlet that you could just never get because RNG could be terrible to you. So I do like that in the Lost Sectors, but the increase that they added, they weren't specific about how much, and now it's been tested, and it is 2%. It went from being 25% drop chance in the Legendary Lost Sector to 27%. It went from being 33% in the Master Lost Sector to 35%, which is such a small incremental increase, and I have no clue why Bungie is being so stingy with these exotic armor pieces. Just give us a higher drop chance, give us an ability, a way to grab a chest at the end there and pick the exact armor piece we want. I don't know how you're going to do it, but it definitely, the idea that and the sentiment that is given with these Lost Sectors is grind Lost Sectors for good exotic armor, and that really just does not feel like that actually exists in the game. You can grind these Lost Sectors endlessly and never get the exotic armor piece you want, so it's very, very frustrating, and I'm sad that Bungie only increased it by 2%. Let me know your thoughts about this down in the comments below. Make sure to subscribe if you enjoyed.
I've gotten lucky a couple times on Lost Sector, but when I was doing my I've actually had more luck with my Titan getting exotics than my Warlock. The Warlock, that remember that one grind with my Warlock guys? It was fucking nuts, dude. That's all I did all stream, was that one Lost Sector in the EDZ just to get like the different gloves. I was trying to get necrotic grips, and it was so rough. I just wanted to in a video game. You know what I mean? That's what Cactus is doing here.
What is up, guys? It's your boy Rick Rapid Fire Cactus, and today we're talking auto rifles. Specifically, we're going over a bunch of legendary auto rifles that you absolutely want to take out of your vault, infuse, acquire if you haven't, craft, level up, all of that stuff in preparation for the possibility that these things become meta. Now, why is that? Well, Bungie recently announced that auto rifles were getting a 25% damage buff for PvE within the upcoming mid-season update. So it's entirely possible that these things, especially with some of the PvE god rolls we're going to be going over today, might become some of the best PvE primaries in the entire game. So starting things off, we actually have what you're going to be seeing in the background gameplay, and I actually made a tweet about auto rifles and a bunch of people replied with what they were excited for. This was by far the #1 result that kept popping up. It's the Gnawing Hunger, an absolutely infamous weapon. It was once the scourge of the Crucible and has always been a good PvE weapon. I have the curated roll here with Overflow plus Rampage. Phenomenal weapon. It can also get Subsistence. It can also get Demolitionist. But guys, this thing has great stats. It's an adaptive frame, 600 RPM, and it's Void. So right now, Void weapons are cracked beyond belief, especially thanks to the seasonal perks such as Volatile Flow, where you always have volatile rounds. So it is so easy to simply replace the Void primary weapon in your existing Void builds with a Gnawing Hunger after the buff rolls through. But guys, moving on from there, the next one we have here is the Refuse's Fury from the Root of Nightmares raid. This is actually a Strand rapid fire frame auto rifle. We're off to a great start here, and this thing can get unbelievably good rolls. RNG hates me, so I haven't been able to craft it yet, but yes, it is craftable. It can get Demolitionist in the left-hand column, extremely rare and super valuable. Demo is an amazing perk. Then you can pair it with something like Paracausal Affinity or a bunch of other perks.
Still haven't gotten it yet.
Lock to get that damage increase. Just arguably the best Strand primary weapon in the entire game for PvE. Then guys, moving on from there, my veterans will know this one's coming, the Chroma Rush. This is another rapid fire frame, however, it's kinetic. This thing has incredibly good stats, and it can get the role of Subsistence plus Rampage. Amazing for just clearing out ads so easily, and with that 25% damage buff, this thing is going to be schmelting. Alright, next up here, we have another rapid fire frame, this time for the stasis side of things. It's the Crate. Like, guys, this thing has always had crazy good god rolls. Overflow plus One for All is what I have. I mean, doubling the magazine when you walk over a special, and then One for All, one of the best damage increasing perks for auto rifles. Incredible roll, but this is just the tip of the iceberg for the rolls the Crate can get. A lot of people have great rolls of this thing just sitting in your vault because it's been a world drop weapon for so long. Definitely time to dust it off. But next up, we have the Duty Bound. Now, this is an old Nightfall weapon, so I have the Adept version. You don't need that at all. And I have a kind of middling roll with Stats for All plus Frenzy, but this is on the list because it is, I think, the only auto rifle in the game that can get the Stunning Recovery Nightfall Origin trait, where stunning a champ is going to refill your magazine, give you health regen, improve, like, it is just a fantastic bonus when you are using an auto rifle specifically for dealing with, you know, in a good example, overload champions. So definitely something to consider, especially again if you're doing something like higher level content where you're really concerned about running into a lot of champions. Now, moving on from there, the next weapon we have is the 7th Seraph Carbine, but the new version. So this was a very old weapon added back in Season of the Worthy. Then it was a drop from the Spire of the Watcher dungeon when it was re-added to the game, and now it's a world drop weapon for whatever reason. But at the end of the day, even though this is a precision frame, and I do personally think that the rapid fire frames are in the best position to kind of become like the meta choices if auto rifles are buffed enough, this can get some amazing rolls. Like the roll I have here of a reconstruction, potentially doubling your magazine size, automatically reloading it when it's stowed, combined with target lock, which is one of the best and most impactful new perks added with this season, or I think the season previous, but still, like, this thing is absolutely incredible right now. This is a very good god roll to look for. And again, it's a world drop now, so a lot of people have access to this thing. And then moving on from there, speaking of a world drop weapon that a lot of people have access to, it is the brand new Lodbrok C. This thing can get some great, really great rolls. And the Gunsmith has been selling some pretty good rolls like this one right here. 4th times the charm, so every 4 precision shots you get 2 back, combined with target lock. Such a combo. So you put this thing over a more powerful enemy's crit, and you just hold the trigger, you're getting getting ammo back and getting the damage increase from target lock, but this can also actually get, as I mentioned earlier, demo in the left column, which I love. So I'm personally looking for demo plus target lock as my kind of most wanted god roll for this thing. This is a high impact frame as well, so the highest damage, slowest shooting, and we're really gonna have to see how the archetypes play out after the buff. But you know, having some options for all the different archetypes and then just kind of utilizing what turns out to be the best archetype is probably the play. Moving on from there, guys, next up in the energy weapon category, first of all, we have one a lot of you guys have, pretty much everyone watching has access to, the Amit AR2. So this is a craftable weapon, but when it was added to the game, it was also a world drop weapon along with the Taipan. So you probably just randomly got 2 red borders of this thing, and that's all you need, 2 red borders, dismantled it or whatever, and you have access to craft this thing. But this is a solar weapon. It can get Ambitious Assassin plus Incandescent.
The thing is a fucking laser, dude.
Perks in the entire game, especially if you are running a solar build. So again, if auto rifles are going up in value, they're getting buffed. Having a craftable weapon so you can even get enhanced incandescent for even more scorch stacks for this thing, this could be really, really powerful. Next up, guys, another craftable weapon. It's the Sweet Sorrow rapid fire frame arc weapon. This can get stats for all, which is an absolute wombo combo with the other perk it can get, one for all. So you simply hit 3 enemies, which isn't hard to do with a rapid fire with like 60 rounds in the mag, and then you get a boost to most of your relevant stats and like a 35% damage increase for a considerable amount of time. Very good combo. And the land tank origin trait is still, in my opinion, one of the best PvE origin traits we've ever seen, actually increasing your outright damage resistance for getting kills. Like, very, very viable. And I had to throw this one in here, guys, for the OGs. The last weapon we're looking at today, the Shadow Price, an old Nightfall weapon. So this doesn't even have origin traits. However, it can get the PvE roll of Overflow plus 1 for all, and this can get actually 100 range. Like, if you get all range perks you put on Adept range, you will max out the range stat. So if auto rifles after the buff do end up being very viable, but you want to use them in end game content where you want to have a little bit more distance between you and the enemy, something like Grandmasters, which I actually have used the Shadow Price in the past, by the way, yeah, having outrageously good range is definitely a very positive thing. And so, guys, that is going to be it for the video. Now, that is certainly not it for all the good potential auto rifles in the game. Those are just the ones that I personally am going to be pulling out of my vault, infusing, and trying out when this buff drops. So, guys, let me know in the comment section any other auto rifles or auto rifle god rolls that you are really looking forward to trying out after this buff. That is it for the video. Hope you enjoyed and found this informative. If you did, please remember to help me out by simply rating and especially sharing this video. If you guys want to see more,
I don't know when that buff's gonna come through though. Let me get that hockey. Let me get that one, that Holbreak or whatever it's called too, because it's been, I don't think I actually got that from the guns. That's actually a great roll. I want to try that out in like PvP, but that's really more like a PvE roll. But I think I should just grab that too, because it does a lot of damage.
Criminal defense lawyer wrote to me over the weekend, tears in his eyes. I could tell, even though it was an email, that the guy was crying as he wrote to me. And he said, David, listen, I'm a criminal defense attorney. Where Trump can get himself into real trouble here is if he has a gag order placed on him at tomorrow's arraignment. He may not be able to resist talking about the case, and that would be considered a bond violation, and it could get Trump rearrested. The latest news is that a gag order is, quote, extremely likely at tomorrow's arraignment.
Yeah, considering like the shit that he said too. Like, I don't think he can help himself. That's the thing too, because he knows that like if he keeps talking about it throughout like the life of the case, he's gonna get a shit ton of money. that's the thing too. He's going to get incredibly popular. But I wonder though if let's say he does get that quote unquote gag order, if his emissaries, if the people around him, he'll give them the talking points, and then they'll go out there and they'll say something that he would essentially say. I wonder if the judge is going to take that into account too, because I don't think you can do that though. That's the only thing. I'm not too sure. I don't think you can do that. Him personally, yes, but the people around him can't, like his lawyers, Tucker Carlson, they'll say all these things too, and it'll continue. And I wonder if the judge can do something afterwards too, because it could put the life of the prosecutor, that office, and like potential members of the jury and the judge, the judge himself or herself, I forget who the judge is, their lives in danger too. New York City, it depends. It can put the cops' lives in danger. Like it could put a lot of people's lives in danger, because it just takes one fucking moron with a gun, to do something really stupid. So we'll see what happens. And yes, I'm gonna be streaming this all fucking day at like 8 a.m. That's the only thing I'm gonna be doing.
The press conference for tomorrow evening. Okay, so this is a secondary story which has the potential to completely explode into a very different sort of situation than this coordinated, very dignified arrest that is taking place tomorrow in New York City. Business Insider reports. Let's go through it piece by piece. A gag order for Donald Trump is extremely likely once he's before a judge, legal expert says. Donald Trump can't seem to stop talking about his indictment, but he may have to soon. It's extremely likely he'll be put under gag order, one expert said. Punishment in New York for criminal contempt could be a $1,000 fine or 30 days in jail. Such a gag order would say to Trump and others involved in the case, do not speak publicly about the case. And yet, an announcement from yesterday that Donald Trump tomorrow will be holding a press conference about the arraignment in Mar-a-Lago. The announcement coming on Trump Make America Great Again 2024 letterhead, naturally. And it says Tuesday, April 4, 8:15 Eastern, that's tomorrow evening, President Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, will deliver remarks at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, at 8:15. This is expected to be not only remarks, but a press conference. If there is a gag order and Donald Trump doesn't cancel that event and he speaks about the case against him, he would be subject to rearrest. Now, I know people are saying 30 days.
They would
in jail.
revoke his bond.
With Trump, it would probably be the $1,000 fine. Let's be completely honest. But it would make him subject to rearrest. And in all seriousness, none of them were crying when they emailed me that I know of. But numerous lawyers wrote to me and said, this is really where Trump has to be careful. The next question mark, which I believe is of utter importance, is whether this arraignment will be televised. As many of my viewers and listeners, of course, know, I have many family members who work in the field of mental health. And I think one of the most important things that we...
David and his mustache. That's good, man. The game should be... Dear God Almighty. We got a lot to watch, too, after this. I need to load up Destiny. Just get some of that. Just get some of those rolls. Let's see. This thing is still god tier in PvP, too, on certain maps. Yeah. I need to get that. I'm gonna do it this weekend. I'm not gonna farm. I got almost everything. Got the loop. I got the spiral. I got the grenade launcher. I just need the sniper rifle and the round robin, and I got everything else. I think I just need to get the SMG again, and that's it too. But I'm not a big fan of it too. Oh, okay, this is a year ago. I'm like on the third step, I think, because I got all the Vex, and there's something else I have to do after the Vex. Now I think I'm on like farming the Vex in that one spot. This is like a year ago. Heat rises, okay. Titans can do that with the whatchamacallit. Okay, so you just need to go to the last. You just need a checkpoint for the final boss. And that's it. Yeah. From a boss checkpoint, skip to the start of the raid. Have your fire team members join in. They will spam in your location. Complete the puzzle. The missile super to bypass it. All right. I'm gonna save this video. That's actually a smart thing to do. So just get final boss, get the final boss checkpoint. Go backwards, so then you don't have to do all that. All the other bosses, they can just your fire team can just spawn in on you. You can do all the puzzles. People are smart, man. People already did it before. People did it before. The laziest of laziest thumbnails. Forgive me.
We cover politics a lot around here, but there's an old saying that politics is downstream from the culture. You can sometimes see where things are headed when you keep an eye on the culture. Take stand up.
You know what? Give me 1 second. Let me pause Ari here. Let me get some coffee, guys, and we'll get right back to it. Let me just do it. Be right back. Let me get some music for you guys too. Hold on. Let me get Pretzel Rocks. We're gonna move off of EDM and we're just gonna do some chill tracks. So chill out, relax, get some drinks, and I'll be right back with some more politics. And I'll actually load up Destiny too. See you in a little bit.
No doubt, yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most rubbish of heels, and I am back. Let's start the show. This is so much better. I don't know what was going on with EDM, but it was... Maybe hit some lo-fi next time, too. Some classic tunes. Okay, what I'm going to do is... As we stare into Ari's deep brown eyes. I actually like Ari. Ari's like... He's good, man. He's good at what he does. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this.
Where comedians need real laughs from often totally politically diverse rooms. You can almost hear which jokes work because they hit on something real to the audience or real talk, whether it's Chris Rock confronting Hollywood double standards in that new show or political comic Neil Brennan out with his own Netflix special tackling America's divisions and new reckonings over systemic oppression.
I got pulled over doing 73 and a 35, so it was tight. White cop, I give my license registration, he's back running my plates, and I'm sitting there going like, I deserve whatever, a fine or a ticket, whatever I'm gonna get, I totally deserve. He's like, you know what? I'll let you off with a warning. And I said, thanks, officer, it's been a white privilege.
A lot of political humor here, and the jokes only work if the audience, if the room feels that they relate to all this. 20 years ago, the common sort of premise that there is a problem in policing might not work, at least not in some rooms. All of this is interesting as we assess someone that you might recall. Neil Brennan there did this show for Netflix, Neil Brennan Blocks. He's also co-creator of The Chappelle Show and is back on the beat. Thanks for being here.
It's good to be here, Ari.
How you feeling?
Nice set, buddy. They bumped you up. You got a deep background.
Yeah?
You can see the NBC News. Goblins hard at work. It's pretty great.
We feel good.
It's Ari's workshop back there, ladies and gentlemen. Making the news. It feels like I'm on the Daily Show.
Do you feel like you are on the news now, which is even more than your other appearances, which are more, humorous? This is real news right now.
Whew, tell me about it.
Let's get into it. I want to put the question to you about that premise, right? If your joke is, oh, policing's unfair, you still need the laughs. And there are plenty of parts of America where 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I don't even know if that would land. What do you think?
All right, I don't know if you ever heard this phrase, but I report, they decide. Did I come to the right place for that?
You know what?
Well, no, but I try, and then I go, what do you think? And
right.
I did a joke last night.
Now explain the joke. Explain the they decide joke to us.
Oh, well, guys, there's a network. It's more of a propaganda wing.
Did I get it?
Of a political party called Fox News. And you want to talk about divided? My goodness. Ooh,
yeah.
Just the text alone. They don't. What a wild. The Real Housewives of Fox News.
Could you have scripted it that Tucker Carlson, I guess not only hates Trump, he might hate
I
his
just
life.
do not think I have that. But let's see.
I mean, wait, he hates Trump's life or his own life?
Well, Tucker texted, I hate Trump passionately in January 20.
Girlfriend, go ahead. What?
Yeah, and then his life is running around pretending to be a Trump supporter, so you could imagine some internal conflict, no?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah, you drove a old Hummer here, so you understand what it's like to lead a double life.
Oh, you want to know what? I don't even.
This is the comedy being
the Hummer,
folks.
I don't even own a car. I don't own any car.
Oh,
no car.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Good for you. I have an electric, so I'm as liberal as they come. They frisked me on the way in for a Tesla key fob. They found it and they let me right in.
Here it is.
Well,
I can't pick it up.
Oh no, Ari, no. Ari, you don't have to do this. I listen to all genres of music. You could reference television shows. You could reference movies.
Chappelle Show had a big hip hop link.
Now I'm talking. Now you're talking. What's that?
Chappelle Show, which you co-created, had a big hip hop link early, but when it wasn't as globally, culturally embraced. Drake says, we went to Whitney, Houston, Texas for the weekend. Mm-hmm. I ain't driving anything. I got to stick a key in.
Okay.
Bars.
All right. What spell? Drake is his name?
Let's take a look.
Like really, probably his worst lyric that I can think of, but go ahead.
Well, he's flexing on the fact that it's got to have a push button or a Tesla, like it's no key. You get it.
Okay.
You don't like the bar?
The bar. Ladies and gentlemen, bar is a line in hip hop.
You're on the beat. We know. People know that.
They know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Do you have any jokes that cut against your politics?
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you.
You're not going to put that out.
No, I'm not going to come here. Well, no, I am. My whole thing is about mental health, and then I'm doing a joke now about I believe in good mental health, except for athletes. You know what I call an athlete with good mental health? An assistant coach. Let them laugh. Let them laugh.
People are laughing in the room. Last thing, and I'm going to get out of here. What would you call your style of humor if you had to call it something?
I call it traumedy.
Oh, right.
In my my hit Netflix show.
It feels very self-aware, very like now digital era self-aware in a good way.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm wondering now if you need okay, let's go to the next one.
Senator Bernie Sanders faced off with a longtime CEO of Starbucks, Howard Schultz, Wednesday at a Senate hearing focused on the company's union busting.
It was great stuff, man. It was so good.
$3 billion stepped down as Starbucks CEO March 20th. His resignation came just weeks after a National Labor Relations Board judge ruled Starbucks had engaged in, quote, egregious and widespread misconduct, unquote, in its effort to prevent workers from unionizing. The judge also ordered Starbucks to reinstate illegally fired workers, reopen closed stores, and halt other union-busting tactics. Since 2021, nearly 300 Starbucks stores have voted to unionize. Later in the show, we'll be joined by a Starbucks worker who was fired after leading a unionization drive at a Starbucks store in Augusta, Georgia. But first, we turn to excerpts from Wednesday's hearing of the Senate HELP Committee. HELP stands for Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Before questioning Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz, Bernie Sanders opened the hearing by outlining Starbucks' labor record.
Over the past 18 months, Starbucks has waged the most aggressive and illegal union-busting campaign in the modern history of our country. That union-busting campaign has been led by Howard Schultz, the multi-billionaire founder and director of Starbucks, who is with us this morning only under the threat of subpoena. Let us be clear about the nature of Starbucks' vicious anti-union efforts.
He fucking hates Bernie Sanders, dude.
The Board, NLRB, has filed over 80 complaints against Starbucks for violating federal labor law. There have been over 500 unfair labor practice charges lodged against the company, and judges have found that Starbucks broke the law 130 times across 6 states since workers began organizing in the fall of 2021. These violations include the illegal firing of more than a dozen Starbucks workers for the crime of exercising their right to form a union and to collectively bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Since the first Starbucks union was certified more than 450 days ago in Buffalo, workers at more than 360 stores across 40 states have held union elections. 83% of these elections have resulted in a union victory, and today nearly 300 Starbucks coffee shops employing more than 7,000 workers have a union, despite Starbucks' aggressive anti-union efforts. But with nearly 300 shops voting to form a union, Starbucks has refused to sign a single first contract with the union. Not a single one. Schultz,
you tell him.
Thank you very much. My time is limited, as is the time of all of our members here. So I'm going to be asking you to respond to each question as briefly as you can, hopefully with a yes or a no. Do you understand that in America, workers have a fundamental right to join a union and collectively bargain to improve wages, benefits, and working conditions? Do you understand that?
I understand, and we respect the right of every partner who wears a green apron, whether they choose to join a union or not.
Are you aware that NLRB judges have ruled that Starbucks violated federal labor law over 100 times during the past 18 months, far more than any other corporation in America?
Sir, Starbucks Coffee Company unequivocally, and let me set the tone for this very early on, has not broken the law.
Okay.
We'll see.
Are you aware that on March 1st, 2023, an administrative law judge found Starbucks guilty of, quote, egregious and widespread misconduct, end quote, widespread coercive behavior, and showed, quote, a general disregard for the employees' fundamental rights, end quote, in a union organizing campaign that started in Buffalo, New York in 2021. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that those are allegations, and Congress has created a process that we are following, and we're confident that those allegations will be proven false.
All right, Mr. Schultz, before answering the following questions, let me remind you that federal law at 18 U.S. Code Section 1001 prohibits knowingly and willfully making any fraudulent statement.
I understand that.
Were you ever informed of or involved in a decision to fire a worker who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
Were you ever informed of or involved in a decision to discipline a worker in any way who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
Have you ever threatened, coerced, or intimidated a worker for supporting a union?
I've had conversations that could have been interpreted
Everybody just like
in a
died.
different way than I intended. That's up to the person who received the information that I spoke to him about.
Were you informed of or
there's
involved
Hutch.
in the decision to withhold
What happened?
benefits from Starbucks workers in unionized stores, including higher pay and faster sick time accrual?
My understanding, when we created the benefits in May, 1 month after I returned as CEO, my understanding was under the law, we did not have the unilateral right to provide those benefits to employees who were interested in joining a union.
Under your leadership, Starbucks has repeatedly refused to bargain with any of the 7,000 workers in nearly 300 stores where workers have voted to represent themselves through union. The first group of workers to win their election have been waiting more
And
than
we are just fucking
460 days to reach a first
those guys got
contract.
fucking they just destroyed us, dude. This is gonna be a bad
Right
game.
now, that within 14 days of this hearing, Starbucks will exchange proposals with the union, something it has refused to do for more than 450 days, so that meaningful progress can be made to bargain a first contract in good faith. Will you make that commitment?
Because the arrangement that was made by the union and the NLRB in
That was so
Buffalo
stupid.
to negotiate one single store at a time.
I should have taken out
We
my
have
fucking.
met over
I think the
85
biggest problem I
times
have is.
for a single store. We've tried to arrange over 350.
All right, sorry, Bernie. Like we have to like pick these guys up.
Enemy has the spark. Stop them. Enemy runner, stop. Your runner has the spark. Where's your spark runner?
Fuck.
The enemy runner.
I thought that was our guy. And I have my likely suspect up too. With the low brick. Fuck. No.
Too late. They got your ring.
You guys. So maybe not this.
Spark charging. 3 minutes.
There's gonna be somebody. Dude, he just fucking like lit me up, man. With that scout rifle.
Enemy runner is down. Enemy has the spark. Enemy runner stop. Enemy has the spark. Enemy runner down. Good work. Enemy runner is down. Runner out. Push forward. They've defeated your spark runner.
Oh, fuck.
Enemy has the spark. Stop them. Enemy runner neutralized. Stop the enemy runner. Enemy runner is down. Enemy runner neutralized.
Fucking osteo, dude.
Stop them. Enemy runner incoming. Enemy runner ignited your rift. I've seen enough. I'm calling this time. Embrace the pain. Get back out there.
I think this. I didn't do anything in this game. Where's the stats? I'm at the bottom. Yeah. Didn't do anything.
Separate meetings. We've said publicly, and I say it here again, that we believe that face-to-face negotiations is the way to proceed. And the reason I want to make that point is that there have been safety issues in which Starbucks managers have been outed on social media. There are privacy issues. We don't want to do it on Zoom. We are prepared to meet face-to-face on a single store issue.
Will you make a promise to this committee that you will exchange proposals with the union so that we can begin to make meaningful progress?
On a single store basis, we will continue to negotiate in good faith.
That was
That's what we'll do.
Former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz and Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders during a hearing Wednesday on the Senate Help Committee.
Sorry, Bernie, I was getting fucking distracted. Hold on. Let me go back here. Let me play another video. I do want to, like, get this, like, going, too, man. I do not think that the weekend's gonna help, to be honest with you. We'll do this.
Trump's arraignment in the Manhattan DA's case, but over in the classified documents case, the Justice Department is said to have evidence of possible Trump obstruction. So what happened here, and how big of a development is this?
Yeah, you know, Brian, it feels like the justice snowball is gaining speed, gaining mass, gaining momentum. And just when we take our eye off of the classified documents crimes down at Mar-a-Lago to keep an eye on Donald Trump's prosecution in New York, we get a big development. So we already knew that Trump was being looked at for a number of crimes, including obstructing justice by violating a subpoena that had been issued by a grand jury investigating Trump's crimes for the return of all documents. Well, today, the Washington Post has reported that there's new information coming out of Jack Smith's investigation, courtesy of unnamed sources. And that new information involves the fact that Donald Trump, after that subpoena had been issued for the return of all classified documents, some boxes were then moved from a storage facility at Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump personally went through the boxes, and some of those classified documents ended up being retained unlawfully, which would constitute obstruction of justice, you know, in violation of that subpoena. So, you know, we've heard about obstruction before, but this puts some meat on the reporting bones, because if Donald Trump is personally rummaging through the boxes, putting his muddy little paw, if Donald Trump is personally rummaging through the boxes, you know, putting his paws on the very classified
He's trying here,
documents
folks.
that the grand jury had subpoenaed, that by law had to be returned to the federal government, boy, that is some direct evidence of Donald Trump's guilt of obstruction of justice.
Glenn, Trump was already contending with a few different possible charges in this case in particular, which include violation of the Espionage Act, unlawful retention of these documents, and obstruction of justice. So obstruction was reportedly already a part of this investigation. So how does this change things?
So, you know, proving that Donald Trump obstructed justice, I think, was going to be a real challenge for Jack Smith. Why? Because he was going to be able to say, look, I don't put my hands on this stuff personally. I don't move boxes. I don't go through boxes. I don't look at documents. I just had my people go out and search for documents that were required to be returned under the terms of the subpoena. They returned what they returned. Maybe they failed to return some stuff. So, of course, under the bus, those people would go in Trump world. But now, you know, we have some factual reporting that no. Donald Trump was personally involved in rummaging through and at least inferentially, unlawfully retaining some of these documents. And that makes him guilty of obstructing justice, and it's much harder to point the fingers at others.
Now, obviously, I mentioned at the top that we're awaiting Trump's arraignment in the Manhattan DA's case. What happens if all of a sudden Jack Smith were to drop a federal indictment on Trump while he's contending with the whole Manhattan DA prosecution?
Yeah, another great question. Some more uncharted waters for sure. But let me say a couple of general rules of thumb. First of all, it's not unusual for multiple jurisdictions to be criminally investigating and even criminally prosecuting the same defendant. I mean, there are plenty of folks who are out there as a one-man crime wave going from state to state, jurisdiction to jurisdiction, committing crimes. I've contended with that multiple times as a prosecutor. The ordinary rule of thumb is whoever charges the person first, that is the case that typically works its way through the system first. And other jurisdictions that might indict that same defendant sort of have to await the outcome of the first case, and then they kind of take the cases in order. But here's another rule of thumb. when you have a defendant who's being looked at by a state jurisdiction and by the feds will often come in and Bigfoot the case. So even if the state is the first one to bring charges, sometimes the feds will come in and, sort of exercise their pseudo supremacy. It's not really a supremacy clause issue, but their pseudo supremacy as the big dog on the block.
Yeah.
And they will sort of take that case over, and then the state will have to take a backseat. Ordinarily, I will tell you, Brian, the states are generally fine with that because on the one hand, they want to vindicate violations of their state law. On the other hand, the feds are the one with the deep pockets and the criminal justice resources that many states lack. So often the states are happy to have the feds come in, take over a case, and take the lead on a particular prosecution.
So what happens, for example, I know that we've thrown around this idea that the slap on the wrist punishment for Trump in any of these cases is that he's like sentenced to home detention. And so he just gets to continue staying at Mar-a-Lago where he stays anyway. What happens if, for example, he's sentenced to home detention in one of these state cases, in the Manhattan DA's case, and then the feds come in and that's obviously a more serious indictment and there's a more serious punishment at the end of this. Would he, and he's incarcerated at the end of this, does that then supersede that home detention that he's currently serving out because of the Manhattan case? And again, this is all, just gaming this out. This is all theoretical. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in any of these cases.
Absolutely. We're theorizing, but usually incarceration takes precedent. So if somebody is serving a sentence to home detention, I can almost guarantee that if another jurisdiction sentences the same defendant to a period of incarceration, that sentence will rule. The home detention sentence will then pause unless the judges in the both involved jurisdictions sort of get together, obviously through the prosecutors and through the defense attorneys, and decide to modify the sentence so that it can run concurrently with one another, run at the same time. I could easily see that happening, but ordinarily incarceration rules and other lesser sentences like home detention would take a back seat.
Okay, got it. Well, with that said, for anybody watching, if you want to continue to stay up on this classified documents case or the Manhattan DA's case or any of the other cases that Trump is contending with right now, make sure to subscribe to both of our channels. The links are right here on the screen. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown.
Spark is available. Defend your runner. They've stopped your spark runner. Defend your runner. Spark runner is down. Runner out. Push forward. They've stopped your spark runner. Defend your runner.
Bro, you can keep doing this. Got him.
They've defeated your spark runner. Defend your runner. Runner down. Enemy has the spark. Enemy runner stop. Enemy runner stop. Runner out. Push forward. Your runner moving in. Spark runner is down. one. I love it. Your team has ignited the enemy rift.
Ooh, yeah, this is better.
Five minutes left. Keep it up. Spark charging. Spark has arrived. Defend your runner. Your runner is advancing. They've defeated your spark runner. The enemy has the spark.
Oh shit! I thought we were around there. Oh, that was my bad.
Charging the spark. Your runner has the spark. Minutes. You're evenly matched. Your runner moving in. Your team has ignited the enemy rift.
Full-on aggression, baby. Then I gotta be able to switch instantaneously. I have an MMO mouse for a reason. It actually works pretty well with this,
Charging the spark. Spark ready. Take it. Defend your runner. Runner approaching the rift. Runner down. Enemy has the spark. Enemy runner is down. Enemy has the spark. Enemy runner is down. 2 for 1. Your runner has the spark. It stops your spark runner. Enemy has the spark. 1 minute. You have this.
oh, fuck.
runner neutralized.
Just keep him over there too. Just keep him over there. I dropped that. I should have dropped that ball a little bit closer.
It's not over until I sing, Guardian. And I never sing. Enemy has the spark. Stop the enemy runner. Double down. 10 seconds. Bring it home, Guardian.
Fuck. The battler. That's it.
Powerful use of the spark, Guardian.
I didn't really like this too much. It's not yeah. Just getting things done, baby. Should maybe look for another form of I really like these two right here. Okay, so what are we gonna do now? We're gonna play a whole bunch of Bungie has broken the gunsmith. Let's do wash later.
I hate Asians. I'm a hate for I hate Asians. I hate Asians. I hate Johnny Dane. I don't eat Chinese food. Only time I ever wanted some Chinese food was at a bathhouse. Some Chinese slave. I wouldn't dare. Yeah. I hate Chinese people. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about China, man. I hate Chinese people. I think Chinese stores should be robbed. I think Chinese women should be brutally.
Holy shit, dude, what? I've seen so many videos of this guy lately. He has said some wild shit.
That hate Chinese women. China Mac. I think Chinese babies should
Talking about shit they used to do like back in the day.
Just alligator bait.
I don't care how many times you hear that is wild, but let's keep playing.
I think Chinese babies should be killed and sodomized and used as alligator bait.
Bro, this
So I listened to this guy. This guy, I've actually watched like 2-3 interviews after seeing some of the stuff. I'm like, what am I watching? And surprisingly enough, on a lot of aspects, he's quite insightful and he's well read. In watching some of that stuff, I guess the analogy that this guy was trying to make when talks about alligator bait or alligator whatever,
what they used to do that.
which is what they used to do to slaves back in the day. Okay, and so he was making similes to that kind of stuff. Now, even when you take it into that whole context, this is some wild shit they say on the internet about any group. And I notice black folks will defend this kind of stuff because they have a very like us versus them mentality, which, to be fair, if anyone's being honest, it's like minority communities don't really get along that well in the States. No. Like people are like, whoa, it's like, if you know these groups in America, like they just don't like each other.
No, they're very segregated.
Especially depending on what city you're in, it can be even more amplified to the point where you can't even walk in certain areas if you're a different color. So what do I think? I mean, what is there to really think about something like this? This man's talking about sodomizing children. It's on camera. Oh, it's a troll. Listen, y'all can't do this whole like I'm a comedian thing when there's like no punchline. Where's the fucking setup? Can anyone tell me? Oh, it's a character. Sure it is. It's hard for me to say it's a character when you come to find out that motherfucker's done some similar shit behind closed doors. That's the problem. That's the problem. When he admits to certain crimes, sometimes he's being serious and other times it's just a joke. It's like, what am I listening to?
You can't be a joke all the time.
Oh, that's what rappers try to do. Yeah. Oh, it's art. Meanwhile, you snitch on who the body was, when you did it, where you did it, and the police find it. Why would they think it's a joke? You get me?
That's self-snitching again.
Beyond even just it's self-snitching, it's like we need to stop pretending like some of these people who are saying this stuff online are all doing these under the guise of jokes, or all doing these under the guise of whatever. It's like I said, if they got them skeletons behind closed doors, sometimes it's okay to look a little bit deeper and say them words is not just jokes. And it didn't sound like a joke to me. I don't even know how anybody can look at this stuff and say this is humorous. Talking about he wants children to be sodomized. Think about that. Don't think about it too long.
The thing that happened,
but think about it honestly. Like just take a second. Irrespective of whatever history there is or whatever, think about grown men today wishing on children.
That's
like I don't know. It's just when you like there's a certain element of like self-preservation and wanting to defend. But I can understand. You're talking about sodomizing children.
It's like, what are you trying to say in that joke? Like, when you do a joke, there's an actual process of doing a joke. It's not just saying stuff and wild stuff in order to have a reaction. No. That's not what a joke is. There is a process. There's a way to do a joke. There is a recipe to do that joke. Okay? Setup, premise, punch. There's some key word. There's no setup, there's no premise, there's no punch. You're just saying sentences.
Yep.
There's a difference between saying sentences and doing actual comedy. A lot of people out there, it's not everybody that make people laugh that are comedians. Okay? Some of y'all are clowns. And I don't even know what the hell that is that's gonna make you laugh about this. There's no setup, there's no premise, there's no punch. Yes, you can laugh about everything, but there's a way to do it. Yeah, people do hide themselves behind the whole thing about, yeah, it's a joke, it's a joke.
It's a
prank,
character.
It's a prank, it's a prank, it's a character.
Turns out the thing he was joking about is the very thing he did.
You're being very wild right now. Even the prank thing. Yo, it's a prank, bro. Why are you mad? It's a prank. Like, I'm not supposed to be mad at pranks. It's the same thing.
I'll be honest with you. I don't hear white folks online say half as crazy shit about black folks or any other group that this man has said about
They can't.
I have never heard. I've heard some foul stuff.
That's true too. They really can't. They're gonna get fucking yeeted from the internet.
Children. How long do you want to go back in the past to be able to justify the fucked up shit you're saying and doing today?
What I see in that video is that all that was said because he hates one dude that happens to be of Asian descent. Okay.
Damn, all that from like one dude?
Whenever you want to go at somebody, but you're gonna go into foul shit like that has nothing to do with what the hell that person said, I'm like, nah, you're not the one. There's so many things.
Got sniper, got cloud strike,
what you don't like about
symmetry,
but that's you're gonna insult
sunshot.
It's like I remember back in the days when I was in elementary school or high school, and then you started arguing with a white person,
Lesto
and
to
the minute they
Lesto.
didn't have anything to say. Well, came out really quick.
You know what kills me? Like a lot of people are caping and like defending this dude or whatever he says. Yeah. Meanwhile, they had a lot to say about just pearly things and like the minimal stuff that she did. Like, don't get me wrong, I ain't with what she did.
No.
But it's not even comparable. If Pearl had said half as many things about black folks as this dude said about Asians, they would lose their goddamn fucking minds.
They lost their goddamn fucking minds over the innate of what he said.
Yeah, so this is the thing with me with people. It's like you guys are willing to defend black men who do the most disgusting and say the most foul things because they're directed at other groups. Okay. Well, don't expect a lot of sympathy from people when it comes to any of your plight or any of your issues. If you just want to blindly defend each other, you're gonna lose a lot of folks. You're gonna get deplatformed. You're gonna lose these things. And of course, like no other group, literally nobody else of any shade, of any color, can be created on this platform and say the things he said. So if he loses, don't be like, oh my God, the system, the matrix. No, stupid, that's you. I know maybe he doesn't care. Like there's a lot of people who can make a living and do well off like, he doesn't care, that's fine. I just don't want to hear nobody crying to me afterwards and complaining about like this is unfair too. And I'm like, no, you had this shit coming. I'm kind of glad you gone because this is some stupid shit you said.
He's gotten away with it. So what?
Oh, fuck.
Wouldn't you like to do it? They say they calling you a... So? Yeah, so what? So what? Who gives a damn? Only white women. So what I got away with? Who cares? I don't give a fuck.
Enemy has zones.
Not one negative
fuck.
thing.
You got me with Ace.
Again? I don't know. Some hoes like to be...
Whoa!
I think sometimes black people especially do an extreme poor job of choosing people that they want to.
Oh fuck! Yeah. Same fucking guy.
You know? Because then it's like, oh, he was such a good person, motherfucker, murdered 10 people. Oh, he's such a good person, proud of immigrant. Oh, what did R. Kelly do? Free R. Kelly. It's like, what? Like, they'll just defend anybody who does some of the most foul shit. It's just like, yo, get rid of the trash. These people are hurting your neighbors, hurting the people in your community, hurting the image of the community, and y'all want to go out of your way to make this shit worse by defending those people. It's like, I don't know. They did some fucked up shit, send them to jail.
That's hilarious, fucking.
Whatever. They talking about doing what to children? Bruh. What are we even arguing? Yeah.
What are you up to now?
This is 205.
Oh my God. Green didn't discover her brazen gutsiness, she says, till after 2011.
Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes sat down with loony Marjorie Taylor Greene for a wide-ranging interview with very little pushback. Essentially laundering Greene's
Dude, I didn't hit any of those
13-minute
shots.
Interview, this 30-minute segment. So I have 6 clips to show you here, and it's terrible. So Leslie Stahl, and it's not just her, it's got to be 60 Minutes and the staff, the producers who did or didn't prep her properly.
Dude.
But this is just a perfect example of what not to do when you're a journalist interviewing somebody who is completely ridiculous.
Enemy has your zones.
So I have.
Do we have like somebody down?
As I said, 6 clips
We're
here,
just
but first I want
bad.
to show you just how they frame this discussion on Twitter before sharing the interview on TV. From 60 Minutes here, Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, nicknamed MTG, isn't afraid to share her opinions, no matter how intense
fuck,
and
man.
in your face
I
they
can't.
are.
Target acquisition is so hard. I can't see anybody.
So being a bigot, being anti-Semitic, being Islamophobic, being a complete loon is just being intense and in your face.
Got him.
Enemy down.
This alone is laundering Greene's reputation. But now we get to the interview. Here is the first clip. This is near the beginning. This is how they frame this discussion.
We looked up some words that have been said about you.
Okay.
Crazy, Q clown, Looney Tune, unhinged, moron. Pretty ugly stuff.
Looks like the average troll in my Twitter feed, so I don't really care.
You're used to it.
So I don't let name calling bother me or offend me. I just don't.
Already, we're off to a great start here. Bringing
Bro,
up
guys,
these
like, get, like...
adjectives of Marjorie Taylor Greene and framing it as ugly stuff as opposed to accurate descriptions based on what Greene has actually said and done. So already treating Greene as the victim here. Oh, she's exposed to all this ugly stuff, as opposed to, no, these are descriptive words to accurately convey who Greene is.
Zone B, you.
And then even goes on to say, oh, you're used to it, as in, oh, this happened, it's so bad this happens to you. You're so used to all these hateful words being thrown at you. Like, this is the beginning of the interview. This is how they're framing it. Greene as the victim. Let's get to the next clip here, where this is around a discussion about the debt ceiling, and Greene says that she wants to cut spending.
Cut spending. Both sides need to cut spending.
Where you want to cut it?
COVID bailout money and a lot of green energy spending.
But are you willing to let us go into default?
No. I've always said I wouldn't do that.
Enemy has advanced.
Okay, again, terrible job from Leslie Stahl here. There's an obvious point that should have been brought up. I'm going to show you right now. So Taylor Greene wants to cut spending, COVID bailout money, and green spending. So first on COVID bailout money, how was this not prepped? Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene had a $183,504 PPP loans forgiven. You must have known that at some point in this discussion, Greene would talk about, oh, all the out-of-control spending. You didn't have this ready? This is like the easy stuff. You could have also, of course, mentioned all the benefits of investing into society during COVID, how it investing into children, investing into families, ensured that kids stayed out of poverty and were able to eat food and survive. That alone, not to mention every other benefit of people being able to, stay afloat. But if you're going to be complaining about COVID bailout money, and you yourself were bailed out, and Leslie Stahl from 60 Minutes doesn't have this ready. Come on, this is like the low-hanging fruit. This is the easy stuff. And on Green Energy, do I have to mention? Signed to deliver final warning. This is a recent piece from The Guardian. Final warning on climate crisis. Act now or it's too late. So a recent IPCC report says only swift and drastic action can avert the damage to the world.
3 minutes left.
Not to mention, you could have countered her point by saying, well, Biden is actually investing into new fossil fuel infrastructure. With the Sunrise Movement coming out, of course, against this. Biden approving the Willow Project. So, and I did a whole video on this already. How, like, there are so many ways to combat what she is saying.
Oh.
And I understand, like, in the moment, it's hard to recall this stuff immediately, but that's why you have a staff. That's why there's producers. That's why you should be prepped ahead of time. Ready with some basic stuff. But Leslie Stahl just sits there. And here's another example of that. So here Leslie Stahl brings up one of Green's more insane and hate-filled views, and Stahl has absolutely no retort for the obvious load of crap coming
Shit,
from
I should
Green.
have
And
Should have
note
immediately
here, I
started
believe
firing.
that a naughty word because YouTube's algorithm cannot discern between what is a criticism and what is an endorsement, but you'll know what's going on.
And things she says that are over the top, like
the Democrats are a party of files.
I would definitely say so. They support grooming children.
They are not files. Why would you say that?
Democrats support, even Joe Biden, the president himself, supports children being sexualized and having transgender surgeries. Sexualizing children is what
Oh my
pedophiles do to
God,
children.
lady.
Okay. They have advanced.
Wow, okay, is my response to Leslie Stahl's non-response here. There are maybe 1,000 different ways that she could have responded to this.
Is all I ask.
Holy
Been
shit.
a lot better than whatever the hell this was. So this, again, an obvious topic that you must have known at some point Green would bring up. They were very focused on being anti-trans. You didn't have some basic stuff ready for this? Leave gender-affirming care to medical experts, not politicians. This is from the American Psychological Association. All major medical associations are saying the same thing. This is up to medical experts, not up to politicians to decide. So more on this. This is from GLAAD. They actually have a great breakdown here. Again, I linked to all my sources below the video. If you want a really good resource, this is a good one here. So look for the GLAAD link. But they write here, transition-related healthcare for transgender people and youth is supported by every major medical association and leading health authority. Efforts to ban and criminalize this care are not based in medical or scientific expertise and frequently spread misinformation about what the care is. So care for minors, Green's so worried about this. Green for Minors includes social transition for youth who have yet to go through puberty, including using correct pronouns, names, and titles, as well as allowing authentic gender expression. Puberty blockers can be prescribed as a child reaches puberty to pause unwanted physical effects of a puberty incongruent with one's gender identity.
She just didn't like push hard enough on this stuff. A lot of stuff is like layups too.
Associated with a significant decrease in suicidal ideation. Doctors have used these medications safely for decades for cisgender children as well who experience precocious puberty. So these have already been used for decades. And by the way, were already being used for trans children as well before the GOP made this huge deal out of it as a new culture war issue, as opposed to, you know, I don't know, dealing with anything that actually matters in terms of people's lives. Not saying that this doesn't, but in terms of what the GOP focuses on. Of course, there's no actual anything being offered when it comes to people who are struggling to survive. So they focus on culture war issues as a way to distract you from the fact that they are simply in government to represent massive corporations and the wealthy. This is a human rights issue. Again, it's important to reject the right-wing framing that this is the culture wars. No, this is not the culture wars. This is a human rights issue. So we are on the side of the human rights. Leslie Stahl, who knows what she thinks? No response at all, any of this. No data, no facts, nothing. Brought up nothing. Just terrible job. And this is, by the way, this is also why this is a good link. Checklist for the media. Leslie Stahl should have looked into this. So seek expertise over opinion, seek quotes and background from transgender people, and on and on and on. They have a lot of recommendations here for the media that are discussing this issue. Leslie Stahl, look into it. Now, actually, there's a few more. Just quickly here, over 100 bills attacking transgender people have been introduced in state legislatures since 2020. Another point that could have been brought up, how they are politicizing an issue of human rights. The ACLU is tracking 435 anti-LGBTQ bills in the U.S. And let's get to, so look, any of this could have been brought up, pushback on any of this. You knew Taylor Greene would bring up this issue, and you were not prepared. Let's get to the next clip here, where this is amazing. Here is Taylor Greene working out.
What are you up to now?
This is 205.
Oh my God.
Greene didn't discover her brazen gutsiness, she says, till after
Her
2011,
brazen
when
gutsiness?
she got hooked on CrossFit workouts. She got into the extreme exercising with a passion, ending up in competitions, gaining self-confidence. She opened her own gym with a business partner.
Shit.
What the hell's going on, guys? This is like, I don't know, doing a whole feature on George W. Bush and his art in the middle of the Iraq War.
Wow.
Like,
hey, he got
all
me.
this does is
That was a good one-on-one.
Somebody who is in a position of power and using that platform and that power to make people's lives worse. And you find time to do a couple minutes on her workouts and CrossFit. It is unbelievable how terrible this is. This is again a great example of how the media traditionally has been taught to do journalism. It's very important to get both sides as opposed to what is objective reality. Neutrality is trash. Throw neutrality out the window. What is the objective facts? What is best for society as a whole, based on what experts are saying? That is what matters, and everything that you cover, everything that you do as a journalist should reflect that. This is just a puff piece.
Good job. Good cleanup. Good cleanup.
It is so bad, and I got one more clip here, I think.
It's actually pretty
anyone at that
triggering.
network, or anyone on that show, on this team, Leslie Stahl herself, if any of them are going to open themselves up and realize how trash this entire segment is. Last clip here. This is how. Oh no, sorry. I have two more clips. Jesus, there's more of this. Okay. But these next two are quick. So this next one is the only pushback, only clear pushback I was really able to find in this entire interview. And even then, Leslie Stahl drops the ball here.
Here are some of the things you've said, that America should have a Christian government. The Constitution, the very First Amendment.
Good job, boys.
Having a religion in the government.
Yet the founding fathers quoted the Bible constantly and were driven by their faith.
Yet they made sure to separate church and state. That's the only example of a kind of pushback I was able to find. And Leslie Stahl goes on to mention more insane positions that Greene has taken and has no pushback for any of those. But like, there are so many other ways you could have pushed back there instead of letting Greene have the last word. How about speak her language? Say, oh, so you want the U.S. to become Saudi Arabia? You want the U.S. to be run by religious fundamentalists? Like, that alone, there, see how she responds to that. There's 1,000 ways to work with this trash, because we're talking about somebody who is a complete lunatic.
Oh,
and
I'm not paying attention.
Long history of believing insane conspiracies, has a history of saying very hateful, bigoted trash. There is so much to work with in terms of somebody who you as a journalist should be able to interview in a combative way, knowing who you're talking to. Yet instead, Leslie Stahl allows Greene just to spew her trash and let it go. And the perfect example, or another perfect example, is how they end this entire segment. Check this out.
The question for her and the country is, can she expand her brash MTG brand beyond the right-wing populist base?
Really? The question for the country is, can Greene expand her base? That's the question? Fuck. I think the real question is, why the hell are you laundering her reputation on 60 Minutes? This is politics through the lens of etiquette and decorum. her being brash, her outspokenness, this is not the problem. This is not the issue. It's what is the substance of what she is saying. How is she using her platform to spread absolute trash and make the lives of people worse?
5 minutes.
That is what this whole interview should have been about. But instead it's about, oh, can she expand her base if she just tones down her rhetoric a little bit? You know, just now that she's so popular on the right, does she have an ability to reach out to others?
Fuck! I couldn't even see.
The spectrum. If she just, it becomes a little more digestible for the masses. No.
No, dude. Exactly.
The issue is what she is saying, what she has said, her history. That's the problem. I don't know what else to say here. This was absolutely terrible. Producers, Leslie Stahl, everybody at 60 Minutes should be embarrassed.
Oh my god. Yeah, we don't have any...
Exceeded expectations. This is Blue Protocol. So Blue Protocol is an MMO that was announced about 2 or 3 years ago. They did one update and one test for like a year. After that, the developers for Blue Protocol went completely fucking radio silent. You didn't hear anything from them. They didn't say anything. There was no communication. And then randomly at 4 in the morning, which they're in Japan, so it's like a normal time for them, but 4 in the morning for us, they said, guys, we've got some announcements. Number 1, the game's coming out this year. Number 2, all of the bug problems you fixed, we're going to spend the next 3 hours talking about them and how we're fixing every single one of them. Number 3, bye. And that was it. And so they have delivered. The game has gone out. It has not come out completely. Global release is going to be handled by Amazon. However, it's being developed in Japan. So this game is coming out globally. I tried to play it with a VPN. I did. They banned me. That's the way it goes. We'll see what Immobile has to say about it. We'll see how they like the game. Let's take a look.
I just got done streaming roughly 10 hours of Blue Protocol's Japanese network test. And let me just preface this entire video by stating this game has not only lived up to my expectation of it, but it has also surpassed it. I played the first beta.
I really like how you can hold hands in the game. That's so important. Oh, yes, we need that. That's so good. We need more content like that. Absolutely. The one thing that'll take Blue Protocol into the stratosphere is like proximity voice chat. Because like if you walk up to some big titty cat girl and then like out of nowhere you see their voice like little icon light up, it's like, hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? Yeah, what's up, man? You wanna come do this raid? I mean, you need that. I feel like you absolutely fucking need voice proximity chat. That's the only thing this game's lacking.
Test that this game had. Admittedly, that beta test had a lot of issues. The combat was kind of clunky, the animations were kind of clunky.
Their ranged combat in Blue Protocol is infinitely better. I'm gonna play a fucking ranged character in Blue Protocol. I heard a lot of good things about mages. I'm probably gonna play a hunter though.
Was a stamina system present for your mount where you could only use it for a number of seconds. The stamina would deplete and then you couldn't use your mount anymore. There were so many aspects of the game that needed vastly improved, and after having spent 10 hours roughly in it today, I can say that a lot of the issues that I had that I saw were present during that first beta test are no longer there. Now, if you don't already, I do and will be streaming this over on Twitch.
Well, this guy follows what I do. Every time, massive day, new game, you have to add in big drama. And you have to see, like, sometimes you can't always use the yellow ones. You want to use the red circles. That's the real good one.
Roughly about an hour or so from when this video goes live, and I am hoping to get to content that most people haven't gone to, that most content creators haven't gone to, that I personally haven't gone to. After 10 hours, I pushed further than I did over the 3 days that I spent in it, the first beta test. Now, Blue Protocol isn't your typical, your traditional MMO. Typically, MMOs are very linear, or then in cases of Black
I actually like
Desert,
the
they're
Autumn
very
Wind.
open and freeing, but Blue Protocol, it provides a sense
Dude, this guy was going off.
of being linear, but also at the same time gives you a level of freedom that you don't typically possess. And let me elaborate on this a little bit. So, as an example here, the class system. Typically in MMOs, you have a...
This is true. He's right about this.
That class is specific to your character. You learn your abilities. You, in rare instances, have a talent tree. In Blue Protocol, I decided to play mage. As a mage, I am limited to 4 different abilities. I have 2 Imagine. The Imagine are creatures that you can equip that essentially function like additional abilities or gear, since they provide you statistical benefits, and you capture them and
they're like stands,
craft them and equip them in game. So I am limited to 4 abilities, 2 additional abilities that you can equip. You learn a set number of abilities.
Oh, is that
and
the
then you have
boar?
an entire talent tree.
No, never mind.
Now I opted to utilize the fire elemental tree. There are a number of different elemental affinities that the mage has. You can opt for fire, you can opt for ice, you can opt for lightning. Now, I didn't play a lightning build, I didn't play an ice build. I felt like the ice was inferior to fire in terms of damage and in terms of AoE potential. I prefer grouping hordes of enemies together and then AoEing them. That's just how I like to play my games. Now, fire allowed for me to do that. Fire gave me single target, gave me dot damage, and also gave me AoE pressure that I feel like the other elements just didn't. And I feel like being presented with the ability to play a class a certain way or a number of ways creates a degree of freedom that you don't typically find in MMOs. As an example,
I think that what he's saying is like there's kind of like ARPG elements of it, maybe, I don't know, because like, I mean, WoW had that with like Fire, Frost, Arcane Mage, etc. But like, I think that really what he's trying to get at the most is the fact that you can easily switch between them. That's what makes it good.
In Final Fantasy XIV, you play a black
you can
mage,
do whatever the fuck you want to do.
and every black mage is going to play the same way. You'll have the exact same rotation. You have the same buffs. In Blue Protocol, that's not the case. You can choose 4 abilities out of 20,
there's a lot of customization.
30. So you're very limited in what you can do. You're very limited.
You are. You're limited to the top 4 that you look up on Max Roll or on the YouTube Best Blue Protocol Mage Guide video. And it's like it says use Fire Lance, use Ice Nova, use Electric Shock, and use Meteor. Okay, all right. So those are the 4 abilities that you use. Oh, you see somebody using Ice Lance, not Fire Lance? Oh, that guy's fucking garbage. Don't invite him. He's trash. He didn't even watch the video.
And in your utility, if you choose to focus on AoE, you're not going to be able to single target. If you focus on single target, you're not going to be able to AoE. If you focus on a more of a control build, you're not going to be able to really deal much damage, but you're going to be able to CC enemies. You can focus on more of a support build.
This is so different from what we were just watching
to your
too.
group, but not necessarily controlling enemies or dealing direct damage to them. So the game provides you these unique
I just don't like trace rifles, I'm sorry.
that a lot of other MMOs don't. And there are MMOs that do. I'm not saying there aren't MMOs that don't already do that. I'm saying typically of the MMOs that I have played, that is not a common recurring theme.
Yes. Playing your class, you have a lot more freedom with how you play your class and the different ways that you choose to play your class. Absolutely, that's true. Yeah. Which is good.
Now, the game is definitely linear. There is a linear path where you move from point A to point B to point C, back to point A to complete what you you set out to complete, and this is a repetitious cycle, but that's typically what MMOs are.
The game is repetitive. It is more repetitive than Lost Ark at launch, and it's also more repetitive than Final Fantasy.
So you have a sense of linear progression, and you also have that sense of freedom with regards to
just
your
like the amount of
quests.
like farming you have to do.
The world itself also has a level of freedom, in so that there are quest objectives that you're forced to do to progress with the main story, or to
Which is fine.
progress
That's
with
totally
the
okay.
side content in the game. Then there is the looting of all the shiny objects that are around, and there are a surplus of them, trust me.
There needs
are
to be.
gems, there are
Mokuko seeds,
plants, herbs, or there are various different categories.
I think gathering in this game isn't very good. I don't think gathering is interesting at all in this game. All you go up to is you just go up to a shiny, and then you press a button, your character does a default animation, and then you have the item. It seems very boring.
And the whole looting of all of the items is something you're going to be doing a lot of, trust me, because okay, let me kind of veer off here into adventure rank, because I feel like this is integral to pretty much the rest of my thoughts on the game. Adventure rank in this game is essentially the gate with which you need to progress through if you want to continue making any kind of progress through the game.
So that's a gating mechanic in the game. Okay.
I hit a point where I could not take any more quests. This is because to progress
same
any
thing
further,
happened to me.
I needed to hit adventure rank level 2. Now, hitting adventure rank level 2
Or
meant
5.
that I needed.
You see, I didn't even know that, because adventure rank level 2 is a it's in Japanese. So I just thought I couldn't play the game.
To
Fair
unlock
enough.
a number of different
I didn't even know that.
These conditions involve things like killing X amount of monsters.
I actually don't think this is stupid. I know some people might be negative about this. I actually find this good. Because this isn't a game, like, my understanding is that this game doesn't really have a lot of alts. Like, why would you have alts whenever you're just making one character that can play every class? So I kind of like that. I think it's cool, because that way it gives you more reasons to go out and do activities outside of just spamming quests to just get to the max level as fast as possible and not even enjoying the game. Like, it was kind of, I don't like hard locks like Tower of Fantasy had, but I do think that it was kind of cool how whenever the first day after everybody did the main story quest, they were just running around exploring the game. I think that's kind of cool, but to give that exploration meaning other than just like filling up a meaningless bar to where you can actually keep progressing through exploring, I think is good. I like it.
Being X amount of rocks
It's like
out in
Adventure
the world,
Journal in Lost Ark.
picking X amount of this specific flower, fishing for X amount of fish. These are things that you can do while exploring. These are things that you can do while doing other quests, while killing other.
Bro, what is he trying to catch? Is he trying to catch the Loch Ness Monster? Holy fuck. I swear to God, if he fucking finishes this and it's a minnow, I'm gonna lose my mind.
They're monsters while fighting monsters in dungeons. Like, these are things that you're going to need to fit into your everyday activities if you want to progress. And this is a 100.
Bro, are you fucking kidding me? A dick nose redfish? Come on.
100% requirement. You cannot ignore your adventure rank, otherwise you won't learn new abilities, you won't unlock new story, you won't be capable of unlocking additional dungeons. You'll hit a wall, and this is a wall that cannot be overcome unless you again complete all of these prerequisite conditions. Admittedly, the adventure rank can be annoying. I did find it to be a little bit frustrating because this was a Japanese beta, and therefore I didn't understand much of what was going on, and I could only translate so much accurately. So I was often left just kind of running around hoping what I'm looting is what I needed to loot to unlock and further progress through all of the conditions that were necessary to unlock the adventure rank level 2. But backtracking a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, like, that's just friction created by playing a Japanese beta through a VPN. That's not a problem with the game. I think that playing the game and having an actual an adventure rank, it does encourage people to do things other than just like mindlessly grind or like no life the MSQ and just skip through everything. I actually think that it's a better system.
The game, linear, while also offering a degree of freedom. Now, as I played the original beta, I noted at the beginning that there were a lot of issues that needed fixed, that needed remedied, because it dragged the game down and really made it feel cheap. That is not the case with this beta test. This beta test had a lot of revamped features, a lot of revamped functions, mechanics, content, and made for a very enjoyable experience. There's a lot of depth to this game. There's more depth to this game than I feel is typically present in other MMOs. There's the option to play.
I will believe that whenever I actually get to the end game. Like, and I do think that like character leveling depth is good, and I do think that it's definitely a breakaway point that Blue Protocol does better than most other games. Absolutely. But like the depth is really going to be decided whenever you see the end game.
Any class you want to on a single character, and I know Eden Eternal did this, I know Final Fantasy XIV did this, but it's not something typically MMOs allow for. So
yeah,
you can
I
level
like
all the classes on one single character. There's the
I don't like having to play multiple characters. It's fucking annoying, and I feel like any accomplishment that I make on my other character is an accomplishment that I don't make on my main character. It's like I have this like constant sense of opportunity cost.
Imagine system where you craft Imagine, which are creatures that you can equip.
I'm actually curious. Opportunity cost. What is that? Never actually heard of that. Listen, it's okay to like not know something, folks. According to Oxford Languages, opportunity cost is an economic term. The loss of potential gain from other alternatives when one alternative is chosen. Idle cash balances represent an opportunity cost in terms of lost interest. Let's see. When economists refer to opportunity cost of a resource, they mean the value of that next highest value alternative use of that resource. If, for example, you spend time and money going to a movie, you cannot spend that time at home reading a book. You can't spend the money on something else. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That example really does make sense. Okay, that example kind of like puts it all together.
Use in battle to provide you additional abilities. Like as a mage, I equipped one that could heal me and heal other players that weren't even in my party out in the field, which gave me additional survivability, additional utility in a group environment. You could also equip those purely for a statistical advantage.
That's all I did.
Because they give you an item level like advantage to enter dungeons. You are required to have a certain item level, and that can be boosted by equipping Imagine. So they function.
Yeah, so okay, that's fine. Like there's a lot of games that have that. I mean, Lost Ark has that. Final Fantasy has that. Like most games have this. Like WoW is actually one of the only games that doesn't have that, like an item level requirement to actually enter a dungeon.
Similarly to gear, while also providing a skill. So they fill a multitude of different roles. And then there are combat Imagine that you can use. So again, they fill a lot of roles. There are a lot of life skills. Fishing. There is a very large focus on crafting. Gear is only obtained through crafting.
Yeah, it seems like it is. That's crazy.
You need to go out, you need to farm items to craft your gear. And if you're not a crafter like I am, I hate crafting. It's going to be a bit of a nuisance to do, but at the same time, like...
Well, you just play the game. That's what it is. Like, I'm not a big crafter either. I want to kill a dragon, get a sword. That's it. All right, that's the best sword. We done. All right, I'm quitting. Like, that's what I want to do. Like, if I have to make an item, it is what it is. But, like, yeah, that's all there is to it. Yeah, I guess LFR does have item level requirements, too. You're right about that.
We're going to be moving on to Lost Ark after this.
You're not going to obtain gear necessarily from boss drops or world boss drops or dungeon boss drops. So, I guess it is attempting to separate itself from that whole gear, the whole necessity behind farming repetitiously for gear and then being disappointed when you don't obtain it, because there's nothing worse than trying to attempt to get this piece of gear from a very highly ranked competitive dungeon or raid, farming it for a month, 2 months, not getting the single piece you need, seeing everyone else get all.
I definitely need armamentarian for this build.
Here is that
The 2 grenades for frag grenade is so good.
RNG. Like, it is disappointing, but having some RNG drops is probably good. I'm not a fan of no RNG, but I do think RNG, you should be able to overcome it by playing more.
These dungeons, you enter these raids and you get materials. These materials
RNG brings you back into the game, especially if it's for like an item that you want.
Otherwise,
like look at Destiny 2.
or that you're not going to get.
We complain so
there's
much
no
about RNG in this game, though.
Receiving something beneficial for
He's
you.
looking for a little
or
help, Bungie, just a
future
tiny bit of
gear.
help.
Thus, there's always a purpose behind what you're running, and you never feel disappointed necessarily in what you get.
Okay.
Unless, you only need like one item left, and for whatever reason you're not obtaining it. But I feel like that should be a rare case, given the amount of material, the amount of resources you get during and even after completing each dungeon. The world itself, absolutely beautiful. Graphically,
I agree with this. The biggest drawback, I think, in this game in general, overall, is that there are too many loading screens. It feels so weird to go inside of one zone to different loading screens. Like, I can forgive something where it's like you're going into the main city and there's a loading screen. Yeah, sure, of course. But like loading screens inside of the zone to go to different zones, like that's too much, man. Like that's like we're going back in time to like the year 2001. Like what the fuck? Like I think that having a vast open world is really nice, and I didn't really like Lost Ark and Final Fantasy. They have a lot of these loading screens too. I think it's a negative. I think it was a negative too with Shadowlands too. Whenever you had to like go through a loading screen, or like effectively a loading screen with a flight path to go to each different area in Shadowlands.
for an anime game, I think Blue Protocol is the most stunning anime MMO I have ever seen.
Yeah,
he's one of the
style and the graphics
anime
are
games
incredible.
in general. I know there are going to be Genshin players in here that are like, oh, but Genshin looks better. I don't think so. I actually think Blue Protocol, graphically for its regions, is equivalent to Genshin Impact. If not,
I feel like with a lot of these games, you're reaching a ceiling. And
yeah, for like that specific art style, yeah.
At that ceiling, I would say Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Blue Protocol, they are all at the ceiling. None of them are really that much better or worse than the other. They're pretty much the same.
Not even better. I think the character models, the fluidity in the character animations are drastically superior to Genshin. Impact.
I would disagree with that. I think that the facial structure on the Genshin Impact characters is tremendously better than the Blue Protocol characters. I think the Blue Protocol characters...
I've only seen people play Genshin Impact. I've never played it myself. Never really had an interest.
They lack the depth of emotion that the Genshin Impact characters have. And it's like very hard for me to explain this. Okay. Hopefully people are gonna get this. This is the best example. Season 1 Log Horizon, like animation, versus Overlord Season 4. Whereas Overlord Season 4 is like Genshin Impact, and I feel like Log Horizon is like Blue Protocol. So like if you've watched both of those animes, you would know that. That's probably the best example I can give.
I actually thought that Season 4... I was never a big like Overlord guy. Like those isekai animes just like don't interest me.
It still looks a lot better.
Drastically superior to any gacha game out there. You can see this during cutscenes with how characters move. Individual parts of their bodies, their fingers, their facial expressions, just how they move left to right and forwards and backwards and interacting with the environment, the seats, the counters. Everything is just so high quality, but then this is Bandai Namco. They're the people that did Code Vein. They're the people that published Elden Ring.
Code Vein movement's very good
developed
too.
a ton of Tales of games, so they have a very long history with successful games. The combat is drastically superior to what
I think the combat is below average as melee and above average as ranged.
They played back during
Which
the
is
previous beta
interesting.
test. The first
You
beta
would
was
think
very
that, like-
this was so smooth. Everything just running around, attacking, transitioning from attacking to your mount, transitioning from your mount to your attacks.
Yeah,
aerial
all that's
combat.
extremely clean.
Grounded.
He's right about this.
Combat where you're jumping off a cliff and shooting enemies as you fall.
That's very cool.
The combat was phenomenal. Granted, the abilities were, admittedly, for the first few hours, very plain, very ordinary, not very impactful. If that makes sense. We were only, I think, level 4 or 5 for the first 4 hours of the stream. We are also limited to a max level of 20, I believe, for this test phase, so we're not going to be able to see what abilities we get at level 30 or 40, whatever they end up making the cap ultimately end up. But the combat...
I don't think that you can give abilities the same level of weight and feel that something like Elden Ring has whenever you're playing a multiplayer game. It's like, for example, whenever McConnell and I played Elden Ring, Seamless Co-op, we just dumpstered the entire game because we were staggering every single mob. Like, we killed Godfrey with level 1 spells, just spamming at it with like starter weapons, just spamming because of all the stagger and the knockback. So you just can't have that in an MMO in the same way.
Was absolutely phenomenal.
The only way to combat that is to
having played it originally. I feel like for the first 10 hours of playing an MMO, and I played this in Japanese, so I spent a solid like hour and a half trying to translate everything on screen. But my first 10 hours spent in Blue Protocol, this new version of this finalized version of it, were better than I thought they were going to be. My impressions were so far above. I did not anticipate to have as much fun as I did. Now,
I would say that
This thing's a fucking laser, dude.
Whenever I stopped trying to just min-max leveling and I was just running around playing the game. Actually trying to min-max leveling was kind of frustrating because of how grindy it felt. But as soon as I just was looking around, like just going and doing different stuff, I started enjoying it a lot more.
I'm not saying it will continue to be as fun. I'm not saying it won't grow to be even more fun as I continue to unlock new features, like additional dungeons, like the raids I did. The dungeons of which were actually a lot of fun. There were interesting mechanics in the dungeons that I could utilize to deal additional damage to monsters, additional damage to bosses, but I don't want to delve too deeply into this on day one because my opinion of certain features and certain aspects of the game are likely going to change as I progress through it on day 2 and spend 20 hours in the game. They're likely going to change as I progress through on day 3 and cover 30 hours of the game. So my opinion thus far, after 10 hours of network test, beta test on day 1, is that if the game launches in this state, it is going to be a monumental success. It is going to cater.
I think it will no matter what. I think the game is going to be a success pretty much no matter what, just because obviously the style is extremely popular right now, and I think that people have been looking for an MMO that has this style. It's just that there have been so many MMOs that can't do that for whatever reason.
To anime fans, 100%, but beyond that, this game feels so smooth. Feels so high quality. I can't wait for all of you to get to test this out because this, again, exceeded my expectation. And if Amazon don't ruin it, and they have the potential to, but they also have the potential not to. And if the monetization isn't ruined from Bandai Namco, they don't make this pay to win or heavily pay to advance or...
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do that or not. I feel like if they do that, it's just going to hurt the game. So, like, if they try it, and also, like, you got to keep in mind that, like, Lost Ark has, like, certain other pay-to-win features in Korea that don't exist in the U.S. because it's published by Amazon. So maybe Amazon will make it better. I don't know. I think that really we'll cross that bridge whenever we get to a situation.
Oh fuck, man! I'm like I was shooting so slow too.
Then people will probably drop off and move away from it. That's what's happened with Lost Ark. And the reason why people have moved away from Lost Ark, a lot of the reason is because of it being pay to win. not directly, but indirectly. Because the reason why you have to farm Chaos Dungeons on 10 different characters is to incentivize you to use the pay-to-win systems instead. You think if there was no way to pay to win, you'd have to play the game that way? Fuck no. It's designed that way on purpose in order to promote pay to win.
Heavily catering to whales. Then I think this might be, potentially, one of the biggest releases of the year and the only anime MMO that is left, that is relevant, and that is of any kind of success in the genre. Hopefully you guys join me on Twitch an hour from now, roughly, or if this video ended up being like 20 minutes long, you know, 40 minutes from now, as we continue through day 2, as we continue to make additional progress. If not, I'll have another video of day 2 footage, probably tomorrow.
This thing's only gonna get better.
If Blue Protocol isn't your thing at all, absolutely no problem. I have 2 different videos on screen right now, one featuring a list of MMOs coming out this month, the other featuring a list, the other an MMO launching.
I'm actually gonna. I actually enjoy playing Wayfinder. I wish I played more.
Okay. So yeah, it's like, it looks great. I wish it had PvP. I don't know if it actually doesn't have PvP or that's just not the focus. Like, my mindset with a lot of these types of games is like, PvP doesn't really matter because it's not really going to be balanced around PvP, and it's probably just going to be kind of like an offshoot. Yeah, it doesn't really need PvP. So they have no plans for PvP? Yeah, I mean, who gives a fuck? Like, having duels or something like that would be cool, but then that would require them to balance all around that, and then that's a completely different separate problem. So, like, the odds are they're probably just gonna give up and not even try. Combat's how simple as that, they can easily add PvP. Yeah, but like, if you add PvP, then that completely changes like some of the dynamics, like how people want to play the game, etc. I hate games that focus everything on PvP. I don't. I think that Valorant is great. I think that, you know, like, Warzone is great. Like, Fortnite is great. Like, I just don't really... I'm not a big one for MMOs that have PvP in them, and it's not a completely separate system, like, you know, like Lost Ark. So, yeah, when you talk about MMOs, well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't care about, like, any MMO PvP is always going to be garbage. Like, there's going to be no competitive scene. Nobody really cares. There's always going to be something that's overpowered. It's going to be meta farming. There's going to always be, like, this weird thing with gear, or, like, does gear matter or not? And it kind of matters and it kind of doesn't matter, but then there's, like, these exceptions. Like, no. Fucking, I don't care. I don't want to deal with it. I played WoW PvP. I played WoW PvP forever, right? And that's because, like, I'm invested in it, right? But if I had to go back, or would I go back and play it, like, from scratch now? Probably not. So I'm just very invested into it already. So, yeah.
Oh my god, you guys are fucking...
PvP is the only good PvP, to be honest. Well, then why does nobody do it? Like, if I go and I look at Final Fantasy PvP, and I open up, let's see how many people are playing Final Fantasy.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I don't think any of these people are really doing Final
You just have to, like, burst them. Stasis here probably would be good. Strand would be... Strand is, like, so OP here, too, because you can just suspend them.
Yeah, it's just people don't really give a shit.
Just, like, don't aggro,
I mean, that's... And that's what I'm saying, right? Is like, just nobody cares. It just doesn't really matter. Even if you think it's good. Look at WoW. Well, WoW PvP is bigger, but WoW PvP also is, like, grandfathered in. Like, I'll refresh real quick. Yeah, you got, like, Peekaboo, Sea-Doo. But, like, these are people that have streamed for, like, you know, like a fucking decade. With like, Sea-Doo, for example. So it's like... Back then, like, a lot of the popularity of WoW PvP, I think one of the big reasons is because WoW PvP predates, like, esports in, like, a big way. Like, you still had, like, CSGO back, or Counter-Strike back in the day, and a few other games. But, like, I think League of Legends...
Guys, like, help me out here, man.
A lot of people went from like, WoW to League of Legends. And I remember people even went to go play Dota, too. Because they wanted to play PvP in WoW.
Hey, like, help me out here with these guys.
In, like, a third-person game, like WoW. And I think Dota and League of Legends provided that. So it's like the fact that WoW came out before those games is the reason why a lot of people stick with it, I think. But yeah, I think this is a pretty good video overall, and I'm excited to play more Blue Protocol. Hopefully they won't ban me again. We'll just have to see. There you go. There's a video. I've watched a lot of MMO bikes videos. They're pretty good.
I've seen a lot of talk, guys, about
all right, back to the serious stuff.
Donald Trump and the charges, and I wanted to go ahead and give you guys a breakdown of what's actually going on here, because there's a lot of speculation and a lot of things that are sort of half true that people are saying, and I wanted to give you, our best accounting of what's happened to this point. Now, there's over 30 criminal charges, so we don't actually know every single one that's going to be involved. But let me walk you through the timeline of events, and you can see, why this case was brought. So this is from Judd Legum over at Popular Info. He says, Trump has been indicted. Some will snidely dismiss this as a bookkeeping matter unworthy of the first criminal indictment of a former president. This is wrong. Stormy Daniels matters. Follow along if interested. At their heart, presidential elections are relatively simple. Voters learn things about each candidate and then use that info to select their choice or decide whether to vote at all. Trump's secret $130,000 payment to Daniels was an
These
effort to
overload
subvert
champions
the
are like
democratic
jokes.
process. A campaign is a process of shaping the information environment through ads, events, policy announcements, and other activities. But there are basic rules. The underlying principle is transparency. Voters have a right to know what you are saying and doing to get elected. If you spend money to benefit your campaign, it must be publicly reported. If you run an ad, you must disclose who paid for it. Trump was indicted because prosecutors believe he violated the law to hide relevant information from voters. Trump, in a statement released by his 2024 campaign, now says that he was a victim of an extortion plot, yet he is the one being prosecuted. This is not what happened. Daniels sought to sell the story about her alleged relationship with Trump beginning in 2011. Daniels gave Life and Style an extensive interview in exchange for $15,000. That would be the end of it, but Trump bullied Life and Style into killing the story with legal threats. Okay. By the way, juxtapose this with how he pretends like, me, bro, I'm the free speech guy. I'm in favor of freedom of speech. I'm in favor of a free press. He has repeatedly throughout his career tried to stifle these outlets from reporting things that, he doesn't like about himself.
Which is true.
Repeatedly he's done that and used, legal action to do it.
See,
Prior to the 2016 election, Trump conspired with Michael Cohen
he did way
and
more.
executives at the National Enquirer to catch and kill any negative stories about Trump. Daniel's story becomes more
Does it
valuable
tell you what
after
he
the
is?
release of the Access Hollywood tape put sexual mores were now at the center of a closely contested campaign. Trump's ability to win the election hinged largely on Trump changing the subject before Election Day. Per the catch and kill agreement, the National Enquirer negotiated to pay Daniels $120,000 to keep her story out of the press in the days before the election. But the tabloid had recently paid $150K to another woman to protect Trump, and its publisher, David Pecker, balked. So you understand what's happening? Stormy's not the only one. There's more people with more stories out there. Cohen conferred with Trump, and they decided to make the payoff themselves. So Cohen reached an agreement to pay Daniels $130,000 for her silence. But he had no idea where to get the money. So he delayed and delayed and delayed. On October 25th, 2016, 2 weeks before Election Day, Daniels' attorney told Cohen that he was canceling the deal and Daniels would shop her story in media outlets. This was dire. Daniels' story would go public, and she could also reveal Trump's botched payoff effort. Had the truth emerged in October 2016, it could have played a decisive role in an election determined by about 70,000 votes across a handful of states. Instead, Cohen drew down $130,000 from a home equity credit line and transferred it to a shell company, which paid Daniels' lawyer. Okay, so let me just say, I kind of disagree with his assessment that this could have changed the outcome of the election. I think it's unlikely that this would have changed the outcome of the election. If voters already overlooked his grabbing by the pussy thing, then I don't think this was going to change anything.
And a couple
But
other
here's
things,
the
too.
main
His long
point
history.
is the other thing here. The main point is Cohen drew down $130,000 from a home equity credit line and transferred it to a shell company which paid Daniels' lawyer. Okay, now where does Trump get involved? There's a great deal of effort to obscure Trump's involvement with the payment. In the non-disclosure agreement itself, Trump was referred to by a pseudonym, David Dennison. A separate side agreement identified Dennison as Trump. Okay, so he used a pseudonym and they have proof that this indeed is him anyway. A few days later, Trump won the presidency. Trump and Cohen then conspired to hide the reimbursement for Cohen's payment to Daniels. Cohen submitted fake invoices to the Trump Organization. Trump himself signed the checks. On April 5th, 2018, Trump was asked if he knew anything about the payments from Cohen to Daniels. He claimed he knew nothing. Now, it's up to Bragg's office to prove that this scheme was a violation of New York law. We do not yet know the details of the charges or how Bragg will make his case. But Trump's conduct was not unmeaningful, and efforts to hold him accountable, legally accountable, are
I need
not
to get free
outrageous.
feeding frenzy on this thing.
Schemed to conceal relevant information from the voting public in the days before the election, engaged in elaborate cover-up, and then lied about his involvement. This deceit may have changed the course of history. Okay, so look, at the end of the day, this is what's called an in-kind contribution. So this means Trump is spending money here towards political ends, because keeping Stormy Daniels quiet is politically motivated. You could also say there's, marriage motivation thing. He probably wanted to hide her from Melania or whatever, right? She may already know anyway. I don't know. But it was clearly
She might already
an
know.
attempt to help his campaign.
She probably does already know.
This trouble. He made the payments. They committed fraud in the process of doing it. He used the pseudonym, and it wasn't reported as a campaign expenditure, when effectively it is a campaign expenditure. So there's a number of laws that are involved here. There's a misdemeanor involved. There's a felony involved. It is a novel application of the law, to be clear. They've never prosecuted a case with this set of facts before. I mean, they've had similar sets of facts, famously John Edwards, back in, I think, 2011, and John Edwards ended up getting off from the charges. So this is not a slam dunk by any stretch of the imagination. The fact that it's a novel case probably makes it difficult. Also, maybe the fact that it's an ex-president makes it difficult. But having said that, as a general rule, it's also true that you can get away with a lot, guys, in this country when it comes to campaign finance. You can get away with a lot. We basically have legalized bribery in this country. But if you violate one of the few rules that are actually on the books when it comes to this stuff, they do throw the book at you. And there usually are very severe consequences. So after walking you through all of it, this is the best breakdown of the facts of the case that I've seen. My conclusion is I have no idea what's going to happen. None. But there's more. Breaking per the Wall Street Journal, the grand jury testimony of David Pecker, awesome name by the way, has tied Mr. Trump directly to the payment to Miss McDougal and to an alleged broader scheme to suppress negative stories about Mr. Trump during his 2016
It's actually a pretty decent
campaign.
role.
This will be the conspiracy charge. So I don't know how many of you guys know this, but we covered it at the time, but so much goes on with Trump, you end up forgetting things like this. There was also an affair with Karen McDougal, somebody named Karen McDougal. And apparently, there was another payment directly to Karen McDougal. They had that tied directly to Trump. And they might throw this charge in the mix, right? See, this is what I'm talking about. We have over 30 charges. So there's a lot of stuff that we don't know yet, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff that is in there that the public is not privy to at the moment. And you would think some of them he's going to go down for, right? You would think some of them would be a guilty verdict. Now, the punishment is a separate question. They can negotiate a deal. It could be a fine. It's possible it's a limited amount of jail time or whatever. But then that leads me to the final point, which is this. This is really something, guys. It's from the Washington Post. The Justice Department has evidence that Trump personally hid classified documents. Quote, investigators now suspect, based on witness statements, security camera footage, and other documentary evidence, that boxes including classified material were moved from a Mar-a-Lago storage area after the subpoena was served. and that Trump personally examined at least some of those boxes. These people said. Trump's valet, Walt Nauta, had told investigators that he moved boxes at Mar-a-Lago at the former president's instruction after the subpoena was issued. The special counsel's team has video surveillance footage corroborating that account. So this is a different case completely. It's the classified documents case. And the general understanding, the position everybody took, including myself, by the way, in the wake of learning that Biden also had classified documents. And we found that Pence had a few classified documents, not as many as Biden or Trump, but he had some, right? Everybody felt like, oh, well, now it's a wash. Now that's it. Now that case is dead and gone and it's buried. But no. Turns out the crucial difference between Pence and Biden versus Trump is that Pence and Biden, every single step of the way, cooperated with law enforcement. Every single step of the way. Trump, now they have new, fresh evidence of clear obstruction. Clear obstruction. And so, for this instance, it might not even be the crime itself. It could be like the cover-up of the crime, or what you did after it became clear you committed a crime. That might lead to some consequences. It might lead to it. So we're just learning all of this information now. And
this is getting like very interesting,
I think my
man.
overall takeaway is this. I don't know what's going to happen in this case. In New York. I don't. I have no idea. I also don't know what's going to happen in the DC case. But we also have over 30 charges in New York. That's a high number. And then the final point is...
It's like for each document, though. People keep bringing that up. It's like for each document, though. But we're going to find out specifically... Well, here's the thing. I'll give Kyle this, though. Assumedly, it's for each document. But we don't know until tomorrow. So 8 a.m., I'm streaming the whole... I'm just going to put the news on. I'm not even going to talk. I'm just going to put the news on. And I am just going to let it run. And we're just going to enjoy it. Whatever happens, it's going to happen. People going to... Oh, shit. This looks so good, man, like this. I like that purple. But yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. All day we're streaming this.
Georgia's still ongoing, too. And Georgia, it's the fake electors scheme. Remember that? 11,000 votes. Remember that? That's a whole nother headache for him. So in each individual case, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's getting to the point where it would sort of be astonishing if for every single one of these things,
could you imagine?
Scot-free.
Yeah.
Because even in a best case scenario for him, let's think through this. Even in a best case scenario for him, there's going to be a number of indictments. He's going to have legal problems in all these different places. And this is going to take him, in theory, all the way up and through the election process. And even if he is found like, hey, in all of these cases, you win, right? Even in a situation like that, man, there is so much dirt on you that it really does make it. So as a general election candidate, he is in a terrible place.
You know what I just realized? I've been playing Destiny 2 this entire time. I just saw it on my OBS. It's still on the original window capture, which is YouTube. I just realized that. I'm so sorry, guys. With that being said, I'm going to take a quick break. I got to run to use the bathroom. We'll be back more. God, what a great stop right there. I just realized that. All right, rookie move. I know. Rookie move. All right, be right back.
at that point, even like a Nikki Haley running in a general election would have a better chance than Donald Trump, who just has the stench of being a criminal on him. Again, even in a scenario which is best for him, which is a whole bunch of indictments and then nothing comes to fruition. So, I mean, we'll see what happens, but this is getting good. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded all independent news and politics overnight, we haven't trusted them. We know they can pull the rug out from underneath us at any time. If you enjoy this content, please consider tipping $1 or $2 per month on the Secular Talk Patreon. Link in the video description box below. Thanks for your support.
Oh, you know what we should do? We should do dares.
Okay, guys. So excuse a bit of a mess in my room, but my wife and I just filmed like a little thing on our podcast channel / vlog channel. It's called Rob and Dan. It's in the featured channels in my page. Shameless plug. Anyway, another offline video, and it's partially because I hung out with my wife and we did some fun stuff today, and I have to edit the podcast. Anyway, I decided to watch the movie Cuties.
He subjected himself to it too. I specifically say this, I want to see what he thinks about it too, because if you remember from the conversation between Sneeko and Charlie, Moist Critical, Sneeko was like talking about the movie Cuties, like it came up like somewhere in the conversation, and I feel like he misrepresented like what was happening like in the movie. So I just wanted like to talk about it, have like Papa Gut, like I saw this video of Papa Gut talking about it too, because it's been a while since I saw the movie too, and frankly I didn't really want to like go and like watch the movie again. I didn't like the movie, like honestly, like besides it's like the sexualization of like the child actors really like bothered me. Like it I've seen like some gross stuff in like movies before, like if you're familiar with the REC stuff, but like I know that's fake. It's like Charlie said, like I know that like the horror stuff and like John Wick stuff is fake, but there's like you can't really fake like what happened in Cuties, and that bothered me, you know. But that's why I said like the subject matter of the movie I think was prevalent for the time. I don't think they needed to do it that way too. They could have just had like these girls like try to like, instead of doing the twerking stuff, like do other stuff, act older than they actually are, try to be more mature, and then put themselves into situations where like social media had like a negative impact on their lives. So that's what I just think.
It was the Nine's. Now it is yours. I hope to be here again.
So let's see what Papa Gut has to say.
The reason why is because I've heard Sneeko talk about it about 100 times now, and every single time, or at least recently, he keeps telling us that the movie is about a woman who, or a young girl who rejects Islam and then finds out at the end that Western society is terrible and goes back to Islam. And something got rolling in my head that I think maybe Sneeko lies sometimes. And I know you're probably thinking, like, how could you possibly think that, Papa Gut? I think it's because I've heard him say words before. And I was like, wow, this guy might be lying. So in the middle of actually the video that I did yesterday, where Sneeko and Moist Critical, I covered them having an interaction and talking to each other, I was kind of reading the plot or whatever you call it. And I was like, this doesn't sound quite like what Sneeko's saying. And then there are people in the comments saying like, yeah, that's not at all what it is. You're not wrong. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just bite the bullet and watch it. And, you know, I did. And guys, Sneeko lied about the movie. If you get through it, it's blatantly not about a girl who rejects Islam and then goes back to Islam after. Yep. It's actually a coming of age story. Very quick synopsis. Is that the right word? We'll say rundown, so I don't sound like a silly goose. Basically, young girl moves to France from, I believe, Senegal, and she has a hard time transitioning there, right? She rejects her more traditional values and, you know, finds other friends who they want to dance. And the dancing is not particularly great. I think that we all understand that. It's definitely uncomfortable watching parts of that movie, for sure. Although we don't talk about all of the movie, there's a point where she stabs a young boy with a pen in his hand and throws another girl into a lake who can't swim. So I feel like maybe, guys, there's other things to be outraged about, okay? I was like, I literally like was like, what the, like loudly, because I watched this with my wife too, and I was like, what's happening? She throws a girl in a lake. Nobody said a word about this because she wanted to go in a dance competition and they replaced her. So she threw one of the girls in a lake to replace her. It was actually unhinged behavior. Anyway, she's there. It's clear that she's a bit lonely. She doesn't really have any new friends, and so she makes friends with some girls who want to enter a dance competition, and they idolize these weird other dancers who happen to be meanies. You get to a point where you find that out, and their dancing is a bit inappropriate, and that dancing goes from a bit inappropriate to very inappropriate.
Inappropriate, yes.
Because the girl, the main character, I think the way they pronounce it is Ami.
Galactic horse.
She wants to be in the group so bad that she like practices her own dance moves, but she watches very overly sexualized like music, dancing music and stuff, and then she teaches the other girls the moves, and it does get very uncomfortable, of course. And so throughout the movie, that's what happens. And one thing that I really want to stress is the movie does an excellent job of setting the tone that nothing that they're doing is acceptable or appropriate. And this is something that bothers me a little bit. Okay,
that is true.
You know, I never watched the movie because, you know, people were like, "Oh my god, it's so bad, blah 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 blah," and it wasn't that bad. To be absolutely honest with you, if you couldn't sit through that movie, I would say, because you thought it was too sexualized, I'd say that I think it's time for us to like become a little bit more mature and grow up. It was uncomfortable watching scenes, of course, absolutely, definitely. Like there's a scene where like she stole her cousin's phone through the movie, and then he catches her with the phone. He's like, "Give me my phone back," and she locks herself in the bathroom and takes a picture of her no bits and puts it on the internet, onto like their version of Instagram, I believe. It's definitely yucky. Thankfully, she didn't actually do that in the real world. Just so you guys know, she didn't actually do it. And that actually has repercussions, because even the girls that she's in, you know, they're like, "This is too much," and she's like, "Well, I thought you wanted us to be taken more seriously. Like, we're adults, so I did this." It was. You have to watch to get the full grasp of the situation. There's certainly inappropriate parts of it, but the reality is that like it wasn't. It's not something you couldn't sit through. It just isn't something you can't sit through, and if you were that uncomfortable, I think we just need to be a little bit more mature. It wasn't that bad. It really wasn't that bad. It was weird, but it wasn't like that bad. To me, like, I understand, like, pedophilia is bad, but the constant, like, disproportionate outrage over this film, after watching it, to me, screams that, like, you know,
thank you.
Relax. I'm not going to say that you're hiding something, but I think that the internet tone that we have set right now is fucking insane when you really retract. Everything, like, we are frankly obsessed with pedophilia, grooming, and sexual assault on the internet to the point where we're calling 19-year-olds groomers. We're talking to 17-year-olds and constantly having their own conversation about everything. Grooming now is when, like, it's like the words are losing meanings. Right? I understand that
it's like calling everybody a fucking Nazi.
Watch that and go, "Oh, I like this." Of course, that's going to happen anywhere. You know, like if you're buying a bathing suit for your daughter and they use like a child model the bathing suit, guess what? Some fucking disgusting piece of shit, most likely man, is going to look at that and they're going to get aroused, and that's unfortunate. But you need to, at the very least, have a proportionate criticism to the film. The film does, again, an excellent job of showing you that nothing that they're doing is correct, and it all boils up to this dance show where they're being overly like perverse, sexual, whatever. And
it's like it's intense.
Like the movie says, this is wrong, over and over and over again, and like. It constantly does that from the start. It enforces that this is bad behavior that you shouldn't be engaging in. But the thing is that the reason that the young girl is rejecting her more traditional roots is because her mother.
Yes. Well, this is like a key factor that's been left out in that earlier conversation.
Family, and it makes the mother really upset. Her mother, his already wife, really upset. And that's where it starts. It starts by the values being too traditional. You know, when she starts having her period, all of a sudden they make her cook like all of the food for the father's wedding, which takes like hours and hours. They put like way too much responsibility because she's a woman now, right? And it's showing that there are flaws for a young girl experience, or perceived flaws for a young girl when it comes to overly traditional, I guess, Islamic culture, but then also flaws when it comes to Western culture, for sure. But if you watch the end of the movie, she starts crying in the middle. She has like an existential crisis and starts crying on stage because she realized like what she's doing is wrong. It's not what she wants to do, and a lot of it is just her expressing her rebellious phase. She goes home, and there's like a very stylistic portion where on the bed are the gross clothes that she danced in, and then the traditional wedding gown she was supposed, or not wedding gown, the traditional gown she was supposed to wear for her father's wedding, and she chooses just regular old blue jeans and a nice shirt. nothing yucky. And the movie's just about a young girl struggling to fit in a new society, struggling with those more traditional values that seem to be oppressive to women, right? Because that mother is basically, for the most part, forced to have another woman in their life, even though she doesn't want them to. And to be clear, they have like a person come in. There's a guy, I don't know what you call him, I don't want to be disrespectful, but he seems to be some kind of like a spiritual individual in their culture, and says you can leave if the burden is too much. But the reality is, like, her kids, she would have to like basically leave her kids, and it would break up the family, and it's just like a really unfortunate thing. And so it seems to be like, hey, some parts of this traditional culture are oppressive to women, and she doesn't want to do that. She wants to reject that. There's a point where they're talking about how her auntie, or her mother's auntie, so her great aunt, I guess, is like, yeah, when I first got my period, I was basically 11, and I was already arranged to get married. And it's like, wow, like that sounds horrible. That's a little kid shouldn't be getting engaged. I wouldn't know how old the guy was she was getting engaged to, but that shouldn't be a thing. So it shows that the flaws in that, and the ways that can have negative impacts on young women, young girls, and then the over-sexualization is like the flaws of some aspects of like Western culture as well, right? Because nothing is perfect. There's criticisms to Eastern cultures, Western cultures, every type of culture, and she just decides to be a normal kid. And it ends off in her jump roping. She doesn't go to the wedding. She puts the normal clothes on, she goes outside, and she starts jump roping. And for some reason, as the camera pans up, she jumps really high. Like, she jumps like 50 feet high with a smile on her face. And the tone that you get out of it, the message from that movie, is that she chose to just be like happy and normal, not overly sexualized, not overly covered, happy and in control of herself. And there was a really nice moment when the mom like defended her. It was really cute. It was that part was cute. Again, uncomfortable parts of the movie, but overall the movie wasn't really that bad. I wouldn't sit here and it's not rewatchable. I wouldn't say I'd watch again. But the reason I really wanted to watch it is because Sneeko keeps talking about how it's like a projection of Western culture, Islam, this other thing, and I need you guys to understand something. At the end of the day, Sneeko isn't like the rest of us. For the rest of us, I like to say, for the most part, we engage in information, and then we listen to and extrapolate, and that information creates our perspective. So you watch a thing, you look at statistics, you look at data, and you go, what does it mean? And then after you're able to see what that statistic, that data means, of course you have to sift through. Sometimes maybe people could be biased, but you'll come out at the other end with like, oh, here's the meaning. There's no person could ever watch that movie and think it was about how like Eastern culture was better than Western culture, or the reverse, frankly. But Sneeko decided that's what it was about. Either he's morbidly unintelligent, as I am known to be, or he's lying to you.
He's lying.
And that's it. That's it. That's the whole movie. It really was, again, it wasn't that bad. It was uncomfortable, definitely at moments, but that the movie made it explicitly clear that everything that they were doing that made you uncomfortable was wrong. You could still have your criticisms, but very clear, and I'm not trying to shit on anybody, but we need to kind of grow up a little bit as a culture, and like online. There's a lot, constantly, every day I kind of see stuff that's like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, it's not this, it wasn't going to be the downfall of our society. You should be able to sit through the movie, even if you find it uncomfortable before doing commentary on it. And I'm partially to blame as well, because I fell for all the ridiculous, like, anti-hype. But you should be able to sit through it. You can have your criticisms, but overall, if you watch the movie, it has a good message, and it's really just about throwing other girls into lakes and stabbing people in the hand with pencils.
Yeah,
no, that
don't do that.
Crazy though. Holy Jesus.
That shit was crazy. I remember that very vividly now.
Society. That's all it's about. And she goes down bad paths, and she at the end recorrects herself, and she's able to be happy. And a lot of that is tied into the mother, like listening to her, her like concerns. It's not that bad, and that's pretty much it. So would I recommend watching it? I don't know if I'd recommend it. It was fine. But be careful of people like Sneeko who are trying to weaponize things against you, because like you'd have to be an idiot to translate it the way Sneeko did. And that's because he's just in either full grift mode, or he's just like his brain is just rotted.
Full grift mode.
Where he can't extrapolate information correctly. But either way, he's an unreliable narrator, and people should stop engaging with him unless they just want to see basically somebody make a fucking fool out of himself. So that's that.
WWE has been sold and will merge with UFC. We have barely woken up from a WrestleMania nap, not together, but we find ourselves in a position where we're talking about a seismic change to the landscape. What's going on,
It's
Fraser?
potentially it's probably the biggest news that we'll ever cover with WWE being sold. Today they announced they've signed an agreement with WWE Endeavor, that is, to form a new publicly listed company that will bring together UFC and WWE, as Tom mentioned there. Endeavor will hold a 51% controlling interest in the new company, while WWE shareholders will hold the other 49%. Now, we covered that in the post-WrestleMania news, and the fact that that was the rumoured reports going into this potential sale that's come together what seemingly feels like 12 hours, right? Like, this has turned around quite fast, but that's confirmation there from Endeavor. The new company will be led by Endeavor CEO Ari Emanuel, who will be the CEO of the new organization. Vince McMahon will be the executive chairman of the board, and Mark Shapiro will be the president and COO of Endeavor and the new company. Dana White will remain in his role as president of the UFC, while Nick Khan will serve as president of WWE. The new organization's board of directors will have 11 members to be appointed at a later date, with 6 of them coming from Endeavor and the remaining 5 from WWE. It's to be expected that this merger will complete in the latter half of 2023, according to Hollywood Reporter. It's massive, seismic, and didn't think I would actually see it happen, despite the start of the year people going, WWE is going to sell this year. It's going to be a thing. That's why Vince is coming back. Bloody hell.
That's the best way to describe it. So this means that the final asking price for WWE going to the highest bidder at $9.3 billion. Many saying that is above the asking price for the company. $106 per share for you shareholders out there. WWE and UFC plan to contribute cash to the new company to ensure that it holds in its coffers approximately $150 million. Now, as part of this deal, Endeavor will say, and I quote from Endeavor, expect significant growth across revenue areas, including domestic and international media rights, ticket sales, and yield optimization, event operations, sponsorship, licensing, and premium hospitality. We saw when Endeavor picked up UFC, a massive upturn in business for UFC. And they're hoping that that magic, that stardust works once again with WWE. Now, Ari Emanuel, who is the top guy
in the company
in this new era of WWE, says this is a rare opportunity to create a global live sports and entertainment pure play built for where industry is headed. For decades, Vince and his team have demonstrated an incredible track record of innovation and shareholder value creation, and we are confident that Endeavor can deliver significant additional value for shareholders by bringing UFC and WWE together. But what has Vince McMahon said on this groundbreaking
this probably the biggest thing he'll ever comment on, that he'll want to comment on, that's for sure.
And his vote.
McMahon has said, given the incredible work that Ari and Endeavor have done to grow the UFC brand, nearly doubling its revenue over the past 7 years, and the immense success we've already had in partnering with our team on a number of ventures, I believe that this is without a doubt the best outcome for our shareholders and our stakeholders. Together we will be a $21 billion live sports and entertainment powerhouse with a collective fan base of more than 1 billion people and an exciting growth opportunity. The new company will be well positioned to maximize the value of our combined media rights, enhance sponsorship monetization, develop new forms of content, and pursue other strategic mergers and acquisitions to further bolster our strong stable of brands. I, along with the current WWE management team, look forward to working closely with Ari and Endeavor and UFC teams to take the business to the next level. It's just mind-boggling. The UFC and WWE, they felt like, I think it's been rumored for years that Shane tried to get Vince to purchase the company, to purchase UFC. Vince said no, and now they're in partnership together, and they're the same publicly traded company, or they will be going into the latter half of 2023. WWE and UFC, it's just insane. There's going to be so much potential for crossover deals. Wild.
Wild times indeed. Now, WrestlingNews.co added a little bit regarding one of the big disparities between WWE and UFC superstars and fighters, and that is pay. They say, we all know the stories about UFC fighter pay. It'll be interesting to see what happens with WWE wrestler pay going forward. There's always a changeover when one company buys another. Hopefully, we don't see too many people let go, but there are people worried about releases, and it's grim thinking, but with something like this that comes along, and also historically sort of post-WrestleMania
this
season.
time of year, it's always April that there seems to be the cuts, because it's the start of a new year in WWE. The new year starts post-WrestleMania. So yeah, there is obviously worry about cuts in that sense, and then when a new company takes over and goes and has to look at the books and goes, can we cut back on anything? Can we make this more profitable?
And it's also a time where there's a few WWE contracts that look like they're coming to an end. We talked yesterday about Drew McIntyre's contract in its final year and how they've not been able to meet on pay. Whether this is indicative of what's to come, with certain WWE stars going, hang on, these UFC guys are on a fair whack as well. So maybe there'll be something that meets in the middle here. Now, this was the conversation going into WrestleMania last night. I think it was about an hour before we sat in there.
We sit down right before we're about to stream. Oh my God!
Yeah, this
Here we go.
Yeah, to let you behind the curtain on this, I said to my good lady, "Oh, I'm keeping an eye on the news today because something's expected to break." And then, as I was saying that, something literally broke. But this was sort of the conversation last night from CNBC. Fightful Select say that there was quite a bit of scuttlebutt behind the scenes as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, so the sale in general has been a major talking point backstage at WrestleMania Night 2, but talent truly aren't sure what's going on. Nobody from the bottom of the card to the top of the card was given any true indication of what a potential buyer would be, they've said. Several talent contacted Fightful throughout the day were ecstatic that it wouldn't end up sold to Saudi Arabia-led group. We're told that the relationship between WWE and Saudi Arabia was set to continue. That's Fightful Select reporting that one. I'm not surprised that WWE and Saudi Arabia will continue the relationship. You know, we've seen UFC events go in Saudi Arabia as well, so there's also that connection with them. And they've signed a contract for 10 years. So it could lead to even more profitable events and more crossover appeal in that sense. But I'm not surprised on the mark of that people backstage were ecstatic about not being sold to Saudi Arabia. I fully believe that. It's interesting that it was very... Like, it was talked about backstage, but no one really knew what was going on. And we saw it in the post-media scrum for WrestleMania. Nick Hausman asking Triple H and Roman Reigns, what's the news of Endeavor? And they're going, can't say anything.
Nick Hausman asked Triple H, can you comment? And he just went, nope. And this is probably why, because we are here now. This is a rolling, moving beast of a news report. We will keep you posted. Adam Pacitti will do live reactions to the Raw after Mania. And all of a sudden, Cody losing the title has drifted quite far into the background.
It's crazy that, like, perhaps this has led into pure speculation. This aspect.
I heard what you're about to say, but say it.
Potentially, it could play into the fact that they want Roman Reigns, who's this marketable star, part of the sale, be leading the company and being like, well, if we're going to a sale, we want someone who is reliably stable at the top and has been for 3 years, and we know that those ratings are going to be a draw. We know that he's going to be able to do what he can do, and maybe that has played an impact in the booking. I don't know, but it is just mind-boggling that WWE has been sold. I never thought it would happen. What do you think? Do you think there's going to be any massive seismic changes? Just again, speculation.
Do you know what? We are in the eye of the storm, and we will keep tabs across it. Join Adam tonight for live reactions to Raw after Mania, where no doubt this will be a hot topic, at least on the stream. And for the very latest, we'll keep you posted at goalsandhollies.com. Our lead story, our only story, our breaking story once more. WWE has been sold and will merge with UFC. Stay safe.
That is wild, dude. That is so wild to me. Some Vosh.
American vet who claims he defected to Russia and Ukraine served just 2 years in the U.S. Army left as a PFC. The self-described communist said he was previously assigned to Fort Bliss, Texas. What? He defected to go fight for Russia in Ukraine, an American military veteran who told Russian state-run media he defected to Moscow after fighting with Ukraine's International Legion served very briefly with the U.S. Army.
The foreign mercenary, just a year, former U.S. Army soldier John McIntyre was a foreign mercenary in Ukraine. Earlier this month, he defected to Russia. He brought everything with him: papers, files, intelligence, and maps.
Intelligence? What the f did they think this guy was getting? As a random member of the Foreign Legionnaire.
Thing is, he always meant to.
The first question is, why did he quit? I mean, well, it's the reason I came to Ukraine in the first place. You know, I'm a communist, I'm an anti-fascist, and we have to fight fascism everywhere. You know, so when I came to Ukraine, I knew that I would try to get as much information as I could about, you know, anything that'd be helpful. And defect across lines. The problem is
what does he think he was going to get as a volunteer? This random American 20-year-old shows up, and the Ukrainian government's like, oh my God, finally somebody we can trust with all of our military secrets.
When I was in Kharkov, I was going to swim across, and I found anything that'd be helpful and defect across lines. The problem is when I was in Kharkov, I was going to swim across. And I found out they had snipers in position, so if anybody, and actually found out that the snipers were for defectors, not for actually protection. They were actually, anybody who tried to defect, they would shoot them.
Yeah.
What?
Yes. If you join the other, if you're in an army, and then you join the other army, you're a legitimate target for the snipers. Yes. They're probably not put there to stop people from switching sides, though, because nobody is. They're probably there to take out saboteurs, spies, and scouts.
It's March 2022. John served in Ukraine's Foreign Legion and Nationalist Battalion Karpatskaya Sich. He saw and documented the Ukrainian war machine in all its ugly glory from the inside. He became part of it.
God bless Ukraine, God bless America, but you, Russia.
Damn, dude! Holy shit! This guy's in deep cover right now. Holy shit! Is he a triple agent? I think he's just a retard, mostly.
Yeah, sounds about right.
As time went on, you know, I had to become more nationalistic, more Nazistic. You know,
He tried joining Azov Battalion while having Russian flags sewn into his clothes. What? Okay. Somebody just linked this in chat. I thought I was just getting a human interest story. I didn't realize this guy was like a rabbit hole. Okay, this is more. According to McIntyre, he planned to infiltrate the Azov Battalion before leaving the country. He said he felt compelled to do what he did because the Ukrainian government and the Nazis that control the government control the population. You know, the things they're doing in Ukraine to the Russian people, they need to be talked about.
I feel really bad for people like that, for like this, man. Could you imagine how like deluded you would have to be to do this?
Times or something. I think he might just be mentally ill and really like susceptible to propaganda. What? No. We have too much to go over today. I had to become Nazi, do Hitler salute to maintain my Dude, I was doing all the crazy shit, man. I was doing the Hitler salute. I was stepping on Russian flags as though those are like comparable levels of oh yeah, man. I have video of me asking if I can step on the Russian flag. Yeah, I don't have any video of me being told to seek Heil. Dude, they forced me to step on this Russian flag. And the video's like, hey man, can I do this? Yeah. Russia. Yeah.
When I first came, I kind of expected they wouldn't be that big of a problem. Like I kind of just, you know, assumed that it was just I didn't think there was actually that many. But when I came, I was really surprised. Everybody have, you know, tattoos and Nazi symbolism. Sometime later on,
any evidence
on my Facebook page, I had pictures of Che Guevara and the Soviet Union, and I got questions for having communist views, and I had to think quick on my feet, you know, and I just told them, I said, hey, I'm an anti-fascist, I'm here to fight Russian imperialism and Nazis and this and that. And they said, no, the Russians aren't the Nazis, we're the Nazis. And
what? Said this. We have video of this?
Who said this? It was just some guys from Croatia or Czech, I can't remember what they were.
These are foreigners.
So you're not even saying they were Ukrainians? Some guy from Croatia?
Jesus, man.
If you're making up the story anyway, yeah, you guys wouldn't know him. He's from a different battalion.
This is foreigners, yeah.
The proliferation and dominance of Nazi ideology, from swastikas to SS emblems, is well documented, studiously ignored by Western states and media.
It's true. No one's ever talked about Ukrainians being Nazis. That's true. No one's ever given that any.
No one's ever, no one's ever talked about that tired old conversation.
And these are supposed to be our ally, and we want to put them in NATO with us, and they can't even follow Geneva Convention, and they're supposed to be our friends. You know, like, this would never fly in there. The United States would never stand through this. Our whole country is literally burning in front of our eyes.
Yep, this guy's mentally ill. No, I mean it. This guy's actually just mentally ill. He doesn't have, and this guy has no cohesive ideology. If he was ideologically pro-Russian, he would never have said that. No ideologically pro-Russian person would have gone, oh, dude, America would never do war crimes. No. He's just mentally ill. He kind of looks mentally ill, too. It's that haircut. I'm sorry. This is mean. If you have the haircut that he has in chat, you look great with it, okay? I don't
Godspeed to you.
Yeah, I'm bringing out my mental caliper. It's the haircut, the accent, and the dull eyes. The accent's just a southern accent. The way he talks and the way he, like... Okay, I'll just say this. Leaving aside all the stuff about him making shit up and changing religions or whatever, the only people who would join the foreign legionnaires to fight against Russia with Ukrainians, to get info on them, to then defect to Russia, the only people who would do this are either insanely ideologically committed people, the kind of people who have, whether they're right or wrong, a fire in their heart that like keeps them going, or deeply unwell people. And those are the only two people who could do that. That is literally it. There's no middle ground here. Nobody can bumble their way into this kind of behavior. And nobody would do it for a grift either. It's too dangerous to do for a grift.
True.
It is just...
Dude, I really like that. That's so cool.
Behavior. And he doesn't come across as like, he's Lee Harvey Oswald too. You're right. Oh, dude, holy shit, you're right. What? Oh, for those of you who don't know, Lee Harvey Oswald was like a defector, but he was so crazy that the Soviet Union didn't take him seriously, right? He's like a lolcow on his own. Basically, he was like a military guy, and he was like, I have collected American military secrets, my Soviet comrades. Accept me into your glorious communist society, and I will show them to you. And then the Soviet Union looked at Oswald, and they were like, wow, this guy's crazy. But Oswald was like, I have secrets, I have secrets. So basically the Soviet Union just like put him in like an apartment, and they were like, yeah, here you go, communism. I'm not joking. Look, after attending 12 schools in his youth, he quit repeatedly. Finally, when he was 17, he joined the Marines. He was court-martialed twice and jailed, honorably released from active duty, flew to Europe, defected to the Soviet Union, lived in Minsk, married a Russian woman, had a daughter, returned to the United States with his wife after defecting. And by the way, the reason they let him come back into the United States after defecting was because the feds thought that he was like no risk because he was too crazy. Literally, it was like they were because like he's a defector to the Soviet Union during the Cold War, and they let him back in because they were like he's just like this. That's not a joke. And then he came back in, and then he killed the president. Oops. Then settled in Dallas, Texas. I wonder what he did there. Oops. He tried to go to Cuba before JFK. Yeah. He spent time in Mexico City. Man, he was just, by age 15, he considered himself a socialist. He wrote to the Socialist Party of America. He had been studying socialist principles for well over 15 months. Edward Bobel, who the Warren Commission had established as Oswald's closest friend during his teenage years in New Orleans, said reports that Oswald was already studying communism were a lot of baloney. Bobel said Oswald commonly read paperback trash. Yep. He was a 15-year-old who said he was a well-studied socialist, and this man's reading dime comics. We've heard this one before. Oh yeah. He was court-martialed after he shot himself in the elbow with an unauthorized .22 caliber handgun. Well, thank God it was just 22. court-martialed a second time for fighting with a sergeant who he thought was responsible for his punishment in the shooting matter. What? He recovers from the first court-martial and the shot elbow, and then he's like,
Yeah. There goes that shatter damage.
He was demoted from private first class to private briefly in prison, later punished for a third incident where he was on nighttime sentry duty in the Philippines. He inexplicably fired his rifle into the jungle. Slightly built, Oswald was nicknamed Ozzy Rabbit after the cartoon character. He was also called Oswaldskovich because he espoused pro-Soviet sentiments. He was in the U.S. military during the Cold War. He got court-martialed twice, and people were just joking about him because he was pro-Soviet. Oh my god. Some men were born to be entered into the history books. While Oswald was in the Marines, he taught himself rudimentary Russian. On February 25th, 59, he was invited to take a Marine proficiency exam in written and spoken Russian. His rating at the time was rated poor in understanding spoken Russian, though he fared rather reasonably for a Marine private in time at the reading and writing. He received a hardship discharge from active service, claiming his mother needed care. He was placed on the Marine Corps Reserve. And then he went to the Soviet Union. He spent 2 days with his mom, then embarked by ship to France, then went to the United Kingdom, then he went to Switzerland, then he went to Helsinki, then he got a Soviet visa, then he crossed the border by train and arrived in Moscow. Almost immediately after arriving, Oswald informed his in-tourist guide of his desire to become a Soviet citizen. When asked why by the various Soviet officials he encountered, all of whom, by Oswald's account, found his wish incomprehensible, he said he was a communist and gave what he described in his diary as, quote, vague answers about great Soviet Union, end quote. On October 21st, the day his visa was due to expire, he was told his citizenship application had been refused and he had to leave the Soviet Union that evening. Distraught, Oswald inflicted a minor but bloody wound to his left wrist at the hotel room bathtub soon before his tourist guide was due to arrive to escort him from the country, according to his diary, because he wished to kill himself in a way that would shock her. Delaying Oswald's departure because of his self-inflicted injury, the Soviets kept him in a Moscow hospital under psychiatric evaluation for a week. That's actually more than what the US would have done under these circumstances, I think. According to Oswald, he met with 4 more Soviet officials that day who asked if he wanted to return to the United States. Oswald replied by insisting he wanted to live in the Soviet Union as a Soviet national. When pressed for ID papers, he provided his Marine Corps discharge papers.
What?
How can you prove to us who you are and that you want to be Soviet citizen? Here, I was in the U.S. military. I worked with the CIA. I was with the feds. Here you go. Hey. He appeared at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow and declared a desire to renounce his U.S. citizenship. I have made up my mind, he said. I'm through. He told the U.S. Embassy interviewing officer that he had been a radar operator in the Marine Corps, and he'd voluntarily stated to unnamed Soviet officials that as a Soviet citizen, he would make known to them such information concerning the Marine Corps and his specialty as he possessed. He intimated he might know something of special interest. Such statements led to Oswald's hardship/honorable military reserve discharge being changed to undesirable. The story of the defection of a former U.S. Marine to the Soviet Union was reported by both the Associated Press and U.S. Press International. I have secrets. Dude, he literally is just this guy. He's a private, and he's like, I have great secrets that I am willing to share with you, my glorious communist brethren. They're the same guy. Is this guy going to shoot Biden? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. He was sent to Minsk to work as a lathe operator. Wow, damn. Like actual unironic Soviet style state capitalism. Like, okay, all right, defectee, you are now a lathe operator at the Gorizont Electronics Factory. Good luck. He received a government-subsidized, fully furnished studio apartment in a prestigious building, an additional supplement to his factory pay, which allowed him to have a comfortable standard of living by working-class Soviet standards, though he was kept under constant surveillance. And then they fell in love. Returned to the U.S., he wrote in his diary, in January 61, I am starting to reconsider my desire about staying. The work is drab, the money I get has nowhere to be spent. No nightclubs or bowling alleys, no places of recreation except the trade union dances. I have had enough. Shortly afterwards, Oswald, who had never actually formally renounced his U.S. citizenship, wrote to the embassy of the United States requesting his return of his American passport and proposing to return to the U.S. if any charges against him would be dropped. This is what I mean about not being like ideologically committed. He's just mentally ill and doesn't know what he wants to do with his life. That's it. He doesn't like know or care about socialism. He just like heard about the Soviet Union being a socialist paradise and thought like, finally a place for me. But then he goes over there and it turns out everything's gray concrete. They left for the U.S. where they received less attention from the press than Oswald expected.
I'm gonna turn off the webcam for a second, folks.
Dallas, Fort Worth. I wonder what happened here. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. We have a while before. No, we have another assassination attempt to get through before we get to JFK.
Oh my God. All right, I think we're gonna end it here. I'm actually getting like fairly tired. As always, guys, I appreciate you catching up on the news. We're gonna do some more relevant political content tomorrow. I found some good articles. I'm a little tired, but we're gonna get all day tomorrow. Is Trump Watch. 8 a.m. Stream is starting. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most roguish of heels. Thank you very much for joining me today. And as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. See you tomorrow. Trump Watch. Perp Walk, mugshot. I'm here for it, baby. So are you.